guys are. Let's do it.
All right.
All right, one more time. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Here we go, opening leg.
Somebody trying to charge a phone?
Yes.
Kind of looking like Oscar's got that.
Well, if that's any indication, Jimmy, of how this is going to go, it's going to be a fun couple days. So here we go, guys. Oscar Dominguez versus Johnny Archer. And this is best 2 out of 3 races to 25. Yes, you see that correctly. It's $60,000 in the middle, plus a whole bunch on the side. All the side bettors, the whole rail, they're all here. And there's a lot of action on this match right here. And by all accounts, I think most of the action has kind of been leaning towards Oscar. I don't know if you've seen that, Jimmy.
Yeah, that does seem to be.
So you guys are aware there's no fingers around.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No rubbing it? No rubbing. No touching it?
Oscar
Okay.
just clarified that one of the rules that they agreed upon is no fingering the rack, no adjusting the rack after they rack the balls. So, like, you can't use your finger to kind of roll the one back or anything like that.
So it's interesting to hear that because, so not obviously saying anything, but the word was back in the day, whether there's any truth to it or not, that Johnny was very good with the rack.
Oh.
Back in the day with the 9-ball rack, that was the word on the street.
Back when everything was loser rack.
Yeah, loser rack, rack for your opponent.
It was a different day and age, wasn't it?
Sure was. It's all right. So he broke the balls and he's hooked. We're gonna have to. I would expect to see him push. He's just trying to figure out where to.
Looks like he's going to push to a jump shot here.
Yeah. And Oscar is one of the best players out there with the jump cue in his hand.
Well, I think we're going to get a chance to see it. I don't really see Johnny taking his first swing here with a jump shot.
Oh, he might. Look at this. He's reaching for it.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to call it right here, Jimmy. He's going to give it a hard look and give it back. That's my prediction.
And even if he jumps it,
Yep.
you're right there.
All right, I'm 1 for 1 on the predictions here. Johnny pulled out the jump cue, took a hard look, bluffed a little bit, and then decided to give it back to Oscar. But I think one of the reasons Johnny really considered this is one where if he makes this ball, he could get out. Oh, he nearly missed it.
He's gonna get a little jelly roll though.
He did get a good roll. Taps the table with a mild apology.
Yeah. So he's looking at how to come behind it. I think the way he was looking, he's looking at how to come behind it 2 rails.
He's got to fade that 10-8 there in the middle if he tries to come behind it.
Yeah, he needs to hit the. If he comes around behind it, he needs to hit, from our perspective here on the screen, the left side of the 1 ball. Because if he comes and hits it too squarely, he's going to drive the 1 ball into that 10-8.
Yeah, just almost call it in the side pocket and kind of aim to make it in the side or come up a little short of the side.
Well, now where he's aiming, it almost looks like he's.
Yeah, he's changed
It
it up
almost
here.
looks like, yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, I was going to say, it almost looked like the way he was aiming, he went to the 1-railer.
He went offensive there, and he's going to leave a shot here. Well, no. Oscar cannot see this. I'm looking right down the barrel here, and Oscar cannot see the one to make it. So he's going to be looking for some kind of safety. Actually trying to bank the one, but I don't really see him doing that. And he doesn't want to hit that 7. Well, Johnny's got the first clear look in this match.
It's
no picnic.
No, I mean, if he can get it and get it, if he can make this ball and get on the 2, really the question is, can he get to the 3? Then after that, it's pretty good from there. But this first couple shots, this first shot in particular,
He's right here in front of us. He got wiggled in and set in his stance here. How's this gonna end up, Jimmy? Looks like he's okay here.
all right, I'm going to ask a really dumb question because this is the 2 ball, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna take us a little while, folks, to get used to these.
Yeah,
Aramith
sorry,
black
this is the
balls.
first time I've even seen these balls in person, so the colors are a little different than what we're used to.
He does have a look here. I'll show you this angle here. He does have a look at that 2 ball.
He's just going to have to try to roll this in. Just like that. Now it's a little bit on the wrong side of the 3, but the 4 looks like it moves on the side, which it does. I just took a peek over the monitor. So,
Yeah, he hit that well, and
well, that's not the 4 ball though. I'm sorry. The 4 ball is
4
up.
ball's the pink.
Okay, so never mind. I'm sitting here looking like, well, he can slide it over, and the 4 ball does go on the side. So now he has he's going to have to come with a stroke here, which he does have it.
I think he's going to juice this and really try to come off this long rail over here and back for position on the 4 ball.
Nice shot, real nice shot.
Tell you what, if he gets out this rack, what a confidence booster here to start the day for him.
He would have liked to have gotten off the rail. Now he's going to have to probably try to play this ball, play to get on the 5 ball in the side pocket, which again, that 5 ball is the purple ball. Had he been a little bit off the rail, I think he could have tried to get straighter on this 5 ball down in the lower left-hand corner pocket, but now he's going to...
He might spin this with inside and try to track toward that 8 ball, so he doesn't end up behind it.
He could spin it with 2 rails, spin it 2 rails with inside. And that's...
He got there.
He didn't use a lot of inside. He used a little inside, but
More top.
More top. That little bend he got off of that was from the high English. But you're right. If he gets out from here, this is a heck of a way to start the match. You know, you're betting 30,000.
He's really close to this bottom rail here, and I expect him to just roll the 4 in nice and soft and shoot the 6. He's thinking about jacking up here, but I see him rolling this ball in nice and soft. Yeah, he rolled forward so he could shoot the 6 on the side. He didn't get perfect on it, but he'll be okay here.
He got to the wrong side, so I think he's going to have to go down to the end rail and back up. I don't think he's straight enough to just bunt it. He might be. No, he's going to go down to the end rail. He's going to have to go down to the end rail and back up. So he's just a...
He got dead straight on this ball, which is perfect. Just roll forward a little bit.
He's finally in a little better line.
Every single shot he's had here, he's been right near a rail, hasn't he?
I know. Well, he's in tough positions every time, and he keeps making the ball, and he's just slightly not getting perfect. But he's good here. Now he'll just I think he can just follow to the bottom rail and come back up for the 10 ball in the same pocket.
Oh boy. What did he say?
He said that side pocket likes me so far.
That's funny. Yeah, there's going to be a little chatter during this match between the players for sure.
Oh, that was
what a nice out by Johnny to start off.
Nice out by Johnny. He takes a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, so we're coming to you guys live from Griff's Las Vegas. Fabulous room here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And just really a marquee event here, Oscar Dominguez versus Johnny Archer. And if that first rack is any indication, the level play here is going to be really high. Johnny came with a great out. He had a number of difficult position shots where the cue ball was near the rail, and he managed to work his way through shot by shot and get to 1 first. We got that score updated for you guys. So Jimmy, that's pretty impressive the way he negotiated that rack, huh?
Well, it was nice. He kept getting in those spots where he just kind of had to roll it and take a little bit of a difficult shot, and because of that, obviously he wasn't in a great spot to play position on the next ball, and he just kept doing what he had to do, and until he finally could work his way into line.
And there's nerves here. Johnny's obviously been through tons of pressure situations, but it's the opening game of a really high dollar match, and he came with shot after shot there to get him going, so I think that'll be a huge boost to him.
Here we go. We get to see Johnny's break. Let's see his 10-ball break.
Well, that will be a problem if he doesn't get that one going, because looks like the 4 and 6 might be tied up there. That could be a problem later in the rack, but I noticed when Johnny is breaking 10-ball, his cue angle is not what you typically see from the great 10-ball breakers. They have more of a higher backhand, so they get that nice pop on the 1 ball, and Johnny's kind of coming in a little flat right now.
Even if I think that, what are we looking at? The pink ball is the 4 ball, right?
Yes.
Okay. So even if it does pass it, that 10 ball's in an awkward spot right by that side pocket. Taking a peek to see if it goes. If it doesn't go, it doesn't look like it goes, but I think he's checking out the carom right now.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best option from here, and if you roll wrong on it, you don't get good on the carom, then you can obviously play safe as well.
Yeah, well, he didn't get good on the carom, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So now
that's one where you want to come back further rather than short. Because, like I said, you could play that safe if you don't get exactly where you
may be able to just feather this ball and roll the cue ball up behind that 7. That might be okay. No, he's going to go around and hook him that way. That's a nice shot. It's probably a better shot because he gets more distance in there. If you feather it and roll up on the 7, you probably leave a very
Johnny has a look at this.
Kick.
Johnny has a look at this, and I think he can bank this out and avoid that 8 ball. And leave the cue ball down there by the 6. He's kind of looking at that now in terms of the angle. A touchy little shot, though, and one that, if not executed properly, is going to cost him this game. 10 ball's in a really weird position, too, though, right by that side point there.
Yeah, that's what I
could come into play.
Mentioned early on. That was one of the first things I saw. Was kind of probably going to have to get short side on it. Whoever ends up getting to it. Nice shot.
That was nice. He couldn't avoid that 8 ball, so he just used that 8 ball to kind of slow the momentum of the 4 and keep the cue ball behind the 6 there. Oscar's in a bit of a spot here.
I was just about to say, as well as Oscar uses that jump cue, I would almost expect to see him grab it, and he did.
He's really elevated here.
Jumped over both of them.
Yeah, just a little ramped up right now, a little amped. Yeah.
Which is actually
Coming out of the
a
gate.
little uncharacteristic for him, because one of the things that makes Oscar such a good jumper is that he's able to jump awkward. Like where you saw there, he had a lot of distance between the cue ball and the 6 ball, but not so much distance between the 6 ball and the 4 ball. And but weird, awkward positions like that, he's actually really good with the jump cue. So that was a little bit uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah. Great opportunity for Johnny here to get a 2-game lead.
But racing the 25, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So.
Johnny's really giving this a lot of thought. He's not really taking a whole lot of time on his shots, but he is taking time kind of considering how to play this
I think he's
sequence here.
considering how to get back to that, best route that he's going to take to get back to that 10 ball. Because he's going to have to get on the short side of the 10 ball unless he...
Well, I wonder if he's considering shooting the 8 into the side of the 10 ball, into the side pocket to kind of free the... See, if he makes this 6 and then plays position on the 7 for the 8 and the side next to the 10, he can graze the 10 on the way in.
He could also, from here, use the 7, use the cue ball to bump into the 10 and have a shot on the 8. He could do that, but then he's going to leave himself a little bit, not perfect on the 8 ball. But he could, from here, hit this with a little bit inside English and try to nudge that 10 ball off the rail and give himself a shot in the side pocket on the 8 ball. Which it looks like he may be looking at that.
With the position of the 9, you'd much rather have the 10 on that side of the side pocket where you can just kind of float under it, and if you don't get perfectly straight, you still make it up in the corner, but he wanted to hit the 10 there.
He wanted to hit the 10 ball there. Problem is where the 9 ball is, it really isn't real conducive to getting perfect on the short side of the 10 ball. So I think that's why he was electing to try to nudge that ball and move it out of there. Now he's just going to have to roll this ball in and probably try to get around the middle of the table, go to this left-hand side cushion, try to get more to the middle of the table where he can shoot the 9 and swing around 2 rails and get on the short side of the 10.
Let's see if he can keep his composure here, because obviously that was a positional error there where he missed that by about 6 inches, so he's probably frustrated at himself, but let's see if he can dial it in.
Oh no, he's going to go
Jimmy's
ahead.
question.
Never mind, he's going to go ahead and pop this in. He's not going to... Well,
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this little jelly roll. So he did elevate a little bit because I think he was trying to get that cue ball back to the middle of the table. He may not have had an angle to roll the 8 ball in and get to the middle of the table.
He didn't have a whole lot of angle there. As great as these guys play, we are going to see some missed shots in these sets because this table does play very tough.
Well, everybody misses balls. We have all seen matches where a great player doesn't miss a ball, but the reality is that isn't everyday play for even the top players. And on a table with 4 and 1/8 inch pockets. Under these conditions, the human factor comes into play, eventually. So, very nice shot. Look at this shot.
And that shot generates some applause from the crowd, and it was a beautiful, beautiful
Rightfully
shot.
so. That was a very nice shot.
That's one thing you see at this level is the players really have a good feel for the speed in which they kick the ball. Whereas if you look, at amateurs and even some higher level amateurs, a lot of times they're kicking the balls way too hard. but Oscar just had a feel for that shot. Figured I'd come 2 rails, try to make it, and if not, I'd be able to get a safe out of it. He sure
What's
did.
even more impressive is that he hit the right side right now. Oscar does have some 3-cushion knowledge. He's played some 3-cushion. In fact, I want to say he has or had, at least I think when he was in Southern California, I believe they had a 3-cushion billiard table in their house. They had
really?
They had a 9-foot and a 3-cushion billiard table. And so he does have some 3-cushion knowledge, and it does show in his play.
Oscar's looking at a safe here where he banks this ball up to the top rail. Like this. It's good speed there for the object ball. Johnny walks around the table and says, I practiced this shot. Then he says, I ain't made it yet. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun, Jimmy. Yeah, he's going to take a run at this one. Try to cut this ball in. You know, he does have a safe where he thins the left-hand side of this and comes back down behind the 9. He's not even considering that. Yep, got him behind it. Is he going to get another roll?
Gonna get another one.
Oh, that's going to hurt it.
If he's not hooked, if he is hooked, we're definitely going to see the jump cue here.
Yeah.
But he might not even be hooked. He might only have a sliver to jump over, in which case he'll probably use his plain cue.
And on this angle, you can kind of see the position of the 10 ball there, where it's really close as to whether he can hit the 10 and make the 8 in the side, but I think he can. What do you think, Jimmy?
It looks like that's what he's looking. He's considering that shot. But from that angle, shooting straight into it like that.
Yeah, it's not. You'd have to be up there to.
He has to hit
really
it.
look
I
over.
think if he does, he has to hit this with some speed. Like that. He needed to hit it with some speed. Otherwise, I think that 8 ball would have rolled forward and hit the point.
Yeah. Well, now he's got a pretty sharp cut on the 9. It's always harder when your cue ball's close to the object ball, but I expect him to make this shot.
Very nice shot.
Yeah, using these Aramith black balls, it was kind of cool watching that 9 ball roll in with the black-yellow pattern going in.
Yeah.
Sure, the Pittsburgh Steelers fans out there appreciate that.
All right. Well,
1-1.
2 games down, 1-1.
Days with this match. You can definitely see the difference in the pop with the 2 players' breaks so far. Oscar's really getting that good pop. He didn't get a ball on the side that time, but the 1 went up in the corner. And he's left with a tough 2 ball here where I don't even know if he's going to take this on. He could, but he might be looking for safe options here as well. But he's playing safe. Yeah. It's a good shot.
It isn't.
It's kind of similar to that first game where Johnny had a shot like this. It wasn't quite on the rail, but Johnny kicked that. It ends up kicking safe, and ended up getting to the shot first and made a nice out to go up 1-0.
Yeah, he went ahead and called the pocket. He called the lower right-hand corner pocket.
I think he'll probably hit this with a little bit of pace here. 3 balls in the top half of the table.
Oh,
He's going to scratch. Yep.
Oscar has ball in hand and a chance to this is always a good feeling. Like the first couple games, were real tight. Everybody's shooting. This is a shot, you get ball in hand, and now it's like a little you can kind of breathe a little sigh of relief, let you get a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
I may go up and get a coffee in a second.
That's a good idea, Jimmy. Little coffee and...
You need one? Or
Yeah,
want
I
one?
do need one if you want to grab one.
Yeah, after this rack, I'll go up there and order a couple coffees.
Kind of reminds me that, one reason I love coming here is obviously there's so much action in this room. Last night there was tons of action everywhere, but I generally like the coffee and I like the food here. And you like the Patron, I understand.
I liked it a little too much last night, I think. That's why I need the coffee right now.
Not a whole lot to talk about here. Oscar's going to play the carom. 7 ball on the side.
Yeah, there's...
6 rolled out a little bit.
Well, now he has to probably come across the table to the... I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a question. We have 2 images, and this is the one that's going to the stream,
correct.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, he's going to have to slide over to this right-hand cushion and back out. He could elect to play the 8 short side but I think...
I like going short side because then you can hit the 6 with the pace that the pocket's really going to like. If you try to go over and back, you're going to have to hit it very precise or the pocket will spit it right out. So I like kind of floating down and taking short side on the 8 here.
Well, definitely on this particular table with the 4 1/8 inch pockets.
Yeah. That's a good point, Jimmy, and we'll take a look at the... kind of got a little straight, but he's fine here. But that's a good point because depending on the way the table plays, you have to adjust your game accordingly.
Yeah, if you're playing on a table or just a standard 4 1/2 inch pocket diamond, you might go ahead and pop that ball in and go to the side cushion and back out.
He really took his time and stayed down on that ball. You knew the importance of that shot.
Well, what was looking like a routine out up to that point where he had the carom on the 7 ball, he's adding a little bit of drama to it.
It's a nice shot there.
Oscar takes a 2-1 lead.
This is great. I get to partner with Jimmy Mendoza, and I get to have him go make coffee runs for me. I love it. Guys, I hope you're enjoying this. This is brought to you by BBTV. Ben Sutherland, coming to you live from Griff's Las Vegas. A lot of great sponsors. You see them all across the stream here. We're going to be running little commercials for them in between racks periodically. And Oscar's just crushing that break. And look where the 1 ball ends up. If he makes a habit out of doing this, it's going to be a long day for Johnny. Looks like not a whole lot of trouble here. He's just got to negotiate a few things and get on the 2 ball good. If he can lay on the 2 ball pretty good here, I think he's in good shape. I like the way he played that ball because he took out any option of really not getting or getting behind that 9 ball by playing it 3 rails like that. Oh boy, he's looking at that window between the 6-8. That looks a little dangerous to me, but we'll see. The problem isn't really the 3 ball, it's getting from the 3 to the 4, so he's got a few things on his mind right here. Give you a look at the angle here that he has on this 3 from a different perspective. Let's see what he's looking at here. So he's trying to figure out, I think he's going to go forward with inside. But he's got to fade that 9 ball if he does. It's probably the best option from here. He's looking at that now. You know, for a pro of Oscar's level, there's, you know, you can manipulate that English, half a Q-tip, and do different things. Actually, he's coming with low English. He's going to try to pull back between the 8 and the side pocket. Nice shot. He's still got some work to do here, and it looks like he's going to play this 4 ball and try to come directly into the 7 and create a double kiss situation that will free him up from that rail a little bit. Looks like he wants to hit it right in the face and kind of double kiss it, pop that cue ball out, and give him some real estate where he can cue and make a nice shot on the 6. Let's see. It's a really kind of advanced thought process there, and he didn't exactly hit him in the face, but not a terrible result from there. So now he's just got to come with a pretty decent shot here on the 6 and slide over to that long rail and back out. Well, you got to hit this precise. We're playing on 4 1/8 inch pockets, as we've mentioned a couple times already. So there's not a whole lot of margin for error here. Let's see if he can execute this shot right here. It's a big shot. Yeah. You see just how tight these pockets are, and Johnny popped right out of his seat. Excited to get back to the table and try to tie this thing up. Thank you, Jimmy. Just got our coffee delivery here.
All right. We're settled in.
I asked for a caramel macchiato. What happened? So you just missed it. Oscar got a little difficult shot on the 6 and just barely bobbled it.
Yeah, I saw it. I was looking over on the... I wasn't sure how much cream you wanted. So, yeah, I was sitting on the side waiting to come over with the coffee, and I saw it, so... But there you go. These are our small pockets.
We made sure this morning to get all the lint off the table, so there's
stop it.
nothing for Johnny to grab at.
Ben Sutherland with the jokes here. It's just the best was when I interviewed Rodney Morris, and he said that Johnny went through a spell where he was picking up lint off tables he wasn't even playing on them. I tell you, Johnny's just a lot of fun here today. You know, he shot that, the ball came springing out of there. He's like, hit it. He wanted to hit the 7. Then he's like, hit it. He wanted to hit the 9. He's just having a blast.
He called the bank straight back.
So Johnny is, I'll mention a couple of his sponsors. He's sponsored by Brunswick Tables, Championship Billiard Fabric, Q-Sticks International, Light Systems out of New York, and he is opening, actually, Rodney told me a little bit about it yesterday. I think Rodney's involved in the venture. They're opening Johnny Archer's place, a pool room, and I think the plan is to open multiple
Yeah,
pool
that's
rooms.
true. They're opening the one in Georgia May 1st. He's having a big event, country music singers, magicians, clowns, everything. It's going to be a spectacle. So Johnny's really excited about it too. I'm happy for him. You know, these guys put in their dues for, in Johnny's case, decades. You know, grinding it out tournament after tournament, and so. And I know he's had a room before, but I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I think long term, Rodney was even talking maybe they could get something opened in Hawaii. Rodney isn't living in Hawaii anymore, but you know, still obviously his family's there and still has close ties to to his home state, and
I think I'll have to go check that out if they do that. You know, I started the podcast with the idea of doing like pool room reviews across the country and going around the country. That's how it originally started in my brain. And so that's one I definitely have to check out.
So here's something here. He's a little bit... Now we've seen him have a similar kick like this a couple times, and he's gone ahead and called it in the corner pocket and winged at it.
I think this might be a good opportunity to come behind it 2 rails.
Yeah, it looks like if he could come behind
It's got
it
those
and
2
hit it.
blockers there.
Yeah, this one I think he does have a good opportunity to come 2 rails behind it, just like that.
Beautiful. That was really
Nice shot.
Really nice
So
execution.
the other couple shots that he kind of winged at it a little bit, I think the reason he didn't play that shot is just because it really wasn't there. In one of the cases, there was balls that the object ball was probably going to hit into as it came off the cue ball. But this one lent itself to this shot, and here we're going to see the jump cue again. Last time I talked Oscar up how good he jumped, he jumped over both balls.
You know, this is a
Jumped over the object ball.
This is a different jump cue than what he used on the last jump shot. It's a little longer jump cue, and he actually screwed the shaft into a different butt, so it's almost like a full-length jump cue.
Oh, man.
Man, he hit that really good. Just barely missed it.
And he left Johnny awfully tough.
That's really interesting how he's got the 2 jump cues. One like a standard jump cue, the other a longer jump cue. Yeah. Ben Sutherland says he's got 5 jump cues.
He's got a lot of them.
I wonder if there's any restrictions to that, Ben, where like a golf bag you can only have so many clubs. Yeah.
He's looking at it. I think he's got to go for it. I mean, he could play a little touchy safe and just kind of hit straight into it and bank it and try to lag it up to the end rail behind the 10 well, but I don't think that's a good shot. I think he has to go for this.
He hit that real nice.
And he hit it nice. Oh, you know what I was looking at? Funny. I apologize to everybody. I was looking at the 10 ball thinking it was the 8 ball. And the 8 ball thinking it was the 10 ball. This is my first time, and I think Joey's first time as well, taking a look at seeing this set of balls. This is the Aramith Black, and as you guys can see, the 10 ball actually looks black on the monitor from some angles because it's black with a blue stripe, and the 9 ball is black with the yellow stripe. And of course, the 4 ball is like, I don't know, the 4 ball and the 5 ball are, the 5 ball is purple, and so I think I'm still struggling a little bit to call these balls correctly.
I think he kind of wanted to slide into the 9 there and hit the 9 and then drift it past it, and now he's got to play it up table here. You could tell he was disappointed right after he hit it, but I really think he was trying to slide into the 9 there. Yeah, I'm going to pick up a set of these balls. They're Aramiths, so they're top quality balls. And so I'm gonna pick up a set for my table at home. Help me get used to seeing the colors a little different. Right now I'm using the Arcos 2 balls. Also nice balls. I think they're also made by Aramith.
Well, he has another tester here. He's going to have to elevate and just kind of stick this. Try, and he missed it. He got a little fortunate in that he left a little bit of a tester here. I think Oscar can just roll this in and avoid the scratch.
Yeah, let's look at the other angle
he's
here.
going to have to take a little bit of a cut shot on the 10 ball.
You can see from this angle he can beat the scratch here.
Yeah, he can beat the scratch, but I don't think he can do a whole lot with the cue ball. Unless he can beat the scratch by more than it looks like.
He used the point.
Yeah, just like I said, he was just going to have to roll that ball in and take a cut because he couldn't get to enough of the rail to really do it. And in fact, you saw he slightly caught the point of the side pocket.
Nice shot. Unless Oscar pulls off another break like he did last time. Then he might start panicking. Watch the way he's pounding these balls. Well, that was hard. And he did get the 2-ball, it looked like.
Trickled one in, and now he's got a pretty nice opportunity here.
Guys, we appreciate the support. BBTV, Griff's Las Vegas, thanks so much for buying the pay-per-view. If you enjoy the commentary today, the commentating with Jimmy Mendoza and Joey Ryan, myself, feel free to make a PayPal donation. You see the link up on the screen. It doesn't go to Ben's massive bank account. It goes to us. So, thanks, guys. Look, Oscar's doing the behind the back here.
Ben's just making all the money around here.
Somebody has to.
Tough job, but somebody has to do it, right?
So this is a little bit of a tricky situation here, Jimmy. He's got to make this 4-ball, and the 5-ball's got the 9 there covering it. So he's got to come up a little short on position on the 5-ball here, short of the center of the table. He'd like to come right before the center of the table. Let's see if he can execute this. I think he may have just been playing safe there.
Yeah, he may have been.
But he did leave a window here, and Johnny's going to be able to see this ball and try to reverse this back on him. Johnny's taking a good hard look at it right now.
I know I mentioned Johnny's sponsors a minute ago, and Oscar is sponsored by Predator Cues, and I know I mentioned earlier on the free stream that he's the proprietor of Hard Times Billiards in Sacramento. Of course, most people watching this probably know all that, or at least know that he's the owner at Hard Times. So he wants to kick at this one rail, and what's he doing?
He's calling it in the corner. I think he's thinking if he can kick the 4.
So he's going to hit this with some speed, obviously. If he's thinking he's going to do that, he's going to hit this with a little bit of speed.
Into the 8 or the 9 ball. Let's see. 9 ball.
Well, he might leave a combination. Oh no, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the. Once again, I'm thinking it's the wrong ball. Sorry, guys, that's the 9 ball, not the 10 ball. So.
They are playing early 10s here as well, so...
If anybody else is wondering about these color balls as I am, this is the 4. The purple ball is the 5 ball. So... he's on the... He wanted to be on that side of it, but I think he would have liked to have been a little bit off the rail. Now he's having a little trouble getting his bridge hand down, so he's having the bridge a little bit further away than he would like.
I think he's in good shape here.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
And he needs this game too.
He's been a great player for 30 years.
Yeah, I actually interviewed him for the podcast, and just the section where I talk about his accolades took like 5 minutes. Cue ball on the middle of the table. Let's see how Johnny breaks these balls here. A little bit better in terms of pop there.
Johnny, if you can see, he and I think this is a case where you can kind of see a kind of older school style versus a newer school style. You know, Johnny, the way he controls the cue ball there and stuff, and I mean, great 9-ball break. But the way that the guys are breaking 10-ball, it seems like they're letting that cue ball float back.
Yeah.
And they're not like, he's still bridging pretty close.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of a difference in style there.
And the angle of his cue too. He's not striking down into the ball. He's more with a level stroke, which, you know, it's not getting that same pop that Oscar's getting. Back to that Pro-Am story. I got to tell this because it's funny. So, ball in the middle of the table, cue ball in the middle of the table, and Johnny's allowed to coach us. So Johnny's like, no, you got to duck here. Here, play it safe, do this. And I overruled him, and I fired the ball right in. And Johnny was like, wow, great shot. And so I'll never forget that. I'm sure he did.
I'll never forget it. He forgot it.
He probably forgot it that night.
Okay, well, he just slide over and shoot the 3-ball in the same pocket.
Yeah, he's in great shape here.
Actually, everything kind of leads to one another, you know. He actually elected to come across. Okay, maybe he just had enough angle to where he felt like he had to. He would have had to really hold his stroke up to play the 3-ball in the same pocket. But now he's kind of on the 50-yard line. He's going to have to pull out the extension. And
I think more than any other invention, other than like maybe the quality of cues and, you know, maybe the low deflection shafts, these extensions have really been a game changer for players. You know,
I would agree with that.
I mean, they can reach balls like this ball, and
wow, and then he
you'll notice even with it, there's still a difficult shot, but it makes it so much easier than having to use a bridge every time.
So he'd like to just come straight up and have an angle on this. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm looking at the wrong ball again. I'm looking at that as if it's the 4-ball. So the 5-ball is this, the 4-ball is this pinkish. Is that pink?
Yeah, pink.
Pinkish orange something. On the monitor, it looks totally pink, but.
Don't worry, guys. By the end of the third set, Jimmy will have this down.
By Sunday night, I will know these balls inside and out.
I don't really think. I mean, he'd really have to put a stroke into this ball with low left-hand spin to get over for the 4. So I don't think he can do that. So yeah, he's just floating down to take a cut shot here. You know, I love the way top professionals play the percentages.
Yep.
You know, they don't try to do too much. He knows this is a cut shot he's made a million times in his life, so if he can just roll up to it, he'll just make it. And, you know, one thing I always like to say about pool is you're always one shot from being back in line. He did not get that, though.
Wow.
And he's going to leave a shot here for Oscar. So Oscar's fortunate to get back to the table here. I don't know about you, Jimmy, but this coffee hit the spot.
Yeah, definitely. I still can't remember the colors of these balls, but
once we get past the 4 and 5, we're good. You know?
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's the 4 and 5. That's what's really, for me anyway. I mean, you're looking at a purple 4-ball your whole life, never a purple 5-ball.
I think he'll just come across the table here and shoot the 6 back down in this bottom corner. Just like this. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in dead.
Now everything
dead line here. Yeah.
Kind of leads to everything else. I wonder how much, just knowing that the pockets are real small, like on that cut shot with Johnny. I mean, Johnny, again, he's such a great player. I'm sure he knows how to manage himself mentally and stuff, but a mistake that myself, and I see a lot of players make, and not really a mistake, but it's just it's hard to keep these thoughts out of your head. Is that when you're shooting at a pocket, if you're not used to playing on pockets that are small, tight all the time, you find yourself trying to hit balls too good, right? You think you have to hit it absolutely perfect, and as a result, you end up not hitting as well as you would have if you'd have just shot at the ball.
Well, one thing I'll call your attention to, what Oscar does in between his shots, where he stops and chalks the cue, and he's upright, he's looking at the table. I really think that's just his way of regrouping between shots and focusing on situations just like that, where it's like, hey, this tight pocket, I want to make sure to hit at this pace, I want to make sure to...
Well, Oscar, I think, primarily plays on small pockets. In fact, I think what he plays on usually is smaller than this. I know his table at home had like 3 7/8 inch pockets. I don't know what he's playing on now in Sacramento, but I would assume it's probably similar. So, the word on the street, the rumor was that Johnny was good with the rack. So it makes me wonder if that whole rule about not fingering the balls has anything to do with that.
Oh, you think that was Oscar's rule?
I don't know, maybe.
He's going to get the one ball here.
He's going to get the one ball.
Kind of a little fortunate. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Oscar take a little off that break. To try to dial it in and get those balls on the side pocket, because he's really pounding them right now.
I think what it looks like on the monitor, it looks like he can. He's got a pretty easy safe.
He can.
He can just basically shoot the 2 ball into the 9 ball. He's probably going to hit the 9 ball, and just stick the cue ball right on the. That's the 4 ball, right? Yeah. See, I got it this time, guys. I'm getting better. That's the 4 ball.
He could also. A shot I like here sometimes, just because I find it pretty easy to control, is thin the right-hand side of the 2 and float down behind the 8. Playing off that cushion there, you can get some good speed control a lot of times.
Yeah, he may do that. He might not have the angle I was thinking, because I think in order to hit the 10 ball to hold it up.
Yeah, he's looking at the shot that I was talking about, and he's kind of evaluating if that's going to be a good alternative, because Johnny might be able to just jump right out of that.
That is true. If he could, that is one thing to consider, is that if he thins it like that into the 4 ball, he's going to leave the 2 ball right there. So unless he really snugs him up behind that 8 ball, he's liable to leave a fairly decent jump shot.
But that's the shot you play for, because if you do, you play to snug it up to the 8, because you got that 4 in the way, so even if you don't get where you want on the 8, he's still got to jump the 4, You just don't want to sail way down behind that 8 ball. Just like this.
And he did snug him up to the 8.
Great shot. It's exactly how I drew it up in my brain, Jimmy. Tells me I'm thinking good, the coffee's working. Johnny called this bottom right-hand corner pocket here. He's just probably going to do a 1 rail kick up and down. Oh, no, now he's calling the side pocket. If I were Johnny, I'd take a little bit of time here, because you don't want this getting away from you. I know it's still early. It's a couple games separating them, but so far Johnny hasn't found his break. Oscar's popping the balls pretty good. We got to grind these ones out and get to the shot first.
Johnny's made a couple mistakes. That last game, that shot that he had on the 5 ball. I'm sorry, the 4 ball that he cut down the rail. That was he was kind of in a position where he had to play to get that shot, and it was a tough shot, so can't really totally hold it against him for missing that ball.
Yeah. Guys, we got a little bit of wind here in Las Vegas, and the door here at Griff's, when it flies open, it kind of shakes this camera a little bit. So we apologize for that. We're gonna try to figure something out for that. Hopefully, that's not unbearable for you guys. Oscar took on the bank, and he's going to make it in the pocket he didn't intend it. He looks over at Johnny, and Johnny, it's his option, of course. And Johnny just smiles, and Oscar says, "Are you sure? You sure you want me to shoot this?" Yes, Oscar. He does want you to shoot it. He's playing for this 2-rail shot here. I expect him to come pretty close to pocketing this ball, Jimmy. Let's see.
Is he gonna? I knew that, but he got a little fortunate. Even though Johnny has ball in hand, I don't think he has a makeable shot.
Yeah.
Well, he may be able. That is the 10 ball that it's over there on top of.
And we are playing early 10s.
You know, on the monitor, it almost looks like he may have a playable combination, but then
I don't know. It's very steep.
Yeah, if you look at the table, you can see I don't think the combination's there. So he did get a little fortunate here.
And
he
it's
gave
not,
up ball in hand.
and there's
shot.
There's some safe options here, Jimmy, but nothing that's like clear cut, lock them up. You still have to execute really well on it. And so last thing Johnny wants to do is put him like behind the 8 ball, let's say, and then Oscar jumps the ball in, you know, and then runs out. So he's being really thoughtful here about how he's going to go about this. I think he is going to play the combo. The other thing to consider is anything where you're playing a safe where you're pushing the 4 ball into the 10 ball, you got to watch out for Oscar coming out with a carom shot afterwards if you don't hide him, you know? Yeah, I think I like this where you bank the 4 ball out, kind of leave him right there by the 10, and use the 5 and the 7 as blockers here. I mean, you hate to do that getting ball in hand, but it's really probably the safest option, I think. He might go forward here and try to get him behind the 8 ball. I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, like you said, there's no obvious great, you know, just take ball in hand and stick him and he's dead hooked. He has to come up with something here. And he hit it good. He's going to be hooked behind the 5 ball.
Yeah, whenever somebody fouls and you come to the table and you have to play another safe, it's always great to be able to kind of get them on 2, you know, but there wasn't really a good option there. Oscar's, for the most part, going to hit this ball 99 out of 100 times. And he's actually pulling out the jump cue.
He's going for the jump cue.
The longer jump cue. This is jump cue number 2. We'll call the shorter one jump cue number 1.
See, I'm kind of curious because I think
he's going to leave a shot on the side here.
Yeah, he is. I am kind of curious, though, even like for the spectators' benefit, I would be wondering, you know, what was going through his mind that elected to jump it. Because if you jump it, I mean, yeah, I guess he probably was calling a pocket, but you know, you're just as likely to get safe or not get safe jumping as you were kicking there. So I'm kind of curious.
Not really sure what Johnny was doing there. I think he might have wanted to hit that with more inside and come down on the other side of the 7. Because right now he's kind of almost in no man's land. I expect him to play a safe here where he banks the 5 out and slides the cue ball between the 8 and 9 and gets him behind the 8 here. Because while he probably doesn't want to play another safe at this point, cutting that 5 ball right here, you're going to go into the 8. Who knows?
He is playing safe, but he's going for a 2-way shot here. He called it up in the upper right-hand corner pocket, so he's going to bank it toward the pocket and put this cue ball down behind the 8 ball.
No.
Well, that is what he was attempting to do.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I think if you don't go for the 2-way there and you just totally buy into the safety option, you probably don't scratch there. You know, you probably execute a little more precise.
I don't think he felt like he could scratch there. That's why he was looking pretty surprised. I think he felt like he was going to hit the 8 ball.
That's a good point.
If anything.
Yeah, because when you looked at it on the camera, it didn't really look like he was in
Yeah,
any
I know.
jeopardy of going by that 8 and scratching.
Yeah, and he was certainly looking surprised.
This shot here is a good shot to practice. It comes up a lot where you have to play it and come across the table and back, shoot a ball in the same pocket. Oscar hit it beautifully. He's going to draw back for the side here. Yeah. Players of this caliber just have so many shots in their bag that they can pull out and get themselves out of any apparent trouble. Oh boy.
Wow.
He hit it kind of quick. Certainly uncharacteristic.
So some unforced errors by both players here, kind of early on in the set.
Johnny's really fortunate to get back at the table after scratching there. All right, 4-3. Jimmy, you see how he's pretty level with his cue, and you see a lot of the good 10-ball breakers have that kind of downward trajectory. And this is another dry break here.
Well, if he doesn't get dialed in with the break at some point, I think that could end up being a potentially deciding factor.
Wow.
Okay.
That was pretty close. Yeah, I mean, I did a match a couple weeks ago, Chris Robinson versus Danny Olson, and Chris could never really get the 10-ball break going, and we see how important that is. Danny's breaking in 1 to 2 to 3 balls every break and getting a shot on the 1 ball. It used to be the 9-ball was all about the break. You know, well, now these players have perfected this 10-ball break to the point where it's kind of the same way, right? If you're making the balls on the side and you're getting a shot on the 1, you're tough to beat.
Yeah.
Danny's break
Especially-
reminded me a little bit of Tyler's break during that match. Tyler Steyer's got a great 10-ball break, and
Yeah.
Danny was breaking really, really well. It's really nice to see how far Danny's come.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting matchup there. Danny versus Tyler. They both break great.
Yeah, that would be a break contest for sure.
Look at this shot by Johnny. That was
So
a nice little.
what's the rack they're using? Anything special about the rack they're using?
No, they're just using. They actually both players agreed to use a wood diamond rack.
Okay.
However, both players found better racking results with the new diamond plastic racks.
Okay.
So that's what they're using for
Okay.
this particular match.
Okay.
They both agreed no template, and
Oh,
they
wow.
both agreed to no quote fingering the 1 ball or the head ball into position. So there's no touching it with your hands.
Yeah, we're gonna come up with a better term for that by Sunday.
Finessing it maybe, I don't know. Rubbing.
Repositioning.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's funny.
And that's not on anymore.
So Johnny has come up.
I don't know.
Come up short here. He's gonna have to come with a real thin back cut. That's what he's looking at. He is gonna have to turn the cue ball loose here, to a certain degree.
Wow. There's a shot. Johnny said, "Hit it hard." He wanted to hit into that 5-ball pretty hard, and he
Well,
did.
He's got to come with one more pop this ball in. Now I don't know. He may have an angle where he can go down to this bottom rail and avoid. No, he's going to go ahead and draw it to this right-hand side cushion and back out to the middle of the table. That was a nice shot to cut that 4-ball in and go up and back and avoid hitting anything. Namely, avoid hitting the 10-ball or the 9-ball. Okay, so he's just going to take the 7-ball short side rather than trying to do anything crazy to get on the 7 in the same pocket.
Gotta give it some. Yeah, we'll take.
Yeah. Tell you what, Johnny is finding a way to win a couple of these ugly racks. And staying in it, even though he's not breaking really well right now.
When this rack is done, I'm going to go ahead and run a quick commercial for one of the most amazing realtors and supporters of pool in the industry, a gentleman named Mike Gwynn. He's based out of Arizona, but he can help you find anything, anywhere, and get you in touch with the right agent anywhere. So we greatly appreciate his support. When this rack is over, I'm going to go ahead and run a graphic for him.
So a few nice shots by Johnny there. I think it's 4-4, right?
Alright, Joey stepped out for a moment, so I'm going to actually hop in the booth here with Mr. Mendoza. We're tied up at 4 apiece.
Okay, so Johnny's back to breaking at this side now. He did change sides once, and now he's gone back to here. He's still trying to find the spot he likes. He's not hitting the. He is going to maybe make the. No, he's not going to make the 9. He's not. Johnny made the comment. That's my best break. He's not hitting the cue ball real well. He's hitting it a little high.
He's not getting the pop on the ball that you typically see, especially in 10 ball. And that cue ball actually took off forward.
Yep.
So he's not striking the ball. Look at this. One of the best jump shot shooters in the world right there. There's a reason he carries like 5 jump cues. I've made the argument before that he might be the best. I don't know. How do you determine it? Who knows? But he's certainly up there in that argument all day long.
He's definitely one of the best with a jump cue in his hands. I was over here talking him up on an earlier jump when he ended up jumping over both the ball. He jumped over the obstructing ball as well as the object ball. But
I heard you guys talking. I didn't see it. I was doing something on my laptop, but I did hear you guys mention that.
But but no, he really is. He's
yeah, we're pretty lucky to have this match here.
Alright, so he's going to get a little bit on the wrong side of the 3-ball. And the 4-ball is the ball right there next to the 3, so...
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the set of balls they're using.
Yeah, it's actually gotten me a couple times.
The 4 and the 5 tricked me with this set.
I think I'm finally starting to remember which is which. I was calling patterns thinking the purple 5-ball was the 4-ball.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, no, I don't want to say I made that mistake, but I've made that same mistake before myself.
So this is pretty a little bit touchy here because he's got all these balls obstructing his path. Now he might have.
Wow.
Well, he did rub the 7, but he got away with it. He barely rubbed the 7.
What a shot that was, huh?
Yeah, he was in a tough spot because every path that you would take naturally to get back to that 4-ball was obstructed by some ball. You know, couldn't really draw to the right-hand cushion because I want to say, is that the 610 or the 6.8?
610.
610. And the 7-ball was in the way the other way, but as you saw, he barely nicked it and came out okay. I can't see from here. Is the 10-ball combination on? It looks like it might be.
Looks like it is.
I think that 10-ball combination is kind of wired, so...
It's slightly to the high side of the pocket, but he can manipulate it. Just needs to cut the 6-ball a little bit.
I don't know, the way he pointed at the... way he pointed at the spot, spot on the table made me think he was considering trying to put the cue ball there for the 6 on the side, but now he's looking at the combination.
Yeah, if you saw the angle of the cue there, that's the way he needs to hit it. He is looking at possibly going for the 6 on the side, but if you were able to follow this 5 ball and come up to the center of the table, that's like exactly where he needed to be to make the combination, it looks like. He didn't quite get there, so we'll have to cut it a little bit. Well, he's definitely playing it. Yeah, see that angle of the cue there that he has? That's right through the center of the table. If he would have got it right through the center of the table, it would have been perfect. Uh-oh, watch scratch. Ah.
All right, well, 9 games down. Oscar leads 5-4.
You know, Jimmy, it's really uncanny how often players scratch on a combination. You know, it's almost like they take their eye off it for a second, and okay, they're having a discussion. It looks like there was...
Oh, so the...
I literally have a screenshot from Oscar saying early 10s, okay.
Yeah, there was a discrepancy. We need to go back to 4 for Oscar.
So now they're saying early 10's not okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's a little bit of discrepancy here. I thought that they were playing that early 10s were okay.
Yeah, so everybody did, including Oscar. The only person in the room that didn't was Johnny. And so after Oscar pocketed the ball, Johnny was like, that doesn't count. And Oscar was like, well, we're playing WPA rules, and it should count. And then Johnny said, okay, well, after this next shot you shoot, then it'll start counting. Or something. Kind of interesting.
Okay, well, that's an interesting turn of events.
Yeah. And, you know, that's frustrating because Oscar would have played that ball differently.
Oh, totally.
One, he probably would have came down and tried to shoot 6 on the side. But even if he played the combination, he would have hit it with a different pace, I think. So he would have had a better shot on the 6 ball.
Okay, well, I guess I will retract my statement of it being 5-4 Oscar, because it looks like it's now 5-4 Johnny. So that's now he realizes that was the rules that they agreed to, and so he's probably just frustrated with himself.
Agreed. But back to what we were saying, I think you get more variety when you can play a combination, and they're still hard to execute. You know, it's not like you get hanger, you know, 2 10 balls.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, like in that case, that wasn't a wired combination, and Oscar had to play for it and then execute the shot.
Johnny's just not striking the cue ball well. He's happy he finally made a ball, but he's not striking the cue ball well. He's hitting the cue ball a little high, and so he's following it down to that bottom, following it down here to the bottom rail.
Yeah.
So he might have found his spot. Now he needs to dial in. Might have found his spot where to break from, but now he needs to dial in on striking that cue ball a little better.
I'm not sure about that, Jimmy. He got kind of a straggler ball. It wasn't directly in a pocket, so I think he still needs to really figure out the placement of the cue ball. He's awfully wide. Normally you see the guys a couple inches from the center.
Huh.
And he's out a good, like, foot from the center on a few of these breaks.
Well, he used the whole pocket there, but I think that's all he really could get to. I think he had to use a little bit of English there because the 5 ball had him, had him just slightly covered a little bit.
He's got a lot to do on this shot here because he's going to have to hit it really thin. And so...
well, he's going to have to hit this with some inside English to kind of hold that up.
Or he might be looking at going around the table a little bit.
He might be. You know what's interesting, and I really do kind of credit these low deflection shafts for this in some way, is like old school. You wouldn't see many players hit these balls with inside English, other than the Filipino players, right? Like Efren and those guys, they would. But now it seems like everybody uses inside English really well, and as Johnny does there too.
Yeah.
But now those just seem like routine shots for everyone, and I really credit these low deflection shafts because they really have made those inside English shots a lot easier.
Yeah, before the low deflection shafts, it was kind of like guesswork. You just kind of guessed how to hit it, and it was.
Well, you definitely, any opportunity you had, you would avoid using inside English and use more running English or outside English. But now I do think that it. Not to try to buy into the hype and all that, but I do think there really is something to it. But at any rate, Johnny made a great shot on the 2 ball, and now he's in perfect line.
Yep. I think the 7 does go on the side here.
And that is the 8 ball there next to the 7, for those of you watching. If anybody else is watching this and wondering why the balls look so funny, they are playing with the Aramith Black set. I don't know. It's actually kind of growing on me now a little bit.
Yeah, it's really good for a broadcast. Like, there's a lot of differentiation between the colors.
Except the 10 ball. It might be better for 9 ball. Because that 10 ball, it's so easy to get mixed up with the 2 ball or the 8 ball, depending on how it's sitting in relation to the camera, because it's black with a blue stripe.
It's not easy. It's not an easy table by any means, but it's also not the tightest table in the world. But I believe it's a true 4 1/8 that plays like a 4 1/8.
Okay, now Johnny's back to the other side of the table. He did hit the cue ball better that time in terms of controlling it.
And he got a ball.
And he made a couple balls.
Let's see if he can put a 2-pack on him.
Yep. Well, he's going to have to come with a combination to start.
Give you a different look here.
One thing to notice, and I mentioned it a second ago, but he did hit the cue ball better that time. You see that the cue ball didn't, he had the last couple breaks, he's had a ton of follow English.
It's a real nice shot there.
Okay, so, and here's one of those cases where I was talking about how the balls look depending on how it's sitting in relation to the camera. I can't tell. I believe the 2 ball is sitting up by that upper left-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, he'll slide.
And it's and you missed that ball. Well, I don't think I can blame the tightness of the pockets on that shot.
Yeah, he needed to work the cue ball across the table, and he just overcut the ball just to make sure he got the cue ball across the table. It's uncharacteristic. Now
Oscar comes up with a miss, but he's going to get away with it. In fact, he's really going to get away with it. That right there, what you were talking about. So you're probably right. He probably did miss that one because he was trying to create a little bit more angle because he needed to get across for the 2. And, on the drive up here, that's kind of what I was talking about when I said that I'm really not a huge fan of the super tight pockets.
Yeah.
Because there's stuff that comes up, and it takes those. Okay, so they're having a discussion of of the
if
rules.
Johnny were to hit the 2-ball with his stick on his follow through, if it would be a foul, and Oscar said yes, it would be, because it's in the path of trying to shoot the shot, I guess.
Yeah, he came up short. So anyway, going back to what I was saying, I'm really not a super fan of the really tight pockets, and I know that there's a whole bunch of players out there that probably disagree with me, but I just think that it takes something away from the game. And more to the point, I know players, especially pool players, have egos, and we all want to think, I want to play on tight pockets, and I'll beat this guy on tight pockets, and But the reality is, if you have a tournament here right now, if everybody showed up here, and there were, or wherever, on diamond tables with 4.5-inch pockets, guess what? The best player's still going to win.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, look at this match here. This is the 11th game, and we have 2 exceptional players, and we've had 1 break and run.
Exactly. So it's just, to me, it takes more away from the game than it adds by having super tight pockets. But that's just my opinion, and I'm sure that some will agree and some won't.
Sorry, Jimmy, there's no chat, so nobody's blasting you in the chat.
That's perfect. I don't have to reap the consequences of my controversial statements.
And by the way, Ben is trying to get that chat hooked up. And guys, once again, if you appreciate the commentating and Jimmy's whining about tight pockets, feel free
I'm not
to
even playing and I'm whining about the tight pockets.
feel free to hit up the PayPal donations, the Benny Breaks TV at iCloud.com. That's for us making the trek up here, and we really appreciate that. I'd do it for nothing, but if you guys want to throw us a little bit of gas money, we'd appreciate it.
So he came a little further than he would have liked, but he'll just roll this in with possibly a little bit of inside just to kind of hold it up. Okay, so he went ahead and went across so he can let the stroke out a little.
Oscar needs this game. Everything kind of started going wrong for him after that combination.
All right. So we are 11 games into this race to 25, and Johnny Archer leads 6 games to 5. I think, as you said, so far there's only been one break and run out, and that was by Johnny. I would have to say overall, Oscar's broke the balls a little better so far, but even still, nobody's really, hit a gear, so to speak, on the break. So this is interesting. So I'm not familiar with the WPA rules that they're playing by, so you don't have to rack the 2 and 3 in the bottom 2 corners, obviously.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
And once again, if anybody's tuning in, they are playing it's rack your own with the plastic diamond rack. They had originally agreed to use the wooden diamond rack, and then in the days leading up to the match, probably yesterday, I think they were messing around with the plastic diamond rack and found that they were getting a better rack with it, so they agreed on the plastic diamond rack. You're not allowed to manipulate the balls with your fingers outside of the rack, so you can't, pull the rack off and start finessing the balls around with your fingers outside of the rack. So you have to get the balls the way you want it inside the rack.
So it looks like Johnny elected to take a quick bathroom break, and Oscar just noticed it when he got to the head of the table to break, and he elected not to break. And that's a pet peeve of mine. I'll never play if my opponent isn't at the table. It's just something in my brain that I just don't feel comfortable if my opponent's not there watching the match. And so I can see why Oscar hesitates here, and he's waiting for Johnny to re-emerge from the bathroom.
Well, it changes the pace too, right? Like if you need any sort of interaction, or let's say, or even worse, I would rather be, like in this particular case, waiting to break than me get up, break dry, and now I have to sit there and stew, waiting for Johnny to come and run out on me.
That's true.
So I would rather sit here and wait, and then get up and it's my shot when he gets back.
Yeah. Well, you should wait until between games to take a break, and you should wait when it's your turn in between games, take a break.
Yeah.
You know, but I think in some ways with this match and these guys being so friendly with each other and just being good guys all around, you know, like we've actually had a couple situations that with two different players there could have been severe controversy, and these guys have handled it exactly how we thought they would. But I think because of the fact that they are so cordial, there's not going to be any issue with Johnny taking this break.
Do we remember what the score was? The score was 4-4, so it was game number 9.
Yeah, and then Johnny broke and ran. Yep. So both players have taken off their longer sleeve, like sweatshirts, and are in short sleeves now, and the room just asked them if they wanted to change the temperature in here, because they noticed that. But good break by Oscar. Shot on the 1 ball.
He's got that break dialed.
And 2 ball hanging in the pocket, so all he needs to do is focus on pocketing this 1 ball, and then he'll be off to the races here. I mean, you couldn't ask for better. The position of the 3 to the 4 is great. You just make the 3 roll down a little bit, shoot the 4 on the side, stop shot to the 5.
Oh, look at this.
That's gonna hurt right there.
Yeah, he did have the one thin cut to start the run, and now they're all sitting pretty good.
Johnny was burning up in that shirt he was wearing, so if you guys notice now, he's got a different T-shirt on. That long sleeve shirt was making him a little uncomfortable, so we got him in a Griff's polo shirt now.
What's funny is I commented on that earlier when we were on the free stream. I mentioned that like the shirt he was wearing and stuff, like even just the fact that the cuffs were hanging down past his
wrist.
Yeah, into his grip hand. I thought it was.
And I asked both players too if they wanted me to turn up the AC a couple of degrees, you know, if it was too warm for them. And Johnny, Oscar said I feel perfect, and Johnny said I'm great now that I have a new T-shirt. So.
Well, I tell you what, it gets pretty warm when you're playing for $60,000.
You mean you don't do this on a daily basis, Joey?
Nope.
All right, well, he's just going to. I figure he'll probably roll past the 8.
Yeah, these balls are
I
perfectly
don't think
in
he'll
line.
try to hold it up. He'll roll past the 8 and shoot the 4 in the side pocket.
For a split second,
Oh, is he gonna
Joey, I
draw
watched your match the other night, a couple weeks back with
I really
my fellow
thought.
Q-Tech ambassador.
Oh, Nick DeLeon?
De
I really
Leon,
thought
and-
he would have rolled past the 8, because now he may have to.
Jimmy
Jimmy just keeps going.
Jimmy doesn't care what
Well, sorry,
you're
I
talking
didn't
about.
even hear it. I'm talking. I was surprised to see him go back. So what were you guys saying? Who played who?
No. I was just giving some acknowledgement to Joey.
Oh, okay.
I haven't had the opportunity to watch him play a whole lot. We've known each other for a little while, and we've worked together on these types of events, but I don't see him playing a whole lot. Now, I know he does, here and there, but I was just going to say, even though the result was what it was when he played with Nick, I was beyond impressed with how well Joey played the game of bar table 8 ball.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
I'd love
that.
to see how you play other disciplines and on bigger tables or different tables as well too. But
Terribly, but thank you.
before I watched you play, in my head for some reason I thought, I might have a chance. This might be a good match, me and him. And then I saw that match and I realized, no, it's better for me to just watch and commentate type of thing.
Yeah, I strike gold every once in a while.
I've got a fun fact that you might not know, and it doesn't matter too much, but in 2013 I actually won the U.S. Bar Table 8 Ball Championships, Open Division.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I don't play 8 ball too often. I got a really lucky week that week.
I don't play 8 ball too often, but when I do,
But
I
when
win.
I do, I take national
I
titles.
win.
It's funny.
Uh-oh, he's going to
Gonna
get a
get
little
above it.
bump, little bump.
Ah, he's fine.
Yep.
He's gonna cut this ball in. Don't even worry about it.
Well, now he's
Not for a
got.
right-handed player, isn't
He's
it?
gonna go get his
He might
Q
have to get the
extension.
extension.
I mean, my buddy Mike DeMarco with Ship the Cash says that he doesn't believe in the commentator curse.
Okay.
I don't either. I mean, Johnny's gonna make this ball.
Are you betting on Oscar?
No, but I mean, at this level, you just don't see them miss too many 10 balls. they just take that extra second to focus and miss it. All right.
Fired.
When this rack is done, we're going to go ahead and give another shout out to one of our sponsors. We've got How Cues and How Tips. So we're going to run a quick commercial for them when this rack is over.
You know what's weird is that shot that I commented on early on, where I thought he was going to roll that 3-ball and go past the 8, because then he would have been on the right side of the floor and he would have just had to stop the ball.
You know, I don't think he felt comfortable rolling it, Jimmy. I
be.
like rolling balls, but you know that shot was just, you know, that stun shot where then you roll forward a couple inches. He needed to roll forward a little more than a couple inches, and so he probably didn't feel comfortable with that.
Some praise to our commentators, Joey, Ryan, and Jimmy Mendoza. If you look up to the right of your screen, you can actually see we've got a graphic for Pool Player Podcast. That's Joey's channel. Highly encourage you to check it out on YouTube. He's got some amazing interviews with some world-class players and ambassadors of the game, industry members. I can't speak highly enough about his YouTube channel, so whatever I can do to help pump that for him as well, it really is worth checking out. So thank you, Joey, for what you do.
Oh, thank you, Ben, and I appreciate the kind words. I'm just having a blast with it, and anything I can do to promote pool and promote the players, I'm all about, and that's what it's been.
Also, that link, I realize it says my name on it. PayPal donations to BennyBreaksTV at iCloud.com. Any of those donations are going straight to Jimmy Mendoza and Joey Ryan. So anything that comes in is strictly for them. We appreciate you guys very much, and I know they do as well.
Yeah, we do, guys. Thank you. So Oscar's just falling on balls right now that are just a little challenging for him, and the fact that he's not completely in gear right now.
Well, it's off the break,
It's
too.
a little struggle.
So the last couple, now he did end up winning the last game because, Johnny missed that 10 ball, but that's 2 breaks in a row where the balls are sitting pretty nice, but he has a little tester to start with, and so he just had a little tricky shot to start with. But if he can get in line, then, they're all sitting. All he needs to do is get on this 3 ball, and then everything kind of leads to everything else. So he's got the one tester here, and then if he gets to a point where he starts breaking them the way he's breaking them.
About 15 short.
Anyway, if he, sorry, I'm looking over at Joey and he's in a little conversation with Ben, but if he gets to a point where he's breaking them the way he's breaking them and he starts falling better on the 1 ball, that could...
That's going to be trouble for Johnny.
It could be a long night for Johnny, or a short night.
Yeah. You get the feeling that Oscar's not very far away from playing really good pool and putting it together. Mm-hmm. But as we mentioned before, the table play's tough. They just have to really settle into that rhythm to where they're feeling comfortable there.
Folks, I want to apologize if once in a while you see this camera shake. The camera is kind of located by the front door, and it is extremely windy in Las Vegas today. So when the door gets open, oftentimes it kind of rattles the camera just a little bit. So just kind of didn't want people thinking that we were doing something funny or that it was getting bumped.
Yeah, uh-oh.
He's okay.
He is, but he's not happy with it. He rolled up on the back of that 10 ball, so now he's going to have to play this 7 elevated.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to.
1, 2, 3, possibly 4 rails above it, and play the 9 to the lower right, if I guessed.
And this is why Ben is not the commentator.
Yep. That's why I have a 2-digit Fargo rating.
No, he played that safe. He just wanted to come up and take a little harder shot on the 9, but it's got built-in position here, so he's just got to...
You saw what I was thinking, though.
Yeah.
It just wasn't the right thought.
Just to make this, just hit it slightly low right, and just make the ball positions built in, as you said.
Nice shot. Guys, we really thank you for tuning in today and supporting this. There's a lot of things going on in the country today, and for you guys to tune into this, we really do appreciate it.
So it was about getting close to 30 years ago that I watched Oscar's dad Ernesto play Billy and Cardona for 20,000 at Hard Times. They played, I believe.
He lost the one ball a little bit there.
Well, he's got the 4 ball going 4
You
rails.
guys may or may
on
not have mentioned they are playing WPA rules, so the 2 and the 3 don't have to be on the corners.
Yeah, I had actually noticed
I
that
figured you may
earlier.
have.
And
I like the safe here where you play the 1 down table, put the cue ball behind that 5 ball. Just like so.
Have you played this game before, Joey?
Once or twice. You want to snug them up a little more to the back of that ball, but
Just your commentary knowledge alone means I need at least a 7 in the pops.
so Johnny
Easy.
7 ball.
called the 7 in the side pocket, so that must be pretty close to being wired. Obviously, with the balls being frozen like that, it's just going to depend.
Tell you what, you show me a few things and I'll teach you how to break
Wait,
better
what
than
did he
Tim
say?
Daniel at 8 ball.
What did he just say? He's playing the 10?
yeah, he's going to play the 10 here, but you know, it's interesting because we talked about the 10 ball needed to be made last, but then after Oscar made it that time, Johnny said, okay, from here on out, it'll count. So I don't know if he thinks it counts now or maybe it does. Who the
That's
heck
going to be
knows?
hilarious if he makes one thinking it counts.
Yeah.
And then,
And then Oscar.
no, Oscar's like, no, it doesn't count.
It's strange because I've got conflicting messages from both players. One message says we're playing WPA rules and it has to be the last ball pocketed. Another message says early 10's okay. I've got screenshots of both. So I went and spoke with both players and they agreed to do the WPA rules. So it's got to be the last ball pocketed. So there was a little bit of, I don't want to say discrepancy, but just clarification.
So Oscar just kind of came up with didn't look like much, but it was a tough shot. It was a tricky little shot. Oftentimes with this game, the complexity or difficulty of a shot isn't so obvious. People who aren't really players look at it and say, "Oh heck, that wasn't. Well, what did he do? What was that all about? It wasn't special."
This looks like one of the shots here where he'll just float to the short side. Oh man.
And he's bobbled.
Yeah, he's
We've seen a few of those out of Oscar now. Well, actually, we've seen a few of those out of both players. But as we mentioned early on, that it's likely to happen when you're playing on equipment like this. And also, I'm not sure how much either player's playing. I mean, I spoke to Oscar briefly, and he, the other day, and I asked him like, "Hey, what? You ready?" And he said, "Well, I just barely started hitting balls, so I hope so." So again, he has young kids and he's got the pool room, and I'm not sure how much he's playing, and I'm not sure how much Johnny's playing. So
yeah, but in these long sets, even when you haven't been playing a lot, like somewhere around the middle of the set, you start to feel it again, get back into it. So I expect Oscar's level of play to increase as this match goes on.
well, certainly both of these guys could at any given time can hit a gear where the other player doesn't see the table much.
Yeah. Well, Johnny's in great shape here.
I mean, Johnny, when he's on top of his game, he's one of the best to ever do it. So he just wants to stay, from our perspective, looking down the table, he likes to be on the right side of that 10 ball, or that 9 ball rather.
Yep.
Just like that.
He's in great shape. Johnny's new room that's opening in Georgia with Rodney on May 1st, he's going to have, I believe, he's going to be the first pool room to have 7-foot Brunswick's one-piece slate tables.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's going to be really interesting. I mean, he's a household name, but I think he wants to show people he can still come with it. And then you have Oscar, similarly, who wants to show people he's right up there with the top Americans.
Oscar, I really think Oscar just likes the action. He loves to be in action. I mean, I've talked to him. I remember even when he was younger, when he was still kind of up and coming, he just, and he got that. I think he really got that from, his dad was always, just wanted to be in action. And I think, like, whereas Johnny, maybe he has a little something, like you were talking about, a little something he wants to maybe prove to himself or prove to somebody. But in Oscar's case, I really think he just loves to be in action.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Only because the flavor was tip for me, but it might have been the tip. It might have been the tip. I mean, the jury's still out on that particular. No, I mean, maybe worst case scenario, I can change it. Let me try out that tip. Yeah, let me. Well,
So he came up and got hooked. So he's just going to tie this 2-ball up. He's going to give up ball in hand and just try to tie the 2-ball up. He didn't get it as close as he wanted, because now Johnny definitely has some, pretty good safety options here.
Yeah, this is the. I'm kind of looking at the 3-rail it and stick right on the back of the 6-ball.
Yeah, that's what it looks like he's looking at too.
I mean, this is one of those safes that comes up. And, no, he's going to try to make it.
He's looking like he's... I don't think he's going to shoot that yet. I think he's just looking at his options.
I'd keep the cue ball kind of right there. Just stop the ball, put him on the back of the 6, and get that 2-ball way up table. I mean, this shot comes up quite often.
I think he's kind of weighing his options still. Looks like he's considering whether or not he can do something offensive. I think ultimately he's going to decide to play safe, though.
Yeah.
Now he's just looking at the path it's going to take when he goes 3 rails, I think. Unless he's going to try to cut this in and clip off the 6 and go 3 rails for position. I mean,
there's not a whole lot of obstruction on the safety here. Once you bank it out, it's not really going to hit anything.
Yeah, okay, that's what I would think. He was going to look at 3 railing that 2-ball. But the way he a couple times got down on the ball, like he was looking at the combination, and he was looking like he wanted to shoot it. I think he was just weighing his options. But like I said, ultimately he was likely going to decide to play safe.
The way he reacted after he hit that ball tells me that he was really trying to make sure that that ball got down behind the 3-8 to take away a 2-rail kick option here from Oscar. And Oscar is going to have to go at this 1 rail, which makes this extremely hard. Yeah. Very tough. Johnny picks up the cue ball before it stops moving. Again, 2 players that are respect each other. There's not going to be any arguments or anything like that here.
Yeah. I mean, it clearly wasn't going to hit anything, right. But you're right. There are some players that might have taken advantage of.
No names, Jimmy. No names, okay?
Some players whose names rhyme with... No, I'm kidding.
Jimmy Mendoza.
So he's in good shape. Everything kind of leads to one another. I suspect he'll play the 7 in the side pocket. He'll play the 5, 6, 7 in the side pocket, because all he has to do is roll the ball forward a couple inches.
Wait a minute, 7? No, he's gonna. Oh yeah, I see.
Off
From the 6 to 7.
He's gonna just stop the cue ball, maybe come back an inch or so, I would think.
Yeah, these are the kind of patterns I set up for my son, teaching him to stop shot after stop shot. Go from 1 ball to the next so he can run 4 or 5 balls. Even the 9 to the 10 is perfect. 8 to the 9 to the 10. couldn't draw it up any better here.
Yep, everything just kind of leads to each other. Nice little. These are the kind of outs you like to get because they help you build a little momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, looks like Johnny's going to be the first one to get to 8. He rolled down a little bit on that one.
So let's see where this 6 and 7 hit in relation to the side pockets.
Gotta get that pop.
So the 7's tracking right. No, it's tracking a little long. Yeah, he is losing the cue ball forward every time.
And it's because he's not elevating down into it enough to get that pop.
Yeah, I said that earlier. You can clearly see the difference between Oscar's break and Johnny's break, where Oscar is cueing with an elevated backhand,
Not
which
a lot
is
of people know Oscar took 10-ball lessons from some schmuck. And
I don't know what Ben's talking about, but creating that elevation allows that cue ball to get airborne and contact that one ball in the air, actually, so that you create that pop and explode that rack, and the ball backs up in the air and then parks. And Oscar's doing a really good job of that, and Johnny's hitting with a level cue. Yeah, that is a nice shot. Johnny's hitting with a level cue, and so he's not getting that pop, and when that's happening, it's really a struggle in 10-ball.
So it looks like Oscar may be able to see a piece of it. But he's just going to kick soft. Only thing bad now is, well, only thing bad is he sold out a shot. But
Ben, do you know how much is being bet on the side in this match?
I don't.
Any idea? Like 10, 20, 15?
To be honest, any number I throw out there would be complete opinion or speculation. I haven't seen a whole lot of bets, and I know there are a whole lot of bets. I just haven't seen or followed along with them.
Have you seen any lines on it?
I've seen people yes, that's what I was going to allude to next. I've seen people laying 7 to 5.
I saw that too, yeah.
You probably saw that as well. Or 1 or 2 people that were laying 7 to 5. But I really think that's...
I heard there was at least one person laying 8 to 5.
Okay. It must be really I'm guessing that was in favor of Oscar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if anybody's kind of given a game count on these sets. Like, you know, I'd take Johnny plus 3 or 4 games, something like that.
I'm sure there's a lot of that going on out there.
well, if the whole match goes the way this match is going, there's going to be a lot of nail biting.
Yeah.
On people, on the part of people who are laying odds.
If you got 3 or 4 games in Johnny right now, you got to be feeling pretty good about it.
I did speak with Audio Video Web, the host for the pay-per-view here. As weird as this sounds, unfortunately, it's hard to believe as it is, the chat system isn't available right now.
Really?
So for the folks at home that are wanting to chat or BS back with each other or make some bets here and there during the stream,
or talk.
It's not even a feature that's available at the moment, and it's something they're trying to rectify and get working again. And that camera is still shaking.
Yes.
But I did put every effort into it to try to get that for you guys today. So my apologies. There won't be a chat for this stream. Hopefully at the next one in the future they'll get whatever they need to do on their end rectified, and we'll be able to have a live chat so you guys can associate with each other during this match as well. I know that's a lot of fun too. It's kind of fun bantering back and forth and making little side bets and stuff like that. So
Making fun of Joey.
making fun of Joey, making fun of the... No, basically just making fun of Joey. That's about all you need to do.
That's pretty much it. That's all.
It's all right. I take it well. That was he got really kind of weird on that 4 ball. And then he tried to follow and come back across the table, but he hit the edge of the 6 and kind of took him down behind this. But he has some good options here.
Yeah, he may have to elevate a little bit.
Take some advice from you.
Try to just kind of cinch this 4-ball in the side pocket.
Yeah, I like that. I like being aggressive here and playing the 4 on the side.
That's what he's looking at. If he elevates, then kind of draws it back to that side rail and holds it up with some right-hand English, he can. Or maybe he has too severe of an angle for that. I don't know, but it does look like that's what he's looking at. Is trying to elevate and hold that cue ball up with some English for the 6-ball in the same side pocket. Okay, he might be a little too thin for that then, so he might have to turn the cue ball loose a little bit. Oh no, he was able to play that shot. Except he played it for the corner pocket and he hit it perfect. He got dead perfect on the 6-ball.
6-2. 8-1-0. 3-9-3-1. Don't call ASAP, please.
It really is hard for me to imagine that people would be so confident, laying 8-5 against Johnny.
I know, right?
It's kind of baffling to me. I mean, of course, I was around playing when Johnny was at the top of his game, and but even now, it isn't like
he's no slouch. I think that's more credit to Oscar and the fact that he's always in big action, and people know his 10-ball break is really sound. So it's less kind of a knock on Johnny and more that just people have a lot of confidence in Oscar for the money.
Yeah, but even like I said, even still, it's like that's hard for me to imagine.
For me, it's tough to bet against anybody that was ever deemed player of the decade.
Yeah.
So I opted not to bet at all on this match, which I try to do as a producer or a streamer. I try to stay completely impartial.
All right, well, Johnny
takes a 2-game lead.
So Johnny's moving the cue ball around again.
Johnny was studying that right
But
there.
the thing is I don't think it's the
the
location.
positioning,
I don't
yeah.
think it's
He
the
needs to
position
move
so
that ball
much as.
closer to center table, in my opinion.
Really, he's just not hitting the cue
full
ball solid. He's hitting the cue ball high on every break, except for one so far. But he's just hitting the.
That's
There it is.
much better. Now, he lost his cue ball a little bit, but that was one of his best breaks so
Yeah,
far.
and he can dial that in now. He can say, okay,
Yeah.
now I see what I did, and I just have to hit a little lower on the cue ball to not have all that high English.
You can tell he's getting pumped up, too.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. He's getting into a rhythm.
Feeling it, doing the bull,
And there's
feeling the flow.
we're at Griff's Las Vegas, so there's pro pool players floating all around here, including Rodney Morris, who was in here earlier, and he's kind of in Johnny's corner. So people are going to be talking to Johnny.
Quote, Rodney is Johnny's hype man.
Yeah, hype man.
Quote. Yeah. I
So
talked to Rodney last night.
I'm sure when they take a break or break from this set and come back tomorrow, if Johnny doesn't realize it himself, somebody will point out to him.
So that's not a bad. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just point out to him about his technique on the break and try to get that.
When this rack is done, I'm actually going to go speak with both players and see if they've agreed on a time to take a break. Maybe
Okay.
they just want to play straight through, and that's perfectly fine. But if they want to stop at like 10-10 or after 15 games, well, obviously it's too late for that, but after a certain number of games, maybe take a quick 5-10 minute break, go to the restroom, grab a bite to eat, something along those lines. But
Okay.
don't want to rush them. But if they're comfortable and they want to keep going, absolutely.
So that push, as we saw, I don't think Johnny didn't really want to take the jump shot, but it doesn't look like he wanted Oscar taking that jump shot either. So instead, he pushed to a position where he forced it into a kicking game.
Yeah, he's kicking it back and trying to stick, I think. Just trying to leave distance, and hopefully that too acts as a blocker. Why did I invite Jimmy Mendoza here after the whooping he put on me here a month ago?
Oh, here we go.
I didn't even think about that.
I don't know what you're talking
I don't
about.
care how good he is at commentary. disrespect me like that. I'm just kidding. You put it on me. You played great. You guys earned that win.
Thanks.
Looks like
So
Johnny
he is-
might be considering a 2-rail kick.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's looking at, coming up 2 rails behind it. That's probably one of the better. Well, of course, it's,
See, I don't like
you
that
can't
because
really.
I feel like it has a chance of colliding with the 3 and or the 6 and leaving a shot for the side, or at least an easier look at the 1. I think kicking the back of the 1 and sending the 1 down table.
Well, there's-
Well, he
There's
definitely going this way. He sends the ball into more traffic.
That's the thing, yeah.
And he hit it
Really good.
He
hit
hit
it
it as good as
great.
he possibly could. He hit it great, but I couldn't hit it that well, so I would have opted for the.
Yeah, the only problem with the 1 railer is that there's really only one ball that you have the potential of hooking in behind, and that's the 2 ball.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Versus the way
That's a
he
good
went,
point.
he was sending that 1 ball into a bunch of traffic, so he had a bunch of stuff that could potentially block the 1 ball.
That's a good point.
I don't even know if Oscar can get through this window between the 2 and, what is that, the 10, and kick at the 1 from below. I think he's got to come,
I don't think this angle shows us too much.
he can kind of thin the 1. But that's, I mean, thinning the 1 here is a real touchy shot. But he doesn't have a whole lot of other options.
You know I'm going to be in Arizona on Friday, right?
No.
I'll be
I
there
do
for
know.
4 days. Yeah, there's a 650 and under it that I'm going to take down.
Oh,
Yeah, he
this
hit a really nice shot.
He hit that nice.
Wait a second.
We might see the jump cue here.
You're over 650, right? I thought so. Okay, good. Yeah, so I'll be there.
What tournament's that?
That 650 and under at Bullshitters,
Oh,
the
is that
$1,000 entry.
Oh, that's this weekend?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
sweet.
next week. Oh, well, a week from today.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I fly in on Friday afternoon. I'll get some practice on Friday. And
Cool. I may come out and sweat that a little.
it's single elimination, so it's tough. It's gonna
What's
be
the race
brutal.
to?
13.
13?
Yeah.
Nice.
But I like my chances, but I like a lot of other people in the field's chances as well, too. So
Johnny's in a real tough spot here. I anticipate him kind of hitting a masse. I would say masse, but that makes Molina Mike uncomfortable when I say masse. So I'm going to say masse, where he curves the cue ball a little. And the good part about that is he could come down and contact the 1 flush and kind of bank the 1 over by the 9, or he could kind of come off the top of the 1, send the 1 up table, and get the cue ball down in this corner by the 9. There's a few different options that could come out of this.
Is he going to... Well, let's see what he's doing here. Let's see what he's thinking. Now he's going to look at the jump cue. I was thinking the whole time that was not a bad option for a jump.
I wonder if he needs to clear the 8 ball too, or if that's not in the path.
It doesn't look like the 8 ball's in the path. I'm looking over at the table.
It doesn't really matter if it is, because he's got enough distance there that he could get the cue ball back down to earth and rolling again.
I wonder what's that jump cue Johnny's using. Do you know?
you know what's funny is he has a scorpion line of cues, and I asked him before the match if he was using a scorpion jump cue, and he said no. But I failed to ask what he was using, so I'm not sure.
So he left obviously an easy shot on the 1 ball, but he did nudge the 6 ball just into a position where suddenly it's tough.
I got you, Molina. I don't want to do anything to make him uncomfortable. And when I say masse, it makes him uncomfortable.
Although where
Molina?
he's playing to the 6 ball off of the 3 ball, so he is in a position where he can, as long as he gets good on this 3
Speaking of
ball.
Molina, Mike, now don't get me wrong, I appreciate you purchasing the pay-per-view, but didn't we speak a day or 2 or 3 ago and you said you might be here? Come on now. There's action in the building.
Wait a
and there's
minute.
no
I
Molina Mike?
gotta take up for Molina Mike here because
All right.
Texas was completely crushed.
Fair enough.
With winter weather.
Absolutely fair enough.
They're
I
boiling
completely
water
understand.
there. It's nuts.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm just glad Molina Mike's safe and they have water and food down there. Actually, everybody in Texas. It's a pretty terrible situation.
So he wanted to get straighter on that 3-ball, because then he could have just punched over to the side rail to get the angle that he has now on the 6, but he would have been closer to it. But he got a little bit too much angle. He had to go back and forth. And so it looks like he's probably just going to roll this in and play the 7 on the side, whereas that's what he just looked at. I don't think it passes the 10 ball of the lower left-hand corner pocket. So I think he's going to, or maybe it does. Maybe that's what he's looking at. From our perspective,
I think you roll down and shoot the 7 on the side.
That's what I think too. I think you got to roll down and shoot at the side. But the way he went and looked over at the corner pocket, almost as if it went from here, it doesn't look like it's even close. But it must go.
Are you selling these?
Yeah.
How much are they?
25.
They're 20, right?
25.
20, right?
23. If you buy one.
So they don't play one pocket. Are they polyester? Are they cotton, heather?
They won't shrink. They're really good quality.
They're a blend.
Well, obviously the 7 did pass the 10. Looking at the monitor, it didn't even look like it was close. It looked like it wouldn't go. But clearly that angle was deceiving.
Out of my own pocket, not out of the pool ball money. I'll support you. You support us. Thank you. I don't play one pocket, but what a time to start, huh? The guy that's so I moved some space if we could set up a camera. I said, as long as you're not going Facebook Live, I don't mind.
Alright, so looks like Oscar's going to draw to within 1 here. He's going to be laying right on that rail, though. Now there's quite a bit of ruckus.
Oh, there's a bunch of people while Oscar
like-
was down on that ball. There's a bunch of people in the background
Yeah.
making a bunch of racket on a table across the room. It seems to lend itself to pretty close matches, right? Because
Yeah.
both players, it's not very often that you see one player just play so good that they completely take the other player out of the match, you know. Because it's just hard to do on tough equipment.
Yeah, you were mentioning before about how even with top-level players, sometimes they struggle in the tight pockets. One exception is we had a tournament in Phoenix, and Kachi came. And I want to say on that really tight table that we had at Freezers, look at this break. What a break. Kachi broke and ran 7, I think.
Oh, on that
pit table at Freezers. And when that happens, I mean, that's just something special. The guy's playing perfect, because super tight table, have to play your best. And he's getting angles on every shot. He's executing and pocketing balls on every shot. It's just something to witness, but you don't see it that often.
Right, you don't. Tell you who plays really good on these tables here, but he's been here for a while playing, is John Mora.
Yeah, he does. That's going to have to go. And it did get there.
He got
Good
there.
shot. Yeah, you're right. John, obviously John is playing left-handed now, which is just unbelievable in and of itself that he switched from right-handed to left-handed. But the way John works the cue ball with using a lot of spin kind of reminds me of the Filipino players a lot of times, where they hit the ball just a little softer than everybody else because they're using that spin to maneuver the cue ball, and John's got that dialed in on this table pretty well.
They're getting kind of loud again over on that other table.
So we're gonna find out what that action is. I'll let you guys know.
Oscar has a nice little stop out here to play with now. Of course, he got just far enough now to where he has to do something more than stop his ball.
Yeah, he's kind of in between here. He could play it in the side, he could play it in the corner.
Yeah, he's also in between. He can hit this with inside, or he can hit it with outside to spin 2 rails. He elected to go inside and go 1 rail. That was good. Well, we're about to be tied up at 9, I think. Again, just to show how competitive it's been so far, no player has ever led by more than 2 games, and Johnny was up by 2 games a minute ago, and now we're probably going to be tied back up here at 9.
Again, Oscar leveraged that extension there.
I need to get one of those for my cue. I haven't had anybody put one on because I have an ivory butt cap on my cue, and I'm a little bit nervous about somebody machining on the butt to put a bumper in. Oh, Johnny goes ahead and gives that to him.
Right. Of course, Jimmy's referring to Junior Flores from Arizona. Everybody's bad influence.
Yeah, he is a bad influence. Let's do shots.
So Oscar makes a ball here, but doesn't have much of a shot. I expect to see a push here.
Yeah, but where do you push to? That becomes the question.
Yeah, there's not. Maybe he pushes over to this long rail on the right-hand side and leaves an option where he can thin the one.
Well, he's going to have to give up. He can't give up something too obvious because, then Johnny will just take it.
Yeah.
Why not?
I wonder if he pushes down towards this middle diamond here. Okay, he pushed to a difficult cut shot on the one ball.
He's baiting him.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Johnny dove in hook, line, and sinker here. He wants.
Well, he took a cut at an 8 ball early on. Do you remember? Was it a 7 ball or an 8 ball?
Yeah.
He took a swing at it. I think he's taking a swing at this too. Well, he's going to get away with it here. He's going to hook him behind the 5 ball.
I was going to say, in some ways, that was kind of a free shot because more often than not, unless you just hang the ball, it's going to deflect back towards the middle of the table there and leave your opponent an equally tough shot, or in this case, hidden behind the 5 ball. Let's see if Oscar can come in it with some right-hand spin here. Kick the one out and slide behind that cluster just like that. What a shot.
Johnny's going to be jumping.
It was a very nice shot by Oscar.
I would like to know what jump cue that is he's using. It has like some sort of clear phenolic ferrule too. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if that's phenolic or some other material, but
there's a bunch of woofing going on over at that other table, and
yeah. So for those of you who haven't been here to Griff's, there's just a ton of action here with people betting up pretty large amounts.
Poker players come here, and pool players, poker players who used to be pool players. All kinds of stuff going on here.
So he hung the ball in the hole, but I don't think Oscar has a shot. I think he may have to try to curve it a little bit between the 9 and 4 ball.
Jeez, that's tough, isn't it?
Or he might be able to curve it around the left side of the 4 ball and go rail first.
Well, the one's too high for that, Jimmy. If you look at the other view here, let's check that out. If If you go rail first off that
Oh,
short rail
yeah,
up
you're
there,
right off the short rail. I couldn't see it. I was looking at the other angle.
that ain't gonna cut it. I mean, you could get safe off that. And that's probably your easiest way to get the hit here.
Well, he is going that route. He's going to the bottom rail, so I think he might be able to twist it like that if he hits it thin.
Yeah, that's tough.
That was tough. I don't think he had many options. I think the only other option would have been to try to curve it between the 4 and the 10, and that's really touchy.
Yeah. Well, it left a really good opportunity here for Johnny. He just has to negotiate this
He
1
has
to
to
the
miss
2.
the 7 ball. He has to miss the 7 ball.
Yeah, I like hitting this with a lot of left-hand spin, missing the 7, coming around 2 rails, and shooting the 2 in the opposite corner pocket, just like this. Well played.
He executed it flawlessly.
Probably wanted to lay right on that rail, or at least give himself a little angle here, because now it's a little weird. He might roll forward a little bit, although we saw before he elected to pull back on a shot like this rather than roll forward. This time he did the stun forward shot where he would have liked to have left that an inch shorter so he could have cued into the side pocket. Now he's kind of on that rail here. You know, when you're in dead punch, Jimmy, sometimes you can draw a ball 3-4 inches and be able to cue in that side pocket. So it just feels so good sometimes. Because look, he overcut this ball. Yeah, that's a result of being right on the rail like that. And just really, he kind of took for granted. What was that? The 2 ball that he played really good shape on, to where he rolled and got straight in on the ball in the corner, the 3 ball.
He might be looking to try to get this cue ball behind the 7.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do
the
here.
4 ball up on the end rail, just like that. He didn't get him behind the 7, but he did hook him with the 6.
Yeah.
I think he's full ball hooked.
No, I can see the edge. Our left side, his right side of the 4 ball.
Can he see a touch? Yeah, he might be able to see a touch of it.
I tell you what, if he hits it thin enough, he could play the 9 ball. He could come off, hit the ball thin, off the 10 ball, cue ball slide in on a 9 ball. It's an awfully aggressive shot, but that's a much smarter option, probably. Oscar's just going to find a way to get this cue ball up by the 7 here and get the 4 ball back into the center of the table. He found cover there.
Well, he's hooked now. He's
Yeah.
full ball hooked now. I think.
He is.
Yeah, he's gonna have to try to. Did he call? Did he call a pocket? I think he pointed at that lower right-hand corner pocket. Yeah, he just pointed at that lower right-hand corner pocket. This is one of those you call it just in case sort of thing.
Yeah. Kind of stabbing into it a little bit. No, bad hit.
Bad hit.
You know, I don't really foresee any referees being needed for many of these shots here, and we did that whole race to 100 with Danny Olson and Chris Robinson, and in the beginning they decided no referees. They would call everything themselves, and literally they played, I think it was 165 games, and never once needed a referee. That's kind of cool. Oscar fell perfect on this ball on the side. He'll just give himself a little angle on the 6. You know, one of the things that gets people barking up here is not just the players that are playing in these big money matches, but it's the side action. You know, so they're like cheering on their horses.
And also just the quality of players that are hanging out. There's like so many champions hanging out at this pool room these days.
Yeah.
At any given time, you could walk in and anybody could be here. Dennis or Polio, and you know.
Yeah, you know, at my speed, our speed, Jimmy, a lot of times I'll go into a pool room and I just feel like I'll probably be the best or maybe second best player in there unless somebody makes a phone call or does something. But you can walk into Griff's at our speed and you can be like the 10th best player on any given night. Like last night, Evan Lunda was here. Shane Winters was playing him some one pocket. Then Shane Winters starts playing James Aranis. And John Mora was here. Mitch Ellerman was here. It was like a who's who of the pool world. Nice shot by Oscar there.
There was another good player just kind of sitting around on the rail, that a little bit older school player. I don't know if a lot of people out here in the West would recognize him, but his name is Mark Jarvis.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I saw him sitting here last night. I didn't say anything
Well,
to him. He probably wouldn't have remembered me anyway, because I was like a kid last time I was ever around him. So the front door just opened, and a really bad gust of wind just came through. So if you guys heard
windy.
that and it shook the camera, I apologize.
Yeah, I forgot Ronnie Wiseman's in here quite a bit. Alex Pagulayan frequents the place when he's in town. Good shot. You know, he got a little fortunate there to get that 2-ball on the side, but he definitely controlled the cue ball and nailed that rack again.
Yeah, he's putting a good hit on the balls. I mean, if he starts getting, you know, good shot on the 1 ball like he has here, and you know, balls all sitting open like this, I suspect he'll get in stroke, and it won't be a fun day for Johnny if the break keeps going like this.
Yeah, and you can kind of see after this break, Oscar just walking at a different pace now and feeling pretty good. Although he did come up short on that 1 ball. He's now going to have to, I think, draw the 3 ball and shoot the 4 in that corner pocket on the left side of the table. Just because he didn't come up far enough to roll forward and shoot, he probably would have elected to shoot the 4 in the top right corner. But now he's going to have to draw back.
He could. I don't know that he will, but he may have an angle that he can go off the 9 ball, and then he doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. But I think you're right. I think he's going to draw it to this side rail.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I'm just pointing out that the shot is there and something that.
Yeah, now he's good. So the key here is really getting good on this 5 ball, because from there everything's looking really good.
This 5 ball that looks like the 4 ball.
Yeah, the purple.
The purple 5 ball.
But you know, Jimmy, it's not a bad idea for us to refer to the balls by color anyway, because obviously this is a stream that people paid for, so in most cases they're going to be pool fans already, right? But when we're doing free streams and people come upon a pool game, if we're saying the 4 and the 5 and it's up to them to figure out the colors, well, they're probably going to be pretty confused. But if, hey, he's got to roll to the purple next.
I've noticed a lot of the English people, when they commentate, that they refer to the balls as the colors. Well, I think in snooker they do that a lot. They refer to the black and the
colors,
reds.
Yeah.
And so I've heard that a lot with some of the commentators from.
They do a great job over there. I recently was fortunate to meet a fellow by the name of Mark White over in the UK, and he commentates pool like 14 hours a day. I don't know how he does it, but he was staying up and commentating matches that were lasting until 1 in the morning our time, which meant he was 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, still commentating matches, and he just does a fabulous job. The UK folks, like Carl Boys, same thing. You know, just great commentators.
I think there's 7 in Arizona because we're Greenwich Mean Time -7 and they're GMT. So I think they are 7 hours
Yeah.
ahead of us.
But he has a his company is called A Passion for Pool, Mark White, and the guy just does a fantastic job, and he really is passionate about pool. I love seeing that.
So he did get a little touchy here.
I think he's good. He's going to hit this with a little bit of low right, like kind of a stun, just miss the side pocket and come off this rail over here.
I mean, he now he's going to have to go to that side cushion just below
like
the side
that.
pocket, just like that. Where those shots look, super easy, and obviously the great players make them look easy. But ideally, he'd like to be straight in and not have to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And now he has to, shoot the 8 ball from a little more distance.
Did rattle a little, and you saw Oscar kind of shake his head and rattle his hand after that one. Like, he's really trying to get comfortable. And he's now about to go up by 2 games, so if he does get comfortable, this could be, time for him to pull away.
Well, and he's breaking good, so it's just it just feels like a matter of time before, and maybe it never will happen, but it does kind of have the feeling of it's a matter of time before he really gets that break dialed in. So he mishit that slightly. He didn't hit the cue balls.
He's going to scratch here. Nope,
No, he got
just missed
scratch.
it. But you know what, Jimmy? He needs to make some slight adjustments, even though he is breaking the balls pretty well. He's not getting that second ball in the side pocket. And so normally that's just a quick adjustment of either changing speed a little bit or moving the cue ball a little closer or further from the center to adjust for that. And I'm sure Oscar will make that adjustment quickly.
Well, he did slightly mishit that. He didn't hit the cue ball, he didn't hit the 1 ball as squarely as he had in the other breaks. He did hit that one off a little bit to the left, slightly. So
Johnny left to look at this ball. So, if you're Oscar, I think you roll this ball in and try to come up on the side of the 8 here and just take the cut shot on the 2. Nope, he elected to play safe, and look at this, very nice shot. That's a great shot. Much better than what I proposed.
Oh, and he got there. Yeah, and he really stuck him up to the. Okay, Johnny's just going to go ahead and give up ball in hand and just try to tie this ball up to the 4 ball, and he didn't really do much of a good job of that.
I wonder if we'll see Oscar come short side here. It's a small window, but with ball in hand, you can pretty much give yourself whatever shot you want on the 1 ball here.
Yeah, he'd have liked to got that. Well, obviously he'd have liked to got the 2 ball right up next to it, but even another 2 inches, and he would have been in a better position than he is now in terms of tying up that 2 ball. But you're right. Now Oscar does have a shot to go short side or this.
He played into
or
it.
Bump into it.
That's really nice. That's well done. I'm looking at the 4 ball over by the side pocket. I'm going to switch the view here so you get a good look at that. Because you don't have a lot of room to get the cue ball in there to cut that ball into the side pocket. So it's kind of an interesting dilemma that he's going to have to figure out. He's looking at it right now. You can see right there.
I don't know if the people on the stream can hear that, but there's a bunch of yelling and hollering over there coming from that table wherever they're. I'm sure there's a substantial bet going on over there.
Man, Jimmy, this got interesting. I'm trying to think what would be the best play here, because the position of that 4 ball, if he would have got a little different on the 3, he might have been able to play for a bank on the 4-bar. But
Well, he's definitely right on the 50-yard line, right? If he tries to really juice it up with inside, I don't know if he can get back there enough to shoot the 4 on the side. And if he tries to go around 3 rails, he doesn't really have much angle for that. So yeah, so he elected to just do neither and duck.
yeah, it just wasn't looking great. That's a great lesson for folks out there. You got somebody of Oscar's caliber. He could have tried to do something spectacular and really juice it up. And he's like, no, I'm just going to play the smart shot. I'm going to play safe up table and live to fight another day and maybe get a better opportunity to get on that 4-ball on the side. And in turn, he's got to be frustrating Johnny.
Nice hit there. Johnny did make a nice hit. I don't think he's going to get too rewarded for it, though.
Oh, look at this. He's got the perfect angle to pocket the 3 in the side now and slide into the 6. He's looking at it right there. You can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny did make a nice hit. He had to curve the ball a little bit with a bunch of English, and he only had a part of the 3-ball to hit because the 10-ball was in play there, but he hit it real nice. Unfortunately, he just didn't get rewarded. Well, Oscar's going to have to duck again here.
Yeah, he kind of drew that a little too much, and you don't want the alternative where you miss the 6 altogether, but he ended up hitting the 4 first.
Well, ideally, he would have liked to only hit the 6 and not touch the 4-ball, because it did go in the side pocket before.
Yeah.
But
it's a reasonable safe, though. You just... Oh, actually, he might be shooting it. No, yeah. It's a good shot.
So I think Johnny has to go up to the top rail. I think the 9-ball is... not to mention being jacked up or stretched out over the 7-ball to go to this bottom rail first. So he is going to go up to this top rail like this. Did he call the pocket? I missed that.
I missed it.
I'm assuming he probably called it just, because if you do happen to pocket it, that's the most likely place to go. So 2 kicks and, Johnny basically left a shot. Nothing to his fault. He made good hits both times, but...
So Oscar's kind of tightening up a little here, and if he's not feeling 100% comfortable, he's playing safe, and it's kind of helping him get out to this lead. So right now it's a 2-game lead. That's the most anybody's ever been up, but Oscar's now played a few safeties here, and it looks like he's in position to take a 3-game lead.
This AC keeps kicking on and going off, so I keep having to take my jacket off and put it on and take it off and put it on. So this is kind of touchy. He can hit it with inside and try to avoid touching the 9. He can try to juice it up with low and miss the 9. He can go into the 9. Okay, so he tried to miss the 9 altogether. Obviously, he would prefer not going 9, but he's going to get a break out of it. Look at this. Did he give up a shot? I can't tell from here.
It's a little tough. Let's check out the other angle.
Yeah, from that angle, I can't really tell. Can you see on the
think.
table?
Oh yeah, I guess I could look at the pool table, huh?
Yeah, so we're sitting behind a couple monitors.
He can see this ball.
Okay, so that sounds like he can see it. Just so you guys know, we're sitting behind some monitors that partially obstruct our view of the table. So, in order to look at the table, we kind of have to peek up over the monitors.
Sometimes we forget there's a pool table there.
Well, Johnny misses that. He hasn't had a look at a ball in several games, and he finally got up and had a look at a ball, and
this is real close, but I think Oscar can see it.
I mean, so for you guys, watching, you can see that even the pros, even the top players, that people think that like because you do have top players that will occasionally put on, these spectacular displays of play, right? But I mean, everybody's human and everybody's susceptible to the same conditions, right? I mean, all of us, you sit in your chair for a while, you kick, a few games goes by and all you've done is kick it a few balls, and then you get up and you have a little bit of a tester, but it's one you're supposed to make, and you miss it, So, that's just something to point out that everybody goes through the same thing. The difference is with the top players and the good players is they've learned how to manage their emotions and how to manage their thoughts in those situations. They just have more tools mentally to, so to speak, in terms of how to deal with those situations. But everybody's susceptible to the same conditions.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Jimmy. Oscar's talking to the ball there, but I think he's okay. Probably wouldn't want it this much angle, but he's got a couple things he can do here. He's kind of in between, Jimmy, where you might have to
go up
yeah,
table.
so if that's the case, I might try to play into the 10 here. If you do that at the right speed, you'll probably get a shot in the side or one of the corners,
Yeah, he doesn't like it. I think he definitely has. The way he was cueing at first, like he wanted to cinch it with low right.
The problem with going up, if you have to go up table here, it's a little scary. I don't really like it. I think I'd rather come in and bump the 10.
He's going to cinch it with inside and try to... That's where he's cueing. Like he's going to cinch it with inside, try to go to this right-hand side cushion, and put the cue ball right around where he was pointing around the side pocket. That's the shot he's looking at right now. He's really got to juice this up with a lot of inside to hold it. Oh, okay, he didn't hit it like I thought he was doing. He went straight up.
Well, now he's going to have to come with a nice 10 ball here. This is not...
Yeah, and on this table, this is
shot.
no gimme for sure. I mean, even on a 4.5-inch pockets, betting 30,000. Nothing's a gimme, unless it's a gimme.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see Johnny giving him this
that was
one.
That was like a Yogi Berra-ism right there that I just came with. Oscar's putting the stall on us.
It's an important shot. He wants to make sure to make it.
He's making us all sweat it. Oh, and then they're over.
I mean, to go up by 3 here or to have Johnny pull within 1 is big. Nice shot. So the guy, what I can gather so far is the guy breaks and then takes ball in hand.
Okay.
How do I get into
Oscar
that
broke
action?
The ball's nice now. If the one ball, okay, the one ball did fall. If the one ball didn't fall, that would have been real nice. But he does have a shot. The 3 ball.
Yeah, the 3 ball is tricky.
The 3 ball is tricky.
He's got to get up above it. It's not going to pass the 8.
I mean, he could, looking at the table, if he got dead perfect on it, he could shoot it in the side. And then he could just roll this in and drift it across, but I don't know. I don't think I like that. I think he's going to go ahead and try to.
He'll put a full stroke into this ball and try to pocket the 2 and come back between the side pocket and the 8 ball. You got to hit this one real good.
He does have to hit this good because he has to draw it a little bit. And this is a shot that's all dependent upon speed control.
Man, he hit that real good.
He came to that second side. See that by coming to that second rail, he, it's always hard to like stop on that line, right? It's all speed control. But by coming to that second rail, you can control the speed a little better.
This is one of these shots, Jimmy, where if I'm in dead punch, I roll this and spin it with outside, and make it a very high percentage of the time. But if I'm not in dead punch, I got to hit this ball different. Where you kind of go across and back, but I think we might see him kind of just roll and spin it in. Especially after the way he just hit that 2-ball. Just like that.
Well, it's looking like we're about to see our first 3-game lead of the night.
Oh, we have a 3-game lead.
Oh, I mean, our first, our 4-game lead. Okay, I apologize.
Hashtag math is hard.
Yes, math is very hard.
Yeah, there's no real problems here. It did look like he got a little straight on this ball. He probably would have wanted a little bit of an angle. No, I think he's good here. He can make this now and float up a little closer to the 8, which will make that 8 to the 9 transition pretty easy. Wow. That's a little interesting here because he's got a little more angle than I think he wanted.
Yeah, he's gonna go across and shoot the. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the 10 ball. 10 ball's the. Sorry about that. He's coming to the 9 ball. Well, he is probably gonna have to zigzag across.
He could zigzag, or he could even play short side here. Yeah, he zigzag. Watch the 10. That's perfect.
He got a little bump, but that's okay. He hit the ball good. Typically, when you hit the balls good things happen. Not always, but typically. Sorry, guys. I know you see the camera shaking around. It's that wind again. It is crazy. It is a race to 25, so they're only halfway through. So the momentum could. There's enough time left that the momentum could easily swing again. But if Oscar starts really breaking well, I mean.
Oh boy.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You know, this is a great part about this game, Jimmy, is that with each break shot, you come up with a layout, and there's all these different obstacles you gotta negotiate, right? So in this case, breaks the balls, 1 ball in the corner, you know, looks pretty straightforward, and then the cue ball rolls right up on the back of the 3 ball. So now he's got to elevate, he's got to shoot over the 3 ball. Still manageable. If he makes this 1 ball, he's got a little bit of an angle here. He can make the 1. He's got to put a... The hard part about this is if you're elevated like this and you have to roll a ball just to pocket it, it's easier than having to roll a ball with high English and follow up another 3 feet to get a shot on the 2 ball, and that's what he's faced with right here.
For sure. Not to mention that he has to hit it with some speed in order to do that, versus if he was just rolling it in.
Right. And you know, when you elevate like this over a ball and have to use speed, anytime you don't hit that cue ball dead center, it's gonna masse.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy shot, but look at this. He's gonna get away with it. And is he gonna get away with it? Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, but Johnny can play safe here.
Johnny doesn't have a full. He doesn't have a full 1 ball, so he is going to have to play safe.
Look, you can look right down the barrel here.
Yeah.
Be nice if Johnny could bank. Nope, I guess he didn't have enough. Rolled him right up on the 2. That's a good shot.
That was a good shot. He took away
The 1 railer.
Yeah, he took away the 1 railer going to the right-hand side cushion. Now, I think the 1 railer, he could hit it going to the short side.
Yeah, that's what he's going to
He's
do.
looking at 2 rails, I think. That. Okay, he's going to try to hit it with some English. He can get there. Never mind. I guess he didn't take away that side cushion entirely.
Yeah, it looked like he did, but... Wow. Almost got there.
Well, he's going to get safe, too. So, Oscar definitely has the momentum on his side right now. You know, the rules of 10 ball, they've, obviously evolved over the past decade or so, where all sorts of, you can't luck a ball in. If you do, then your opponent has option. Yada yada yada. Where the balls have to be on the break. And I know there's been a lot of effort put into trying to eliminate as much luck as possible. But you really still can't eliminate it. I'm just, and I get it for the guys who are out there trying to play this game for a living and all that stuff. It drives them insane, right? That something happens and they get beat out of a tournament because of some lucky something. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's as big a deal as everybody makes it out. Like even when it was, when 9-ball, and I would say 9-ball Texas Express is pretty much the luckiest format you can play, right? Texas Express 9-ball. Guess what? Best players still won every tournament.
Yeah. For the most part. Yeah.
So, I kind of view it this. With less regard to the pocket size. I think the pocket size is even less consequential than these rules. But again, the best players still win anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like I do.
They find a way to adapt to the format, right? If the format has luck, well, they know how to maximize that luck, right? They know certain shots that they can play and give themselves the best opportunity to carry them a money ball in or something like that.
I just don't think it, and I think that simple stuff just doesn't come into play all that often. Like people think, at this level, these guys and the top guys, Shane and all the top players, it isn't like they're just running around out there slopping balls in.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So these rules designed to take the luck out.
Actually, I think we need more rules. I think we need more rules to
make it luckier.
Yeah, because honestly, why would someone watch, a tournament where you already know the outcome?
Well,
the one thing great about the World Series of Poker is you can't forecast who's going to win that, right? Because luck is involved. Right, Jamie Gold, not a great poker player, won the World Series. Chris Moneymaker, not a great poker player, won the World Series. If we could have a format in pool where the best player doesn't always win, right? Or even maybe somebody who's the worst player in the tournament has a chance to win because they get on a hot streak. A good run of cards in poker or in pool, maybe a short format with some luck involved. Well, maybe all of a sudden now pool turns into more of a spectator sport because there's that intrigue and interest. I don't know.
He made a good shot, but he's going to scratch.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know if I agree on increasing the luck, but I do think this is my take. So this format and on tight equipment like this, here you have two of the best players in the world. It's really slow paced. Unless you're a fan of pool, I have to be honest, this is probably not super exciting, right? This format.
Right. Agreed.
Here we are, almost 3.5 hours in, and the set is essentially halfway over. So we could potentially go for 7 hours. All of us who love pool, it's awesome. We love it.
Give me 9 hours.
But but I just don't think it holds the attention, and not more to the point, but just along with that point, is that at the end of it, by making this format play out the way that it does, where it stretches the length of the play out and everything, it still doesn't matter because the better player is going to win.
Yeah.
So I think I that's just my take. And again, like I said, there'll be some who will agree and some who will disagree. And thankfully, the comments are off, and I don't have to. I don't have to get crucified.
What you're saying is, if it's a boring format and you make it longer, it's still going to be boring, right?
Well, no, because I think
boring in terms of knowing who's going to win, or
I just think that all
predictability.
I just think all the painstaking, the changes to the rules and everything to try to eliminate as much luck as possible, and I don't think that it matters because I don't think at that level. I don't think it matters. Does it matter at all? Sure, it matters some. Do those things ever come into play? Absolutely. Do they use? No, he's just not getting the right hit on that cue ball. He's not hitting the.
Yeah.
And it's translating it.
He did get the ball on the side that time, though.
He did make a few balls, but he's not striking the cue ball where he wants to strike it, which is translating to him not striking the one ball where he wants to strike it.
Yeah.
My personal opinion, I think his bridge is just a little bit too long for, I'm not going to say his lack of stroke, but he's not hitting them as hard as Oscar is. So I think he needs to shorten that bridge hand a little bit, causing a little bit more elevation on the cue ball to get that pop that he needs.
Well, he's certainly not transferring the energy. He's certainly not transferring the energy as well as Oscar, and that's because he's not hitting the cue ball as squarely as as precisely as he wants. Johnny got back up off the ball because there is some yelling going on this adjacent table where they have some other action going on. But I think
one of the spectators is setting them straight.
Yeah, I think one of the spectators just. It is kind of funny that it took a spectator to do that, but I have to say that.
Well, they're betting 60,000 here. Yeah. That table might be betting 100,000. You never know at Griff's.
Those guys are betting 1,000 a game over there.
Who is that other guy?
Well, whatever the bet is, it doesn't really matter. You need to be respectful. You need to be
Yeah, they're playing for 1,000 a game. Ben said on that other table.
Be respectful of everything else going on in the pool room as well.
10 ball?
6 ball.
What's that?
Playing 6 ball.
Oh, they're playing 6 ball for 1,000 a game.
1,000 a game, and Tedder's giving up the breaking ball in hand.
And he's losing 7-0. It looks like.
I believe Tedder's up.
Oh.
Well, back to this game. Johnny has the 2 ball. He is going to have to come with a thin cut here. And probably, I think he's got to try to thread the cue ball between the 3-4. And I don't know where he's trying. Is he trying to go 3 rails and just try to get back to the 3 ball in the upper right-hand corner pocket? Okay, he was trying to hold it up for the side. That was a tough shot. I mean, he got the cue ball in a good spot, but missed the ball. So Joey stepped out of the booth for a second. It was funny. We were talking about. Well, I'll stick to the point here of the match, what's happening right now, and then maybe go back to it a little bit. But so what are we looking at? So he has this. Okay, now I finally got it. So does this 4 ball? But yeah, the 4 ball does pass the. Is that the 8 or the 10? That's the 8, right? Okay, so I believe the 4 ball does pass the 8 ball in the lower right-hand corner pocket. Oh,
yes.
I was looking at the 3 ball. I apologize, guys. I took my attention off for a second because of all the stuff going on over here. So he just hit this ball great.
He's on the right side of it too. He can just roll naturally forward for that
Well, now being on the rail though, it takes away his ability to, he'd like to hit this with some inside English, but.
Excuse me, that's the 4 on the rail.
Yeah,
I'm getting the 4 and the 5 confused.
Yeah, that's the 4 on the rail, and.
So he's gonna have to hit this with a little bit of pace and come back towards center table. He's gonna have to clear the 2 ball and the 8 ball. So he's gonna go probably into the foot rail, back up towards center table. Just like that.
He's playing for the bank.
Okay, that works too. That might actually be a smarter shot.
Yeah, that was a good shot because he knew he could reliably get there. Didn't try anything crazy.
Pretty natural bank, and he lined up pretty well for it too. He can spin 3 rails naturally for this ball, or 2.
He hit it great. And he got on the right side of the 5.
Yep.
He's perfect. He's absolutely perfect. He'll just roll down and probably go to the bottom rail, then try to bounce up a few inches.
He's got options here. I think he draws to the back side of it. I don't think he rolls forward. I think he draws. And of course I'm wrong. Why would I be right?
Yeah,
never
just
am.
Bottom rail up a few inches just like that. Now he's good. Now he'll. I can't tell if that 10 ball goes in the side pocket. I don't think it does. If it did, obviously this would be a much easier out. I think he's going to have to get himself a little bit of an angle, either underneath the 9 or on top of the 9.
I think it does go, but it's not going to be his probably not his number one selection.
Well, where he got.
Now he might have to just stun over and play it in the side.
Yeah, where he got a little straighter than I think he would want to be if he were trying to play the 10 ball in one of the corner pockets. Only because on typically when you're on tighter pockets like this, you want to play a little bit wider angles so you don't have to hit the balls as hard.
I think he has to fire this ball and kind of just stun off that side rail below the side pocket.
Just jack up and spin his noodle. And
yeah. Oh,
see,
wow.
That's what I was talking about on
That's the
tighter equipment.
second or third ball that we've seen spit out for him in that corner.
Well, it's easy to do when you're shooting at a small hole like this and you need to put some pace on it.
Did it seem like he rushed that? I mean, not necessarily rushed it, but I feel like he's taking more time on other shots. Maybe it's just me.
Let's see if Johnny can. Wow.
Wow. He might get away with it, too.
No, I don't think he's.
Well, halfway.
Oh, maybe he did.
Oscar's not going to hesitate to pull out a jump cue.
Yeah, he's jumping this.
Yep.
Because trying to masse it's no good. He doesn't have enough space to really let the ball kind of curve. Well, I don't want to make any predictions, but as well as he jumps, I'm expecting some good results here. He really does.
Yeah,
he really does.
he's definitely the favorite to make this ball for sure.
He's going to use. Okay. He's reaching into his other jump cue, so he has a few jump cues that he's using, and
Told you, he's got like 5 of them. Every different length and size and shaft you can imagine. He went with a longer one here, which tells me he wants to put some draw on the ball.
wow.
He almost conceded that game, but I think he realized it wasn't the right thing to do.
Yep. So it's funny, we talk about all the jump cues he has. Mauro Paez used to run around with all these shafts in his case. Mm-hmm. And he would be changing shafts during the match. Like, it was pretty funny. He'd like miss a ball and Jesus Christ, and go change shafts and then.
You probably didn't notice, but when you and I were playing a couple of weeks ago, I did the same thing. I switched shafts shafts and cues right in the middle of the match. I was like, I gotta make something happen, but you were just playing too darn good.
Well, it was funny though with Mauro. He would just like not just once. He'd like be changing shafts all over the place during the match.
Guys, I just got back, and I don't know. I was standing there for a little while watching these guys miss the 9-ball. Like, it's crazy.
Well, all right, we are back. See if
Junior Flores wins the internet.
I know that he can't be intentionally hitting the cue ball where he's hitting it. So he's just something's just a little bit off.
That was a great
It was
break.
better.
He was a
That's
lot,
a lot better.
lot
Much
better there.
He made the second ball on the side, which is typically one of the 2 balls that you're aiming for.
And he hit the
10
cue ball a lot more controlled.
Yeah, and he parked the cue ball pretty well, and he's got a shot on the 1, and it looks like the deuce is laid up real nice.
Yeah, 3-ball's a little bit of a challenge getting on that, but with the 1 and 2 being so close together, he can kind of put the cue ball where he wants on the 2 to give him the best option to play for the 3.
I'm interested to see how he comes at this 2-ball because or the 3-ball. I'm sorry, because he does have a pretty small margin of error where he can get for this 3-ball. So I am interested to see.
I wish I had a telestrator. How about this, Jimmy? How about he makes the 1, kind of leaves himself an angle in the 2 where he can then draw 2 rails around and come around above the 3 but down under it and shoot the 3 inside.
You do know that your wish is my command.
Oh, telestrator?
Yeah, if I can get off this dual screen.
Well, he went the other way, but I was thinking he could come 2 rails, come around here, and shoot the 3 in the side. Oh boy. Telestrator.
I don't know how to do it when you've got my
cool
screen doing this.
So he's going to try to feed right through there.
Yeah, so the same concept I was talking about, if he would have pulled back and now been set up for 2 rails on this, now he can go forward.
Well, actually, if he gets on that short side, he doesn't have to get perfect because if he gets on the short side of the 3-ball, he can shoot it Does it
In the
pass
side.
No, it doesn't pass the corner.
No.
For the corner, right? Never mind. Never mind what I was going to say then.
This is all about speed control here.
These guys are playing at
Look at
Dominguez
this.
game
He
over there,
hit
and
this.
Mora's got 4,000 bet per game on the side.
Really?
Well, he came up a little long, but
It's the place to be for action.
it is a makeable shot. He's going to have to turn the cue ball loose a little bit, but not really. He does have the
I think
8 ball there that could potentially
he
stop
could
it.
play safe and just roll into the 8 like
Yeah,
this.
that is what he's doing. Okay,
Yeah.
good shot.
Smarter shot, I think.
Yeah, definitely a higher percentage than trying to force a great shot there.
See, when I play safeties, I get like hives. I start to break out. I don't know how to do it.
You just can't do it.
I can't. Gotta go for it.
Well, you know, Ben, I don't know about your safety game, but I know your streaming game is tight.
So I don't know who's
Working
playing
on
over there, but in the side there's a 6-ball game
I saw
going
you
on,
have
and
you've
somebody's
got something
given up
coming up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your consulting
the
services.
break and ball in hand after the
I
break
need
for
your
1,000 a
consulting
game.
services for it.
So
Help me out.
You lost me. I'm sorry.
I might need some advice.
I was
That's what
on
I'm
Facebook
saying.
the other night, and I saw that that Griff was a sponsor of an event that you're doing.
So Johnny
Yeah.
doesn't have
Something
the
else
full
coming up,
ball that he can
details
hit,
to
but
come,
he
so
can
this
see
is marketing. I'm like, are we involved
at
in
least
this?
half
What's
of the
going
ball.
on? And then
The
I
9
see
ball has him partially
streaming
obstructed.
on YouTube via Cool Player Podcast, and I was like, okay, all right.
We're gonna do a little
I
streaming.
see how it is.
No,
Get him out here for my streams, and then he does his own shoots. I'm just giving you a
Is
hard
Johnny looking at cutting this ball? I mean, that's vicious. That cut.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Is he trying to cut this? That would be.
I mean, because you
It's a
could
two-way
bank,
shot.
you could bank this
It's a
ball.
two-way shot.
Hold on, you could bank this ball up table and track the cue ball behind the 9 ball.
It's a built-in two-way shot.
Yeah, that's. I see what you're saying, Ben, but
okay.
maybe he wasn't even looking to
I
make
don't
it.
think he was going to make it.
Yeah.
I don't think he was
Based
looking to
on
make it.
where the cue ball ended.
You know, I am a beer and a half in, and that's normally my limit, so maybe I just didn't see that one.
Is that your limit?
I rarely
I'll
drink.
tell you what I'm at.
I've actually been on the carnivore diet and lost 8 pounds. I've been feeling great, so
Good.
yeah.
I'm on the
Look at this.
eat and drink whatever the heck I want diet, and still can't break 180 pounds. So, and at 6'3", that's not a heavyweight.
Yeah, Oscar did what he could to put a hit on that, but there was really no option to going the way he did to really get safe off of that.
Well, Johnny's got to come with a good shot because he's got to get back down to the 4 that's right next to the cue ball. So he's going to have to hit this with some pace.
Four and an eighth.
Yeah, and it's almost any time that you
What
see
an
these guys power up a little bit and hit the ball hard,
Yeah.
it's easy to miss these balls.
That's a
I'm telling
testament
you.
right there, folks, to you guys at home that are watching that don't quite understand possibly the pocket size on these tables. These are two of the top players on the market. So to see them miss, a shot or two occasionally into these corner pockets, it's just a testament to the table itself. It kind of lets you guys know that these are not easy pockets, and they're not forgiving pockets. And this cloth is now a month and a half or almost 2 months broken in, and it gets played on for many hours a day. So they've got to hit the ball really, really well. That's going to be an option. Or a trick shot if you call it, but
Johnny
I
is
don't
going
think
to
he
take
did.
that option.
Yeah, there's no way that option's coming back. That was a non-option option.
So what do we have next? 4 to the 6? 4 to the
Well,
7?
I tell you what we have next. We have 13-12 next because this is sitting real good here for Johnny.
Key
I saw a few people on Facebook
he
that were
came up
kind
a
of
little short, a lot short.
sleeping on Johnny for this match.
I think he can still make that ball on the
I think
side.
he can, but now he's got to hit it with some inside English. Unless the 7 ball
He
goes
might
on
have
the
to make
side.
the 7 in the other side. Yeah, same side.
That's what he's looking at. If it doesn't go on the side, he's going to have to go to this top rail with some inside English and then come back down the middle of the table. But if he can't make the 7 in the side pocket, then I don't think he likes the 7 in the side pocket. I really don't. So he went ahead and elected to use the inside English and go down.
He had a real nice shot there, Jimmy.
Back, he did. He had a good ball. He had a good shot. I'll tell you, like, nothing feels easy right now.
Yeah.
Like watching the match.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to take 2 seconds and say thank you to Stephanie Paul. I will absolutely make sure that Jimmy and Johnny,
Or Joey.
Joey.
How about
excuse me.
Joey?
I'm looking at the screen and it says Johnny.
Can Joey get something?
I will absolutely make sure Jimmy and Joey split that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, thank you very much. So yeah, just nothing feels easy watching this right now. It's like everything's a nail biter. But you know what? It isn't easy because this is a tough table.
That's a good shot.
Johnny's going to get on the 50-yard line here.
Yeah, I got you.
And being a right-hander, because he doesn't have to stretch as far, he may elect to cut this in the lower right-hand corner pocket, just like that. Even though that's a slight amount of a back cut going that direction, the angle of the cut might be more severe. He's right-handed, and therefore he can stand.
This was not much different than the shot that he had that I said, I don't believe in the commentator jinx, and he's going to make it, and he didn't make it. So I kind of hope, I'd like to see him make this ball and draw it within 13-12.
What a shot.
Yes.
What a shot. This view right here, just to kind of give these guys a little bit of extra acknowledgement. I really appreciate Joey Ryan and Jimmy Mendoza taking their weekend and taking time out of their lives to come here to commentate on this event. They're both very experienced in both pool and commentary.
Just for you guys. Thank you for
I really appreciate you guys coming.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun being here.
It's a great match, and it's nice to have you guys here kind of helping me out and lets me tend to other things as far as the pay-per-view and any other troubleshooting is concerned. But you guys are rock stars at what you do, so I appreciate you guys very much, and thank you guys at home for the donations. And like I said, any dollar that comes in is going to these gentlemen for their hard work and their time. So thank you guys so much for that. Meanwhile, Johnny's wasting no time.
He just came with his best break of the day, I think.
And he realized it too. Look at his demeanor. He's moving a little bit quicker. He's shooting with more confidence right now.
Yeah, he did just.
He knows this is an opportunity to tie this ball game up at the halfway point. Pretty close.
And just to note, that was another break where he hit the cue ball much better. I mean, he knows. He's a great player. There's no way he doesn't know what it is that he's doing wrong on the break right now. So right now it's a matter of trying to correct it. And so far on the last two racks, and this one in particular, looks like he's made the correction. Back in the day when, Johnny was really on top of the sport, he was known as having one of the best breaks on. I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier, I guess arguably the only person of that era that you could say might have had a better break was Earl. But, I think the general consensus of the day, there you go. So Of course,
I've always thought he's had a very unique break, and I've always studied the rack and the break for 20 years now. He's the type that comes up on the break.
He does, yeah.
Everything comes up into the air, whereas a lot of players like myself, Jeff DeLuna, Shane Van Boning, excuse me, they break down to where their tip ends up in the cloth. Johnny's tip typically ends up in the air.
Right.
So let's see what he see right there. It never touched the cloth at all. He came straight through that ball and went up with it. And that's a trademark of Johnny's. That's something he's always done.
That's a lot of the, I'm not trying to make Johnny out to sound old because he's not. But he is, it was a different era and different game.
I believe he's 52.
And at that time, growing up playing, it was all about hitting the balls hard as you could hit them. And so you see a lot of those guys, even Earl, who has a great break, you see that full extension he does, but the cue comes up in the air. About the only great player that I could think of from the era that broke down into the cloth.
Boosty.
Well, was Mike Siegel. And I think Nick Varner did too. But a lot of the big breakers of that era did come up that way. But the games, I think the knowledge has evolved. I think
I've recently been getting phone calls from pool room owners or managers at rooms that I frequent saying, "Hey, you're destroying my cloth when you break," because I leave a white streak, and I always, when I'm playing 9-ball, I always break from, as you view the screen right now, the right side rail, kind of where the 8-ball is. But I break from that side, and I drag the tip of my cloth, and I break extremely hard. So I keep leaving these marks on tables, and now I've got pool room owners frustrated with me. Hey, you need to stop breaking like that, or you need to buy me new cloth. So I've got to either find a new break or find a way to tone it down a little bit. But
so it looks like we're on a little break. So Johnny came up dry, right? Now,
and I meant to ask the players if they wanted to take a break at any specific point, and I haven't gotten to that yet. So we'll just let them keep going, and if they decide to take a break, we'll do our best to keep you entertained while they're doing their thing. I want to say a big thank you to Rick Sinclair and Chris England with Premier Billiards. Appreciate you guys jumping on board and sponsoring this event. You guys have been awesome to work with. Thank you guys so much. Ozzie Reynolds and Amy Kane as well. Thank you both so much for your support from Q Sports International and CSI Leagues. And we'll touch on all the sponsors throughout the event, but just wanted to start making some mentions.
Well, here we are, back up at 13.
I'll say, of course, JB Cases, too. JB Cases actually signed on for the entire year of 2021 for every stream that I broadcast. So everything that's BBTV related for the year of 2021, JB Cases will be a feature sponsor of. So big thank you to John and Karen Barton for their sponsorship, and I look forward to my new case.
Did he, I don't know if he gave him he might have a little piece he could touch. Speaking on John Barton cases, hold on. I actually own one of those cases I bought last year. And I paid for it. I'm not sponsored or anything, any kind of stuff like that. But I can say I think it's my favorite case I've ever owned.
JB?
Yeah.
Yeah, he really does build a great case.
Anyway, so Johnny did leave a little piece. I think he has a little piece here. Actually, he has a full ball pretty much. He's gonna thin it. Two rails.
He's got to get behind the 7.
Yeah.
He left a very similar shot, longer distance, but a similar shot for Oscar. I imagine Oscar does the same thing. And
This one requires a little bit more English though to pull off the same shot.
Yeah, and a little bit thinner too.
Yeah, so he didn't. He didn't even.
Yeah,
go
he went
for
the
it.
other way.
He went for the lag.
That's a good shot. Just leaving distance, knowing that the bank is pretty much out of the question with the 2 where it is. I shouldn't say entirely out of the question, but it's.
He may lag this one rail back, like maybe even try to get squeezed between the 2 and the 10, or the 3 and the 10, if that's what that is. Lag it back one rail just like that. But the big key being trying to get him on the 7. Obviously.
He tucked that cue ball right into bed with the 7.
He hit it perfect.
Great hit. That's a tough hit. That is such a tough hit from that.
It is a tough hit. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be in a much better spot.
No.
This next shot.
But Johnny's got to hit this either very delicately or find a way to run it into what I believe either the 6 or the 7.
Well, I think he can hit
to
it
kind of kill it.
I think he can hit it at a pace where he can just stop it and put the 1 ball just like that.
Yeah. That was a good shot. I thought he might run into the 6 or the 7 just to slow the 1 down.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't even know if Oscar can go 1 rail at this. I think the 5 is in the way. I know it looks like the 4 typically, but that's the 5, the purple ball up table.
Yeah, and I think the 9, he might have to massé this a little bit. I think he's going to have to.
He's in a tricky spot here.
Or he's going to really spin the heck out of it. Yeah. So he is elevating slightly. I know you guys can't see.
He made a good hit.
He did.
He's going to sell out a shot, but he did make a good hit.
So I know it wasn't visible on the screen, but because he was able to make kind of a regular bridge, but he did elevate slightly to get a little bit of curve on that cue ball. Okay. So Johnny came up a little short. He wanted to be either straight in on the 2 ball or slightly above the 2 ball. That way he would have had the 3 ball in the lower right-hand corner pocket. Now I'm curious what he's going to do. He may go up to the end rail and back down and try to shoot the 3 balls short side. That is what he was attempting to do with inside English, but he didn't have quite enough inside English to really widen that angle out. So now he's on top of the ball. Really good speed, but just a touch less inside than he needed. But he, again, the speed was great, so he was okay. He's using his extension here. He went to.
Got the whole world texting me, asking me, what's the score? Should I tell him the score or should I tell him the pay-per-view link?
Okay.
Hey guys, if you're just tuning in or if you didn't hear earlier, as far as audiovideoweb.com is concerned, the chat feature is unavailable at the moment. So unfortunately, with this pay-per-view, you guys can't associate with each other chat-wise. And it is something that Audio Video Web is looking into. They're supposed to call me back later today to try to figure out what the situation is, but at the moment, we're not going to have an available chat. So I do apologize for that. In the meantime, Donnie's 6 balls away from taking the lead back.
Yeah, he's got a little tricky here. I'm wondering what he's trying to do here. Is he just trying to?
He's gonna roll it.
I think he's trying to pop up it. Yeah, he needed to get to the short side just like that. Yeah, I think it's a tough shot on this table.
Yeah, this is
a tough shot on any table, but on this table it's especially tough. or probably any other table is 4 1/8 or less inch. You know.
Well, if it was you playing against me, you'd just fire it in. And
Well, I mean, other than that. I mean, for mere mortals like Johnny Archer.
oh, goodness.
Of course, I'm kidding on that one.
I know.
But so let's see, Johnny does have a tough shot here. But the good thing about the shot is the position is built in. All he needs to do is focus on making this ball. It's really just focus on making the ball with the right speed.
Yeah, he can hit it soft and go one rail just back over, or he can hit it with some pace and go 2.
And he hit it great.
I like the way he did that. He's got
I mean,
a little bit of a steep angle on the 7, but still.
yeah, he hit it a little harder than he would have liked, but just pocketing that ball was a good shot. So he'll try to spin this in slowly, or is he not? I would think he was going to try to hit this with some outside, just kind of
Cueing
left
with
English,
top?
but he's going back and
Oh,
forth.
he went top left. It looked
Yeah,
like
he
he was
went-
trying to go up and around, like 3 rails or something.
I know the way he was cueing. Well, now he's in an awkward spot. He's going to
Yeah.
have to use the bridge. I don't think he can get there with.
He's
even
not
with the
left-handed.
extension.
And I don't think he's going to shoot this behind his back.
Yeah, even with the extension, I don't think he's going to get
Boosty
there.
would.
Oh yeah, for sure. Efren would shoot it left-handed for sure.
Oh, maybe Johnny will too.
Maybe Johnny will too. Yeah.
He started to.
I don't think he can reach this even with the extension. I could be wrong. Yeah.
Let's check out the other angle here. So yeah, guys, you can see there's a good 7.5 feet of distance between that foot rail and where he needs to cue on that cue ball. So that is a heck of a stretch.
Yeah, he's going to have to use the bridge.
And he tried to go at it with his extension at first, but realized it wasn't quite enough. So he's going to go with the bridge or the rest, depending on your geographical location.
Hit it good.
He hit perfectly.
It was-
Absolutely nuts perfectly. And that's going to, barring a mental error, that's going to put him back in the lead. So we've got ourselves a great battle here,
Look
folks.
at this. This is a battle.
Hats, patches, stickers. Check out Big Time Threads. Adam Kroll is your man. Rack number 28, Johnny Archer to break. Lost the cue ball again, but he did make the second ball, which is key.
Yeah,
He made that second ball in the side pocket.
He's just hitting the cue ball too high. He's just not getting. So he's not. He's also not. Because of that, he's not transferring all the energy into the rack. So he's not getting. He's not. He's not getting the full
I think,
speed of his.
me personally, I think he needs to have a mental thought right before he breaks to almost treat it like a slight jump shot. To where you're shooting into the ball, into the cue ball at an angle, not flat, but at an angle to cause that pop. It's essentially just a lower jump shot, if you will.
What's funny is back in the day, I keep talking about back in the day. I'm not that old. I'm 49, so it's not like that old.
That is
But
way old,
the,
folks.
When the game was 9-ball and all that stuff, it seemed like everybody, the push with everybody was to try to. The idea was that you wanted to keep the cue ball on the table if you could, so that when it hit the 1 ball, it wasn't off the table. That you wanted it to be as not only hit the cue ball in the center left to right, but also up and down. But it seems like now everybody breaks more like you're talking about, where
With
they
the
elevate
pop.
some.
Do you know why that pop is
To miss,
predominant or favored at this point?
I'm guessing to miss some kind of kiss.
It
here
is,
in the middle.
yeah. That pop allows usually the 1, 2, I'll say 1, 2, and 3, but the first 3 balls, it allows them to clear the cue
there
ball
it is.
without kissing it. So if that cue ball is in the air, it gives the 1 and the 2 balls behind the 1 ball a chance to move up table without striking the cue ball, because that cue ball is in the air. So essentially those top 3 balls are moving underneath the cue ball, which helps prevent those kisses and kicks into the side and into the upper corner pockets. That was a little tip I had actually learned from Shane years and years back.
So Johnny hit a shot right now on that one ball that maybe figure if these pockets were even 4 1/4 instead of 4 1/8, that ball probably goes. But they're not. They're 4 1/8, and the ball didn't go. And so Oscar is at the table with a chance to tie it up 14 games apiece.
I expect Oscar to make some noise right now.
He does need to get to the 4 ball, which, if anybody else is still a little bit tricked by the colors of these balls, it's the pink ball down here.
It's the one you probably think is the 5 ball.
Exactly.
This is the new Aramith Black set of balls. Oh, wow. So any striped ball, for example, the 9 ball at the top of the table, and the 10 ball, which is, I can't even see it.
It's on the spot, roughly.
It's on the spot, yeah. It's kind of dark to see. The black set from Aramith. One second, folks.
Okay, Johnny wants to take a little break.
And I'm going to stop rambling at this moment because Johnny's back to the table. And we're back under action. I think that 9 ball is going to provide some good coverage for him on this tree ball.
You know, Ben, I was only going to be gone for a minute after I ate my food. I went over to use the restroom. And this is the cool thing about Griff's. I bump into a guy, Butch Croft, great player from the Jacksonville area. Just came out here just to watch this match. Mm-hmm. I was like, super cool, yeah. And Fahim, who owns he owns a pool room in Orlando. He's out here checking out the match.
I was very surprised and I don't know why I should be, because maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but I received a lot of messages from people that were wanting to purchase VIP seats. They wanted to have good seats for this event, and
you sold out. Look at this.
Yes, we sold out of them, and I would honestly say probably 8 out of 10 of them, 4 out of 5 of them, were flying in from other states just to watch this event.
I think people are just so tired of, being cooped up for a year.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them. And flights are cheap right now, and this is a great match, great event.
Yeah.
2 fantastic players that are, neither one of these players really have negative reputations or anything like that. They've always been great ambassadors for the sport. So.
That's right. You're right about that.
And Johnny, if I'm not mistaken, somebody can probably correct me. Unfortunately, there's no chat, so you're going to have to text me to correct me. But I believe he's a 4-time former world champion. Maybe more.
Yeah, probably sounds right.
I believe he's a 4-time.
Yeah, I think he's won more world championships than U.S. Opens. I think he's only won 1 U.S. Open.
I honestly can't comment on his U.S. Open history because I really don't know. Shane is kind of the one I've been following as far as U.S. Opens. I believe he's got 5. Yeah. 5 U.S. Open 9 balls. He's got.
I still remember the time when Shane first made a splash at the U.S. Open. He played Keith McCready, first round, and I want to say Keith might have beat him Hill, or but maybe Shane won Hill, but. I remember Jenny Ann, who did a write-up on it and said, this kid's going to be something. And, man, was she right.
Oh, she absolutely was. And what a shot there. Yeah. What a shot there. Are you kidding me?
That was a good shot.
Wow. Let's get back to the match here and stop chatting. That was...
Well, what a match it is. 14-13 Archer at this point.
Yeah, just honestly, how many people at home thought the score might be a little bit different at this point?
I believe when I started eating my lunch, it was 13-9 Oscar.
Yeah, Johnny won like 4 in a row.
Yeah.
He rattled off 4 or 5 in a row.
5, yeah.
Yeah, it's been...
What an event you guys are putting on here.
It's been some great pool. I'm thrilled.
You got other stuff cooking? Other matches coming up? Anything
yes.
you can talk about?
Some things I can talk about. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have an exact date yet, but we've got Corey Deuel and Justin Hall.
A rematch.
Doing another one pocket rematch.
Nice.
We have a $6.99 and under bar table event. You know what? Before I go any further, let me just pull out my schedule. I don't want to give you guys bad info.
That $6.99 bar table event sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, I'd love to play it too, but I gotta stream it.
Excuses.
It's a good excuse, though. That's not even the right thing.
Oscar calls the corner here.
All right. What did I miss there?
Well, Johnny's up 14-13. I went to lunch. It was 13-9 Oscar, I think.
I know. Bet Johnny's wishing you to hurry up and go back to lunch.
Okay, as far as what's coming up here in the near future. Now, at the moment, I can't say what's going to be pay-per-view and what's going to be free because I honestly don't know. I would give that information to you if I had it. But March 19th through the 21st, we have a $5,000 added bar box tournament here. I don't know the details of it. I don't know if it's 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball. Stay tuned for details on that, but that's March 19th through the 20th. Let's see, what else do we have here?
5,000 added. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent,
Yeah, I
pretty
bet you'll get
decent
a
little
huge
bar
field
table
for that.
pot there. Yeah.
What's that?
I already heard Shane and Sky were coming to that. No,
How many
it's not
players
confirmed, but
you gonna cap?
I think they capped it at 64.
Who's coming? Shane and who?
Skyler.
Oh.
Let's see, what else do we have here? June 12th through the 13th, we've got what we've called the Gunslinger Challenge. It's a $6.99 and under 10-ball tournament, $1,000 entry fee.
Bam.
Yeah.
I was registered for that, but they changed the dates, so I had to back out.
Aw.
I'm getting my hair done on the 12th.
You gotta get your nails did. September 25th and 26th. Some of you out there, many of you out there, probably don't know the name Sam Lenschow. He was a very young man who passed away not too long ago. I believe in a motorcycle accident in the Phoenix area in Arizona. He was very, very up and coming. The definition of a gentleman. He was a young kid, but he was extremely nice, and his game was accelerating faster than most. And to be around him was a pleasure as well. Such a nice kid. I can't say enough about him. September 25th through the 26th, we've got actually the third annual $1,000 entry, 580 and under, which I believe Susan Williams from Phoenix won last year,
Yep.
or this year, last year.
I was on the mic for that.
You were, that's right. But this year we're doing it in honor of Sam Lenschow. So it's going to be kind of a tribute to him. He was just such a great guy. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he won it the first year or the second year.
First year, I think.
November 26th through the 28th, we've got
Did he call that?
I don't think
the
so.
7-foot turkey shootout right around Thanksgiving. We're not sure if we're limiting that to 96 or 128 players yet, but stay tuned for that. There's a lot coming up. We've got the Jay Swanson Memorial. We've got the U.S. Open 1 Pocket, the U.S. Open Banks, U.S. Open 8-ball, U.S. Open 10-ball, and then we've got a new event that we're calling the Bar Box Bonanza, which is going to be somewhat similar to the previous U.S. Bar Table Championships.
Except it's a bonanza.
Except it's the Bonanza, and that's going to be 8, 9, and 10-ball.
Bonanza.
It is going to be a large entry fee. The entry fee hasn't been determined yet, and that's going to be limited to either 96 or 128 players. That's going to be a little bit later in the year. Those dates are TBD at the moment. Just kind of giving these folks out there a little bit of a...
You got to raise the entry fee on that because it's a bonanza.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course. Anything with...
It's a premium.
I mean, it's not just a championship.
Here's a good opportunity for Johnny getting to the table with a look at the 5-ball. 6 is in a little bit of a weird position. He might have to come across the table and take a cut shot on the 6. Let's see how he plays it. What do you think, Jimmy?
That was fun to print.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think he's going to have to come across the table and take a cut shot.
Well, he's at lunch right now. He was here earlier.
Yeah,
Did you not see him come up here and say hi?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Did you do an interview with him?
And he
Did I hook that up
no,
too?
Okay, I thought for a second he was going
I
to
think
get
I offered
fortunate.
to, though.
He still didn't leave a hanger, but
Chad hooked it up.
I know more people than you think. Tooting my own horn.
Ben, you're in the booth.
And
Everybody's
on that
here.
note, I think it's time for me to get lunch unless Jimmy wants to go grab something.
I did order something, so I have a salad coming.
When you
I'll
go
take
get
a little
lunch,
break
can you
when he
order me
gets here.
another coffee?
I absolutely can.
I need a little pep to my step here. All right, guys, back to the action. We got the rundown on the schedule at Griff's for the next 6 years, so we're good.
Nice little stroke by
Stroke
Oscar
on
there.
that.
But
Let's
see.
Had a stroke.
It's a little tough to see from the other angle because Oscar's
this is
standing in the way.
This is a tester, for sure.
This is no bargain either.
No, it's not.
Do you baby this? Do you play safe and just tuck it behind the 8? Or do you just go all out?
Well, the way he was queuing up made me think he was at least considering rolling up on the 8.
That's what I thought too when I saw him get down on it.
You know, he's got to be...
I think he's going for this. I think he's going to go for it, and he's just going to have to elevate slightly and slide across for the 8 in the side pocket.
Yeah, he's got to be aware of the score here, and last thing he wants to do is see Johnny get the 15 first, so...
Rolling up on the 8 is actually a pretty tough shot, just because if the cue ball was slightly to the left more, rolling up on the 8 would be, pretty easy, but it's not so easy here. I mean, yeah, he could potentially do it, and I'm... okay, so maybe he is going to do that. But it's not as easy as it looks.
He didn't get there, but he didn't leave a whole lot either.
And that's a situation where the pocket size dictated a different shot, because I think if this were standard pockets, he probably would have elevated a little bit.
Stab it in.
Just slide the cue ball between the 10 and 8 and shot
Yeah,
the
I
8 in the
agree.
side pocket. But, on this particular table, on these particular pockets, the way the table's playing.
If you don't hit it perfect, you're not making it.
Right. And so, again, I'm not going to rant on my distaste for it, but I just think it's, I prefer to see.
That was a real nice shot by Johnny.
That was a real nice shot.
Would you say Johnny's executing defensive shots a little better? I mean,
I don't know if I would say that.
they both come with some nice defensive shots.
Yeah, I don't think I would say that.
I think that's got to be the case, though, because with Oscar breaking better than Johnny, for Johnny to be leading at this point in the match, there's
Right.
got to be something he's doing better than Oscar at this point. I know Oscar's made a couple mistakes in terms of ball pocketing, but
Yeah, well, they've both made a couple mistakes back and forth, and Oscar's going to get a little bit fortunate here. He made a good hit, and I know leaving a shot, you don't think it's hard to call it fortunate, but this is definitely not a hanger, as we have seen. It's on tough equipment like this, like nothing is a gimme, right?
Yeah.
It just never feels like a gimme. It just feels like every single shot, every single game is, contested. But Johnny just hit a great shot.
Yeah, he did.
And he's going to get perfect. So I take back what I said about getting a little fortunate. He hit the ball and sold out like a...
yeah.
He's probably just going to stop his ball or roll it slightly. He's not going to try to get,
Yeah, I think he'll just stop it, maybe and draw an inch, and then take the cut on the 9.
It definitely, every single game, every single shot, even at this level with these level of players, you don't really take anything for granted, right? You feel like
There's still a lot of, what I'm trying to say is there's still a lot of pool to be played today.
oh, there is a lot of people. You could see a couple more momentum shifts just in this set alone. So, but here we are. Johnny's back up by 2 games. So he was up by 2 games. Then he was down by 4 games, and now he's back up 2 games. So if that gives you any indication of how quickly the momentum can swing back and forth. All right, he put a better hit on the 1 ball or on the cue ball that time.
Yeah, he got the 3 in the corner.
Man, that 1 ball. That 1 ball came along and the 2 ball kissed it and stopped it. It was going to be sitting right over there by the corner pocket.
Yeah, Johnny was fussing at that 1 ball.
I know that we've talked about, maybe Oscar's broke him a little better, but I mean, neither player has been super productive off of the break. And that could just be the table.
Well, they're racking with the regular rack.
And they're racking with the regular rack. You're right. You're right. That's most of these nowadays when you watch these matches, especially all the stuff that's streamed, you almost always see everybody using the template. These guys are using just a plastic rack right now, the plastic diamond rack.
It's a good shot by Johnny. Oscar's got a good chance at this rail first shot coming up just before the side pocket. And if he does make it, the cue ball is going to track into the 2 ball, likely give him a shot on the 2 in the opposite corner.
What is that?
I think that's one of those slot machines.
It is kind of funny because these guys are in here playing, and this is a substantial bet under tough conditions, and there is kind of a lot of racket going on in here. You got guys betting 1,000 game 6 ball and yelling and screaming on a table over. You just had a siren going off in the background. You got a freaking tornado coming in through the front door every time they open the front door. It is kind of. I think we notice it more than these guys do, though.
That was a good shot by Johnny there.
That was a very good shot.
Tell you what, Johnny's starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm here, and he's got the 2-game lead now.
Yeah, he is starting to get a little bit of rhythm, and if he does get that at any moment, you just get the feeling like if one of these guys were to get their break working,
yeah,
they could really start to stretch out a lead. But so far, neither one really has got their break working.
He's trying to figure out the best way to get on this 4 ball here. And he's relatively straight on the 2 ball, so he doesn't have a whole lot of options. There is a window between like the 4-8-9 or 5-8-9, which he could roll up into. I actually like that, Jimmy. I'm not sure if you see that. Give you a view from this angle here. He's not going to take it, though. He's going to draw back and take the cut shot on the 4.
Yeah, he's not going to take the risk.
The problem is now he's going to play into the 10 here. I guess he could avoid it and play into the 9, but either way, the cue ball is going to have some pace on it, so he's going to have to control that.
He might be able to slow drag it around and miss that ball just like that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Well, he's going to have to come with another good shot here. I think he's going to have to hit this with draw.
He's taking a
draw between the 8-10 to that side rail.
He took quite a bit of time and chalked his cue here. Tells me he's going to put a good stroke into this one.
Yeah. And he's got to hit it with enough left to come out above the 8 ball so he doesn't get hooked. Oh no, okay, he was able to just come straight out. Well,
it's not really what he had in mind, but this will certainly work. He's got a nice angle here, Jimmy, where he can cut this in the top left pocket with some inside spin and come 3 rails and get on the 7 ball here. I kind of like this shot. This is one that I've worked on quite a bit, so it works out really well for me. But
Is that inside English? With the,
yeah, it's one you got to practice. He's looking the other way though.
He's going the other way, yeah. Well, one thing about the shot he's playing here is he can hit this ball more pocket speed. Your shot, he's got to pound it a little bit.
Yeah.
And on this table, he's going to go 2 rails.
Yeah.
Well, he might have gotten away with it a little bit. So after this game, I am going to just sit to the side here and eat my salad real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I expect Oscar will play it safe here, bring the cue ball back towards this corner pocket over here behind the 9. He might have left a window, and he did. Wow. That was kind of hard to visualize and imagine that happening to him, so a little unfortunate there, but Johnny's got a clean look at this 6 ball.
Yeah.
And I think if he powers through this with a little bit of inside English, he can kind of check it up to where it comes 2 rails and down on the 7 ball.
I don't even think he has to use inside. I think the angle is almost natural. He might use a touch of running English just to come off, lengthen it out off of that second rail.
I think if he does that, he's going to flirt with this 9-10 ball down here. Yeah, it looks like he's cueing that way, Jimmy. Maybe I'm wrong, the way I see it. See, look where the cue ball's tracking. I kind of felt like he would come down here and maybe get in behind those balls, but... So, yeah, he hooked him, and, it's kind of like the rolls are going that way for Oscar. He's coming to the table without much of a sniff. No worries for Oscar, though. He grabs his jump cue, and he's just going to jump this ball.
He does have so many jump cues. I wonder. I mean, some shots it's obvious, what's different about it, why you might want another cue. But other shots, I wonder, what's the deciding factor? Just because if he has 5 jump cues, like Ben said.
I don't think he has 5, but I think he has a couple options.
I was thinking 5 seemed excessive.
Yeah.
And then how do you decide which one to use? This looks like a number 3 to me.
Yeah. This looks like a 4-iron.
Exactly. This one's a mashy niblick.
Looks like Johnny, I kind of feel like he can make this ball.
He's just going to go ahead
No,
and duck.
maybe I was wrong. It's good safe.
Nice shot. And when the equipment is tough like this, these are really effective shots, I mean, if you're playing on, well, it's just different. Just a different style of game, right, that you have to play. And
you're right, because, I don't recall many at all, if any, long rail bank attempts.
yeah.
And it's probably because the pockets are so tight. It's not really worth it.
I am interested to see what he comes up with here. I mean, I don't think he has enough of an angle to where he can. I don't think he can do anything to get underneath that 9-10.
Well, I was thinking what he's thinking, which is sometimes when these balls are close together like this, these combinations are much more manageable, where he can cut the 6 into the 7. Or he could be playing it soft like this for safety.
He's just using the 7 to stop the cue, or using the 7 to stop the 6 ball.
He gave up a shot here. Let me show you on the other camera angle. This is definitely a makeable shot.
Oh, I can see it. That the ball does go. But he has to hit this with enough pace that he isn't gonna just slow roll this in and hold the 7 up. So if he's gonna go for this, he's gonna have to hit it.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of options either, because if he were to bank the 6 up towards the middle of the table, he's probably going to scratch off the 7 or directly in the corner pocket. So there's not a whole lot of
Yeah, you're right. He may be forced to go for it for lack of a better option.
That happens sometimes. Sometimes you put your opponent in a position that's,
You put their back up against the wall.
yeah, and they have to go for something, and then usually they make it on you, and then you're sick. Why did I do that?
Well, he hit it. If you're going to miss it, he missed it well. Missed it, overcut. Because he undercut, you potentially sell out a shot.
And Johnny's got a good opportunity to kind of just nestle this 6 ball right in behind the 7, take the cue ball way up table.
Yeah.
Sometimes this works out perfectly where the 6 just is completely hidden behind that other ball. A big thing is getting the separation.
Well, and also not letting the 6, I know a lot of people, the tendency would be to, they'll try to do too much with the shot. Like, oh, maybe I can use some inside English and hook them behind the 8 or something like that. And they end up, the 2 keys were make sure the 6 ball stays on the rail and get the cue ball up table.
This is one of these, Jimmy, where if you bank the 6 in the angle to hit the 7 ball, your cue ball's naturally coming up table and your 6 is going to stay right down there. Let's see if he does that. Okay, he hit it a little thinner.
Real nice.
Yeah, I think he's
going
to
thin like that. He did hit it real nice. Now he might have gave up a carom. That 10 ball doesn't go, does it?
10 ball doesn't, I don't believe, but I believe the 9 may. Johnny's taking a good look.
He may be able to one rail the 6 ball. Maybe not. I'm thinking he might be able to one rail if the 10 ball doesn't go. Then he's not in jeopardy of making it. He might be able to one rail the 6 ball up table, just missing the 8 ball on the left hand side, and just float the cue ball forward into the 10.
I like that shot. You get a nice little cushion here with the 10-9. Cue ball's going to stick right there. Then it's just a matter of the speed to get the 6 up table past the 8. He played to carom. Well, doesn't get easier. This is one of those that kind of reminds me of what you were talking about earlier, Jimmy. I fully expect Johnny to shoot this ball, but given the tight table and what he has to do with the cue ball, I wouldn't be shocked if he plays safe here and crosses his ball. Whereas 4.5-inch pocket, he shoots it every time.
I think he's crossing over.
Yeah. So to your point, that's where the game kind of changes on the tight table.
Oh, absolutely. It changes your shot selection for sure. Although in that particular case, unless it was really just buckets, I think he probably would have played that same shot.
I don't know. He had plenty of room to slide the cue ball over by the side pocket and still play the 7.
Well, Oscar might have.
Oscar gave up an opportunity here.
But again, as we've said all along, every game, every shot, everything feels contested. Nothing feels like a certainty on this table. So now, if Johnny were to get out here, this would be his first time leading by more than 2 games. The biggest lead we've seen so far is 4 games, when it was 13-9 Oscar. And now Johnny has rattled off 6 straight wins. Yeah. I mean,
Oscar took quite a bit of time there before getting up, just to, I think, gather his thoughts and make sure he just focuses on the shot here because he knows this is his chance to get to within one here. And rather than keeping this rhythm, sometimes when you get two players that are missing some shots, you got to do something to try to disrupt the rhythm and do something different.
Well, he speared that one very nicely. Got a little more angle than he wanted, so now he's going to have to light it. I mean, he may be able to hold this up somehow, but just looking at it, I feel like he needs to go up table somehow.
Yeah.
I think up and back rather. He's going to have to go,
Last thing you want to do is miss a 7, so I think you're right. I think
he's
putting a little bit of stroke into it guarantees you're going to make it.
Potentially looking at, did you see where he pointed? He's potentially looking at going 3 rails, and coming off of that 3rd rail, he's coming right in line with that 8.
Yeah.
In the lower right hand or lower left hand corner pocket. Of course, he overhit it straight a little bit.
Yeah.
And now he's dead straight in the other corner pocket. I kind of get the impression he was playing position for the lower left hand corner pocket.
Yeah.
And just the angle was.
Johnny concedes. And Oscar to break. It's a good break there. 2 ball got in the way. He's not going to have a shot on the 1. Expect some kind of push here. He might push into the 4 ball maybe, or 5 ball. Johnny's going to look this one over, and he'll probably elect to shoot it. That way he stays in control of the table. Giving this back to Oscar, you give him the opportunity to play a good defensive shot and put you in trouble. And Johnny does elect to give it back to Oscar. I guess you could bank the 1 ball back down by the 8-10. If you get through that little crevice between the 3 and the 8-10, you could be safe. No, he's banking the other way and trying to leave it with the 9 as the impeding ball, and he hit it really nice. Starting to look like the players are a little bit tired. This is their 30th game of today, so not an easy thing, and still quite a few more. Johnny didn't have a lot of options there, but he ends up scratching on the side. He just didn't have much. So the prospects of pocketing that 1 ball or coming up safe weren't very good. So now Oscar's going to shoot the 1. Perfect kind of layout here for the 2. Work it down to the 3, and then he's got to... I guess the trickiest part is maneuvering a ball back for the 4. Assuming he's successful with that, I think from there the rack gets a little easier. He's looking at that point where he needs to get an angle on the 3. He did well with that. Looks like he's a little frustrated though. Maybe he's a little too straight. If If he is a little straighter than it looks, he might just draw up and shoot the 4-ball in the pocket by where he's standing now. Like that, but he didn't quite draw it. We've seen a number of shots where his draw stroke has come up a little short today. I don't know if he's just kind of fighting to get into stroke, get into rhythm, or what. I'm going to try to talk to the guys after the match. We don't have any planned interviews or anything, but just get a feel for how it went today, and that way I'll have some information for you guys tomorrow when we get started. Maybe they're battling something we don't know, having trouble adjusting to the table, etc. Guys, this is Joey Ryan with Pool Player Podcast on the commentating, along with Jimmy Mendoza. Took a second to step out of the booth. He'll be back shortly. Guys, if you're enjoying the commentating, feel free to make a PayPal donation to Benny Breaks TV at iCloud.com. Obviously, Benny Breaks is Ben Sutherland with BBTV, coming to you from Griff's Las Vegas. See if Johnny can cut this ball in. Very nice. Don't know that he'll be rewarded, though. He's not overly thrilled with this, where this ended up, just by the look on his face. Yeah, I can tell by the way he's looking at it that he can't pocket the 5-ball here. He could try to cross this ball and work the cue ball down behind the 10-8. There's not a whole lot of options. He just got down real low and took a look at this. Maybe he'll try to stab this with some left-hand spin and throw it in, if it's as close as it appears to be. So this match has taken a good bit of time, but I won't say that the players' pace has been too slow once they determine what they're going to do and they approach the table. It's just situations like this where Johnny kind of knows that he's in a pickle and he's trying to figure out the best route to go here. He is taking quite a bit of time. Looks like he is going to try to spear it. Yeah, and that 6-ball was just a bit in the way, so good break for Oscar here. A chance to tie it up at 15. Obviously, you just want to get an angle on the 6 so you can work the cue ball across the table for the 8 in the same pocket. So I anticipate him making all 3 of these balls in this same pocket. Kind of like to come straight across the table and leave himself a little angle on the 8 so he doesn't have to play into the 10 at all. Didn't quite get there. And he's probably not too thrilled with that. I still think he can probably draw out of this and end up getting back up table for the 9 here. Let's see what happens. Might be able to avoid the 10 and just go down. Yeah, he can. Okay, he's in great shape here. Got just enough angle where it looks like the 2-railer might be in play. 2-rail shape on the 10. Of course, he could always do 1 rail as well. Good shot there. Reset. Sign of a true professional. Don't shoot it till you're absolutely ready.
And let's see if Oscar can park that white ball and get the corner balls going 4 rails. And possibly, okay, he got one of the 2 on the side. He didn't get either corner ball, but that's okay. Is he going to have a shot on the 2? No.
Yeah, you see some frustration out of Oscar there with the...
Oh, he didn't make the 1 either, excuse me.
The 4 ball rolling in front of the cue ball there at the last minute. And, you know, I kind of detected not just the frustration, but a little bit of fatigue on Oscar's face. I mean, they have played. This is their 31st game of the day. And, you know, with the pandemic, pool halls being closed, Oscar being a businessman, a family man, you know.
He's been playing, he's been practicing a little bit more lately. I know he just had, and I didn't see the result of it, but I know he just had some exhibition match with Fedor.
Yeah.
So that had to be a pretty good warm-up for this event as well. Do you know who won that by chance?
I do. So Oscar was winning 6-5, and then Fedor came storming back and won 15-6.
So not a very strong finish from Fedor, just slightly above average.
Yeah, slightly above average. I mean, that guy's an alien.
Yeah,
you know,
he's
in a good way.
subhuman.
I thought he was, when I interviewed him, I thought he was just a class act. Great young man, and obviously a fantastic player.
We're going to see Oscar possibly cross this over and use
This is Johnny.
Excuse me, I apologize. It's not what I saw, but it works.
Yeah, I thought he was going to bank it back down table, but he
did
went
too.
for it. Oscar's playing it. It was more of a safe shot. He just wanted to call it just in case. So Johnny's got a few sponsors that he wanted us to mention. Brunswick Tables. We talked about the new one-piece slate 7-footers that he's getting in his pool room in Georgia. That room is going to be called Johnny Archer's Place. Light systems, pool table lights. Actually, I owned one of those. Great light. Q-Sticks International and Championship Billiard Fabric.
Here's a fun little piece of info that most of you probably don't have, including yourself, Joey. At Johnny's new pool room, obviously you and I both have been invited to the May 1st grand opening. However, he's got something that's called the Scorpion Pit.
Yeah, I heard about this, actually.
Did you hear about this?
Yeah. He was so excited telling us.
He was so thrilled.
I still don't fully understand it, but it's something about these glass walls around.
Plexiglass walls surrounding an arena, if you will, or surrounding a table, kind of forming an arena. But he was also expressing to me that he's able to display sponsors and graphics on that plexiglass or on that glass surrounding. So I don't know a whole lot about it, and I'm going to be in Boston on the 30th of April
You gonna make it down to
So I
Johnny's
think I'm
place?
just gonna fly out from Boston straight to Georgia for a day, or for a few hours, and then fly from Georgia back to Las Vegas
Yeah.
and check out that grand opening. If I'm able to, and if my wife lets me.
I'm on the wait list for a big tournament in Maryland, one of the Dynaspheres tournaments. So I might do that if I get in the tournament. But I would like to check out Johnny's grand opening. He's so excited about it, and I think it's a great thing for pool. Look at this shot by Oscar. Very nice.
That's perfect.
He's pretty straight in on this ball.
I think he's got just enough angle to stun. Yeah, where he's looking right now, stun up to about the 50-yard line.
Yeah.
If we look at it from this
He doesn't have
angle
a whole
here.
lot of other options.
He might be able to power draw this back, but I don't.
It's a good shot.
That's good speed control right there.
Yeah, he hit that well. Well, now he's in pretty good shape. This is one of these shots where he's got to cut it thin, but he can kind of kill the cue ball with a little bit of low English. He's also looking at possibly shooting the 4 in the side pocket. I don't know, I just have a pretty good feel for these shots where you cut it in, use a little bit of low English, the ball takes off, but then you kill the cue ball off the rail. But he's actually looking at, man, I don't know about this. He's kind of flirting with this scratch here.
I think he just babies this ball in with a little bit of inside. Yeah. No problems.
Very nice.
I keep looking at the 5 thinking it's the 4 based on the colors that I'm used to.
Oh yeah, they're different.
But he's got position on both of them.
Just making sure. Oscar's taking a bit of time here. Wants to make sure that he gets exactly where he needs to get.
He wants to avoid that 7, but still avoid the side pocket as well and stun back towards center table. Just like that.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
That's a perfect shot right there.
A little extra time to ensure that he got right where he needed, and now he's in perfect shape to run out here. You can see while this little extra time of just ensuring that he's putting the cue ball exactly where he wants, while it's makes it a little tougher to watch because he's not running this quick across the table, it's really paying off in terms of execution. Oh, he overcooked that one. Oh no, he's good.
Oh wait, no, that's
I
the
had
9,
the balls
isn't it?
confused.
Yeah, I thought that was the 8. You hit it great.
Very nice. What are we talking about?
We don't know.
And these cameras you have are very clear, very good images.
Thank you. Those dates as of this moment are TBD. We do not have dates quite yet. Look at him park that rock. Okay, the 4-ball came a little bit high of the side.
Broke dry.
Yeah, and broke a little hard.
All right, Jimmy's back. Gotta kick Ben out of the booth.
Bye-bye.
We'll just kick Ben Sutherland right out of the booth. Jimmy Mendoza is back for the attack. Oscar gets the lead 16-15, then breaks dry, and it looks like Johnny does have an opportunity to pocket this one ball.
And he hit those balls nice, too. He just came up dry. The only shot that I'm kind of looking at is that 4-ball being
4-9.
kind of tied up with the 9.
Yeah,
That is.
from this side angle, it looks like it goes.
Yeah, if he lays right on it, I think it goes, but it is a little weird.
Oh, we left a piece of lint.
Oh,
That's the first time I've seen Johnny pick up
found
lint
it.
today.
Damn it, I failed.
Yeah, so we'll be able to see here how he plays this. It looks like he does believe this ball will go if he can get the cue ball out to the center of the table. And the good part for that is the 5 ball's kind of right there. If he,
I think he needs to get good on it for it to go, though. I don't think it'll just go from anywhere.
Perfect.
I think that's good.
Yeah, it's going to be...
That 9 ball's gonna kill the cue ball and it'll stop right there. Probably.
Oscar came and took a look. Johnny looked at Oscar,
I think
said,
he-
"Is this okay?" Oscar said, "Yeah."
Yeah, I think they
Oscar's
might...
saying it is kind of close, but
Okay.
Oscar's like, "It is kind of close," and Johnny's like, "You can call it." Oscar's like, "Okay." Only 60,000 in the middle.
Good hit. Good hit from my point of view.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Oscar felt the same way.
Yeah. No argument there.
So he's in perfect spot now. Just get to the middle of the table again. Come off that side cushion to the middle of the table. And,
Yeah, no real issues here, Jimmy. He just needs to guarantee an angle on the 8 so we can get back down from the 9. It's kind of the big thing.
yeah, he just wants to get relatively straight on the 7, and from there he's good. Just like that. I mean, the only thing that really could have gone wrong there would be get some kind of angle on the 7 where you couldn't get to the 8, but he's perfect.
You should draw back a few inches. Uh-oh. Well, that was not what he intended, I think.
Yeah, I think he got straighter than he wanted.
Yeah, he did not want to get that straight, I can pretty much guarantee you. Looks like he has just enough angle here.
Well, he might have to. Wow. Wow.
That was close. Johnny just gave that little
Adding some
look
drama.
of relief, you know?
Adding some drama. I thought
Yeah.
that was going straight in the drink.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on a gold crown it does. You know what I mean? But these
Yeah.
diamonds, it kind of takes that tighter angle on. It's hard to hit a 3-rail shot that comes up short of the side on a gold crown. But not on the diamonds.
Johnny's going to recompose after that.
Yeah.
He
Take
went
a
over
little
there.
stroll around the table.
He went over and took a little drink of whatever that is he's drinking. Looks like some sort of, I don't know, protein drink or something. I don't know.
Kombucha.
Kombucha tea. Nice shot. Come right
Yeah,
out.
he's in good shape here.
Look nice. Well, obviously came out a little further and a little closer to the rail than he would have wanted, but
can get a good look at the angle. What do you say?
Well, somebody's over here. Somebody's over here playing with his camera when Johnny's down on the ball, right in his line of vision.
To 16, rack 33, and we're tied up.
Yeah. Really been neck and neck the whole way.
Here's an interesting statistic.
Lay it on me.
I mean, obviously you have to take into consideration they've taken breaks. But 16 to 16, they've played for 5 hours. That's 300 minutes divided by 32 games. The games are taking, on average, 9.375 minutes per game. I really attribute that to the difficulty of the table and the fact how it alters shot selection and forces more defense. A lot of times forces you into defensive options versus otherwise. Just a little tidbit. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, and I think it also speaks to the fact that they've had a lot of breaks where they haven't really had good run-out opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you can attribute a lot of that to the table as well. I mean, a lot of it is forced because they're playing safe on each other. Yeah. Neither one has really gotten dialed in on the break yet. You could potentially, attribute that to the table as well.
Let's see if Oscar decides to roll this ball or tries to just kind of center ball punch it. Either one would work. I kind of favor the roll here too.
Yeah, the only I mean, for pocketing the ball, I definitely like rolling it. I wonder, and he does too.
You don't really have a good...
He's hitting this with a level cue.
Yeah, you don't have a good opportunity to kind of get down to the center of the ball because you're so close to that rail. So he actually hit it with a good high English stroke rather than a...
I think the reason he did that rather than just opting to roll it is because I think just rolling at pocket speed, he had a good chance to get dead straight on that 3-ball. Yeah. Which wouldn't have been so bad considering where the 4-ball is, but I think he just wanted to ensure he got a decent shot on the 3-ball.
Well, you can't argue with his results. That was well struck. The 7-8 is a little weird out in the center of the table, but looks like it does. The 7 does go in that top right pocket. It also looks like the 7-8 might be wired. I'll give you this view here.
Yeah, you're right. At that view, it does look like it's potentially wired in the 8-ball is wired in the side pocket.
Yeah.
I think he plays the 6 that gets above the 7 and plays the 7 to the lower right.
He's looking at it in the upper right-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, I think the upper right is the play. Just got to get good on the 6 here. This is just weird enough that you might consider banking this ball.
Well, he's weird enough on it that maybe he might be looking to see if that 8's wired. Yeah, that 8 is wired, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep. Where's the 7 going? Is he just gonna roll forward and maybe shoot the 7?
Wow, it's stuck.
Yeah, it did. So that was dead wired.
And he has just enough angle that he's on the right side of it.
Yeah.
He does have a little bit of an angle, not much, but...
This is one of these racks where the whole rack actually worked out well for this alternate table view. Because so much action was going on the other side.
I see Ben's songs are finally coming up on the jukebox. We got Old Town Road.
You know me.
Big Billy Ray fan.
I'm a fan of his daughter. Not her music.
Keep it clean, Ben. Keep it clean. It's a family production.
That was as clean as it gets. I'll grow a mullet if that's what it takes.
All right. Well, he got a
Your dad's
little.
got one.
He got. Now he has to do a little something.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it?
Yeah, he has to do a little something here.
Let's take a look at the other
He's either
view.
going to have to punch it in and go to the bottom rail and straight up, or he's going to have to hit it with some. And that looks like what he is doing. Looks like he's jacking up and going to punch it in.
That's pretty good from where he was.
Nice shot. Yeah.
Mike Gwynn told me to tell you guys hello.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mike Gwynn.
Hello, Mike Gwynn.
Realty One, one of the sponsors here today. Another one for Oscar.
If
17.
you guys need any shirts or jerseys or patches or stickers or anything made, I highly encourage you to take a look at Big Time Threads. Oscar hit those about as square as you possibly can and just unfortunately came up dry.
Yep. Well, that really is the I think why you're seeing such a close match here is that nobody's really gotten anything going off of the break.
Well, it's certainly tough on 4 and 1/8 inch pockets.
That is true.
And when you're not using a template rack, which is less predictable.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Johnny's heading down table here.
Oh yeah, Johnny's trying to put Oscar in jail.
Yeah, he put a good safe on him.
Yeah, he got there.
But he had John with left hand spin, just barely missed the 7.
I see him coming in 2 to 3 rails on this shot. Hit with the right speed, you could cut the 1 right up the rail and leave the cue ball down there behind the 5.
What is he?
You got a masse around the 2?
That's what it looks like.
Oh, boy.
Looks like he's in
He
the masse around the 2 and try to go 1 rail. Nope. He's ultimately going Joey's route. Going.
That's a good shot.
He's gonna leave it out there for him though. I think Johnny.
Can he see past the 9?
Yeah, I think he can make this ball. And by the way Johnny's looking at the 2, I'd say he for sure can do it.
He's not wasting any time.
Johnny's gonna come around. Some low left spin.
Underneath it.
Oh,
See?
maybe he couldn't see
I was
it.
wondering about that.
Who are we to doubt Johnny Archer?
I doubted it. First time ever.
I think that was one of those where he figured he could kind of put a little swerve on it before it got there, and it just swerved a little too soon. Tell you what, I bet he wish he could have that one back.
He over swerved it.
Yeah, try to get his swerve on. All right, so it's a little bit the 4 ball's in a little bit of a weird spot. So let's see how Oscar plays this. It looked like he tried to bump the 4 ball. That was really creative. He just didn't execute. But if he could have bumped that 4 ball a little lower, it would have been perfect for him. Now he's going to be in a position where he's going to have to take a cut on it one way or the other. Either cut and go up table or take the cue ball up towards midway point of the table and cut it the other way, which I like a little better. You just got to get the speed. What do you think about that, Jimmy? Come 2 rails and try to come out towards the center of the table.
Well, he's looking like he's considering back cutting it. I would think he would try to get. Well, I guess taking the back cut, it's easier to get on. Less chance of coming up short and hooking yourself behind the 9. Okay, so he just went ahead and went into it that way.
That'll work too.
That
Now
was
he's
the
got to
safest.
stretch.
That was probably the safest route to not get hugged. You try to swing around 2 rails and get to the middle of the table, and if you come up short,
Yeah.
you're hooked behind the 9. So apparently, I guess Dennis Arcoyo's in town. He's over there somewhere. Somebody just said
He's
they
here.
just saw him.
I just talked to him outside.
Did he call winner?
Yeah.
I told him I'd take the 7 out in the breaks, and he laughed in my face. Not realizing he'd be robbing me if he was giving me the 7 out in the breaks.
He just laughed because he knew you weren't serious. He laughed because he knew you weren't serious.
I wouldn't bet the farm.
So would I. On Dennis.
Still saying the same thing. I gotta try it at least once, and until you give me the chance, I don't know if it's a bad game.
This problem is those guys can outrun so much, Ben. It's no offense to you.
And I'm
they're
willing
just-
to pay for it. I'm willing to pay to watch it happen.
Yeah, well, I think you would.
Oscar's in good line here.
Well, this will be the last time Joey Ryan commentates on any BBTV stream.
If nothing else, I'm honest.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'd be dead to rights if I took that spot from Dennis.
I think the.
I mean, you might not come to the table for 10 games.
It looks
Breaking
like-
every time.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Put it on a bar table. Then I got a chance, maybe. A valley bar table. 6.5-inch corners.
oh boy.
We're playing 7 ball.
I don't know what that was. Oscar just did. It looked
Yeah,
like
me either. It's a little karate
a
chop.
little karate chop. Maybe there was a fly flying by, and he just showed him, "Hey, I'm the kung fu master. If you land on me, this is what you're gonna get. The chop."
Man who chop fly with hand. Win pool match. Looks like he's pretty straight on this ball, and that's why he's taking so much time. He's really trying to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, he got straighter than he wanted.
Great, you just stop it.
Now he's wondering if he wants to try to create an angle or try to draw back and stop on a dime where he needs to be.
Oh, well, that'll work.
Got away with it.
He didn't want to do that.
No, he didn't want to do that. Now he's gonna have to cut it in and bump the 8 ball toward the upper right-hand corner pocket, or upper left. I know my right from my left. I really do.
It's a blessing in disguise. Pushes the 8 right toward the hole.
I don't know about that.
No, it's tricky. I think
Well, if I said it, it's probably wrong. So
Well, with the 7 being higher than the 8.
well,
Yeah, I guess he would
because the 7's higher than the 8, I think he has to follow it a little bit.
follow it. Yeah, I like shooting this shot because you got to play into the 8. I like shooting it with a little bit of inside English
TOI.
because the inside English will kind of have the
Touch of inside.
yeah TOI because then the 8 will track towards that pocket for sure.
CJ would be so proud of me right now. CJ Wiley. It's actually a pretty good method that he uses.
A touch of inside.
Yeah. I've seen worse methods, let's just say that. So Oscar really taking his time here and kind of dissecting this shot. I think ultimately he's just going to pocket this 7 ball about pocket speed, knowing he's going to push the 8 toward the upper left.
Yeah, that's
He
the
doesn't-
thing. This is all speed.
Yeah, if he hits it too hard, he's going to leave the 8 kind of up by the chalk throws into the rail.
And he's really taking time on this one. He walked around the table, did a lap. Now he stepped back. Now he's stepping up again.
I think you just roll this pocket speed. He
Yeah.
doesn't like it. He really doesn't like it.
He was cueing it like he was going to hit that with low, and I really don't like that because then I think he'll drive the 8 down to the bottom rail there,
Yeah.
I think he ends up on the left
or
side.
the top rail. Yeah.
Of the
Well,
eight-ball
if he does have an angle where he doesn't feel like he can play it with high, if he does hit it low, he's going to have to hit it hard enough to drive the 8-ball to the bottom rail and back up
I
some.
think he's just gonna baby this ball in. I think he hit it a little firmer than.
Well, he's going to get a little jelly roll.
He might have got away with it.
Yeah.
He did.
Perfectly executed safety. Starting to get quite a bit of people in here now. This is about the time, about 6:30 in the evening. Folks starting to trickle in. A lot of action. Dennis Ercolo in the house. We got Tedder in action.
This is one
John
where-
Mora over there.
John Moore is betting more per game than the actual players are. Side.
What's he betting?
Johnny's going to come behind
The
this
game?
ball and try to make it down in the bottom left corner.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
He called it corner, I think.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what he called, but it looked like it had every intention of going in the side.
Well, Oscar might have to use the bridge, yep. Because this is one of those ones where even with an extension, I don't think you
Yeah,
can
you
get to
wouldn't
it.
reach that one. This might be a extension and a bridge.
Yeah. Looks like what it is.
Now he tried the extension to see if that would work. Takes the extension back off. Now he's going to switch over to the bridge. Free shot. That'll work out. This is one of these where I think Jimmy, he can throw it in with some left-hand spin and just come up past the side pocket and be straight in on a 9, right where he's pointing now.
Yep.
Just gonna sit right there on the rail.
Being jacked up, he may just If he can roll it in and pass the 10, then he can shoot the 10 in this right-hand side pocket.
Yeah, that's what I like. If you just follow...
Is this the view that's on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in that case, from our perspective, the bottom side pocket. I think he can just follow forward.
Yep.
He elected to hit it with inside and come back out.
Yeah, he probably wanted to make sure that he made the ball, so hit it with a little more pace. That was Big Time Threads, Adam Kroll from Phoenix, Arizona. If you're coming out to Vegas, maybe you got your pool team ready, reach out to Adam. He'll hook you up with some great jerseys, and you guys will be really pleased with the product.
So the 9 ball did trickle in, and 1 ball sitting in the hole. Question is, where's the 3 ball go? The 3 ball goes in either the side pocket or the lower left-hand corner pocket. So
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
Let's see he's looking at the 2 ball. Let's take a look at that. If the 2 ball goes in the side, it's a perfect.
That's the question. If the 2 ball goes in the side,
yeah, it's a perfect opportunity to make the 2 on the side and slide down for the 3 on the other side.
but it might be pretty tight. I mean, it looks pretty tight from here. And obviously, it was tight because that's not the pocket he's going for. So
He's got a really nice angle.
Too tight.
Yeah, he's got a really nice angle now to slide over and shoot the 3 in the same pocket as the 2.
Wow. Well, he missed the ball, but Johnny's got nothing.
Jimmy, if I get a chance to talk to these guys afterwards and they continue at the same quality of play, what do you think they'll say about how they played today?
Both players would say they played bad. Would be my guess.
Yeah, I think they just missed some opportunities. Like that shot, you don't see Oscar miss that shot too often.
No.
And they have a high standard of expectation for themselves, for sure.
So
like
definitely, they both, any particular shot on the table, if they elect to go for it, if it's a shot where they can see the pocket, elect to go for the shot, you got to figure they're probably a favorite to make it. They've got to believe that they're probably a favorite to make it. So, to miss some of the balls they've missed, I'm sure is pretty frustrating.
Yeah. Well, Johnny went for a little jump shot, but I expect Oscar to push this 2 ball down to the bottom rail and just kind of leave him right on the back of the 3. What do you think, Jim?
Yep, I agree. Johnny's going to be right there on top of the 3 ball, or nudged right between the 3 and the 7.
Would have been really nice if he froze him on the back of the 7. Johnny's going to have to come 2 rails, I think.
Let me go grab another cup of coffee.
Yeah, I was supposed to get one too, so
Maybe when Ben comes
maybe you
back.
could hook a brother up.
You could text Ben and be like, hey,
Yeah.
would you come back?
2 coffees, cream, thank you.
And sugar. Okay, well, he's going to be forced to go at this 2 rails. That's all he can really see. And, wow, he went right through all that traffic and went 3 rails into the upper left-hand corner pocket.
This 3 ball's kind of interesting. I think Oscar could just pocket the 2 in the bottom left and draw straight back and out for the 3 in the opposite corner. Just kind of looking if the 3 would play in the side, kind of make the 2 and float the 3 ball, or float the cue ball up into that pocket between
What's
the
that,
4 and
what's that angle
7.
look like?
Yeah, he elected with option 1. So he's got that nice angle now to make the 3 and slide over and shoot the 4 in the right-hand side pocket.
As soon as that AC kicks off, it gets a little warm, right? All the bodies in here.
Oh, he missed it.
Wow. Well, this is an opportunity for Johnny. He's going to have to jump on this. Johnny's looking to take a little break, I think, to try to... So, I think you might be seeing a little bit of fatigue settle in, so I think Johnny went to go, use the restroom, splash some water in his face, and regroup.
Yeah. So Johnny's back, got the glove on, walking around the table.
So, when I quit playing in 09, there was only a few people that wore gloves. It was like, it was starting to kind of be more accepted, because when it first came out, it was like, oh, you freaking nerd,
Yeah, we used to make fun of people.
Oh, yeah, nobody wore gloves. Now everybody wears a glove.
Well, and I think with the carbon fiber, a lot more people wear gloves because,
True, yeah.
You don't get the nicks in your shaft like you would with maple, but you get the residue on it sometimes, and a lot of people say they like the glove with the carbon fiber.
Well, I think it being non-porous, the carbon fiber being non-porous, I think the chalk kind of sits on top of it when you get chalk on it, rather than kind of soaking into the pores. Oh, look at this. He really overhit that. Wow.
Yeah. Sure did.
He just pounded that ball.
Now he's faced with a really difficult cut in the side pocket. I don't really see much of a future in following this ball forward. You could do that, but I don't know.
No, that's what looks like what he's doing. It looks like he's playing in the upper left-hand corner pocket and following forward for short side.
It's a good shot.
And he hit it as well as you could possibly expect to hit it. He really did.
Yeah.
And now he has the obvious just stop your cue ball locked up safety, or he can go ahead and...
I think he'll be aggressive here and cut the 6 ball in.
He is going to go into the 8. I don't think there's any way that he can get out of hitting the 8.
No. This is one of those, though, where if you feel good about the shot, you hit it with a nice follow stroke, you might be able to just catch a portion of the 8 and then go forward off the rail and back out for the 7. Obviously, he can cut it in and just hold on the 8 and then shoot a long shot on the 7. But let's see what he elects to do.
Inside English, go off the 8, come to the side cushion and try to spin up.
Yeah, that's what I had
just like
originally
that.
said.
He didn't get quite the English off that side cushion, but
yeah, now he'll just kind of power into the 7 ball with a nice draw stroke, kind of slide over to that long rail on the left and back out for the 8 ball. Very nice. Yeah, it's one of the better shots he's hit.
Well, he hit it nice at a time where he really needed to hit a ball nice.
Yeah, that's true.
Because now we're starting to slowly inch toward the finish line, both players. At least that's what I got from the conversation with Rodney. I apologize if I misunderstood that, but I think that's what he said. And I think Rodney even longer term talked about potentially down the stretch, maybe opening one in Hawaii. So here we go. 18-17, Oscar leading, race to 25. as most of you who paid for the stream, you probably know, it is best 2 out of 3 sets racing at 25. So tomorrow we will have at least one more set, and potentially 2 if the loser of this set were to come back and win this first set tomorrow.
So he pocketed the 1 ball there, and it looks like he's got a pretty viable 2-8 combination in the side. There's not a whole lot else. He could play safe and roll up on the 8, but I think in this case we're going to see him hit this ball with a little bit of pace, so the 2 will track down the table, and I kind of wouldn't want to risk the 2 getting caught up with all that traffic down there, so I'd probably hit it a little firm and get the 2 ball back out towards the center of the table.
Well, and the way he's cueing the cue ball, look at this.
It was like a double whammy. He missed it, and the 2 ball got down in traffic.
Well, he undercut it, so he didn't get the speed out, the action out of the 2 ball after the 8. He didn't get the action he anticipated because he undercut the 8 ball. Oscar made a nice hit. He left him, it looks like the 2 ball may pass the 3. It does look like the 2 ball passes the 3. And that is what he's shooting at.
Nice shot. It's starting to look like Johnny's pocketing balls a little bit better than Oscar at this point in the match.
It was funny when he pocketed that long ball straight in like it was nothing. The first thought that came to my mind was like, that's the Johnny I remember watching.
Yeah. It's got a nice angle here. Just make this ball and slide across for the 4 in the top left. He wants to get a little deeper on it. He doesn't want to have to flirt with the 6 ball here in terms of going into it. He might be able to beat it if he hits it with just a pure inside English stroke. Or he might draw over and back out. What do you think, Jim?
Well, it looks like I agree, he may be able to beat kissing the 6 if he uses some inside English.
Where you end up cutting the ball thinner than what you would.
Yeah.
Because all that English you're using.
I mean, he could. Yeah, that looks like what he's doing. He's hitting it with some inside. And just trying to lengthen out off that bottom rail just like that, but he might not have got there. He might not have lengthened out enough.
It's almost like he didn't hit it with enough inside. He kind of punched it a little bit instead of stroke through it.
I know that I mentioned this earlier, but those shots really are so much easier with these really low deflection shafts.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion. Maybe somebody else,
What are you using now?
I'm using a Revo, a 12.4 Revo. Okay, Johnny looking pretty good here.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to tie it up at 18. Then it's a race to 7 on the day.
So he may just kind of go. He could go 2 rails and play the 8 in the left-hand side pocket. Just like that. I was questioning whether or not he was going to hit it a little harder and try to get on the corner, but I think the side pocket was. Plus, you have more options, right? If you get bad on it in the corner pocket, like now, he didn't get on the ideal side of the 8, but he still has a shot.
Yeah, he's fine.
Had he played in the corner and then he kind of gets on a weird side, I think he has less options. So.
I think we might see him follow this straight top come down and shoot the 10 ball on the bottom right.
Yeah, that's what I think he'll shoot.
It's pretty nice.
All right, we're getting down to Johnny looks pretty focused here. Johnny looking good here, 18 to 18. Hanging out outside of the pool room a little bit. He's a funny guy. So here we go. 18 to 18, race to 7 from here. Johnny with the first break. If you want to split this up into a race to 7. Well, Johnny looks like he's getting a little stronger here down the stretch now.
If you want cash, we can do that. If you want PayPal, we can do that. Whatever you guys want. So.
Like cash, if it's easiest. I think Johnny.
Probably do it tomorrow then.
Yeah.
So
He's just gonna snug him up on this 4
Might
ball.
get more sales.
He's gonna put him in jail on this 4 ball.
I'm just worried about the original agreement at this point.
Oh yeah.
But you'll absolutely get taken care of for whatever else comes into it. I have no problem showing you guys every transaction too, just so you know.
Yeah.
Trust you, bro.
We need your social security number. Your date of birth. No, I'm
47308778.
kidding.
That literally is it. So please, nobody hack me.
Ben.
Yeah,
So
well,
that was a nice save here.
He's gonna come at this 2
If
rails.
anything, they're gonna build my credit for me, so that's fine. They're not gonna hurt it.
You know, I kind of say rail and cushion interchangeably, but it's funny how, depending on where you are in the country, people, you know, like I think more people in the Midwest and East Coast, I think they say cushion, and here on the West Coast, we always say rails.
I think it's kind of like cloth and felt, right?
Yeah.
Like Sam Deep, Mark Vidal's wife in Colorado. I was talking to her about getting a table one time.
Or stiff and air barrel.
And
I'm kidding.
I said something to her about, you know, the felt. I wanted blue felt. And she's like, felt? I thought you were a pool player. Like, don't you know it's called cloth? I'm like, okay. Look at where Johnny's positioning this 1 ball here.
Exactly right.
Yeah, he's just
gonna stab
just
down
slide
on it.
straight across.
Good shot. The key shot here really is going to be probably the 4 ball.
Yeah. Well, the 8 to the 9, I think, is going to be the key shot in
Think
this
so?
rack. The 8 to the 9, yeah, because the 4 to the 6 isn't tough, as long as he gets
Yeah, but
relatively
the 3
okay
to the
on
4 could be an issue. The 3 to the 4.
Well, now it is, because he needs
Yeah.
to get decent on the 4.
Yeah.
But if he just gets relatively okay on the 4, the 6 ball is close enough proximity that I don't think it's going to present much of a challenge. But the 8 ball, he's going to have to hit it with a little bit of pace.
Gotta beat that 6. Yeah.
Well, now we're going to be seeing him duck. I think he'll just thin this 1 rail down to the bottom rail and try to play the cue ball, zigzag it, and maybe get behind the 10.
I think there's a good opportunity here to take the bank on, and if you miss it short, and play basically a 2-way shot.
Yeah, I figured he would do this, try to get up behind the 10. I can't see. Oh yeah, he's got him full ball. So
Yeah,
does
I
Oscar
can't see
jump
it at
this? I mean, obviously the kick is not a difficult hit, but do you expect to maybe have a better opportunity of having something good happen if you jump at it? I don't know. Again, Oscar uses the jump cue so well that's like always an option for him.
It's gonna leave a shot.
No, he didn't leave anything easy. I think Johnny's looking to back cut this in the lower right-hand corner pocket and swing around 2 rails for the 6 in the left-hand side pocket. I think that's kind of the natural path of the cue ball.
He saw that as soon as he started walking to the table. That's the first thing he looked at. Is basically trying to get the cue ball to where it is now. It's funny how in pools sometimes you get those situations, right, where the next ball, you want to put the cue ball exactly where it is now for the next shot. It comes up more. Yeah, it comes up more than you think it would.
Well, that wasn't a hanger on this table for sure. On any table, but on this table for sure it wasn't a hanger. But somebody jabbering with Oscar in the background over there.
What a match. 36 games in and we're tied.
I know, 36 games and we are knotted up.
I does good maths.
Huh?
I does good maths.
In Common Core math, there's probably some crazy huge formula you have to come up with to add 18 to 18.
I borrowed both of your guys' fingers and toes and you didn't even realize it. Just to add that up.
Some diagram you got to draw and make it. Oh, we try to thin it.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's gonna hurt. Oscar says push.
Glad to see he still has a sense of humor after 36 and a half games.
5-9 or 4-9. Not that it's super surprising, but with pockets this tight, that's a tempting shot nonetheless.
What's that?
That 5-9 combination or 4-9,
But
whatever.
that's the 9 ball, not the 10 ball.
Yeah, we're playing 10 ball.
Oh. Guys, ignore me.
Ben just got back from the bar, and I think he's heading back to the bar soon.
Well, this is
He's
no.
definitely heading out.
You know,
of the
this
booth.
is no great gimme. He has to get good on the 6 so that he can get on the 8. Then he's going to have a little bit of a, he's going to have to shoot again down these tight pockets. He's going to have to shoot a ball down the rail with some speed. So now he's going to have to hit this ball with some speed to get onto the 8. He's going to have to hit that ball with some speed to get on some 9. So he has his work cut out for him. What's that? Oh, I know.
It took me a second to see which ball was the 10. It's the one closest to the spot.
Yeah. The 10 is interesting because it's black and blue, so depending on how it's laying on the table in relation
like
to
the
the
2
camera, it could
or
be the
the
2 or the 8, yeah. Johnny hit that ball real good.
Yeah, and that's on camera up there while you're playing. It's pretty clear which balls are which. But
Yeah, it is when you're standing next to the table. That
So
is
I need
true.
better cameras? Is that what you're saying?
no, I mean it's
Earlier
just the
it was,
nature
"Man,
of
your
it.
cameras are so clear. Now it's Ben, your cameras suck. Get new ones.
He got nice and close on the 8, so that definitely helps because now he just make a smooth stroke and draw it straight back. He's pretty much straight in.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Jimmy senses a shift in the tide here where we're gonna go to
We're going to start seeing
street sweeping. It's funny, like,
Out like ball. That's good speed.
Oh, he's going to have to shoot this 10 ball in the side pocket.
yeah, I agree with that.
He's going to have to roll the 10 in the side pocket.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny. People like all in good humor, they like to give Johnny a hard time about his phase of picking up lint from the table.
I
And,
love making fun of him.
yeah, Rodney, I said this earlier, but Rodney Morris said it best. He said, my buddy Raj Hundal, he said, man, what's up with Johnny, bro? And he said, what do you mean? He said, he's picking up lint from tables he's not even playing on.
Oh.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Well, this one will put hair on your chest right
There it
here.
is.
I love chest hair.
You gotta hit a good one. I don't know, man. Being in a pool match and having a shot like this that means something and being down on it, there's just something about that rush, that feeling you get.
What's he got there? Does he have a Gatorade? Is he like Mike?
No, I don't
He's
know.
a famous
Powerade?
I favor him to make this.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's gonna make this shot. What do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah. I mean, that's my...
Caught the side, and to answer your question, he's drinking a body armor.
A body armor? Okay. So he's not like Mike.
I got him at 96.4% to make this.
Yeah, what's the Fargo percentage? That would be pretty fun if somehow we were able to have enough data to have statistics on like percentage of a shot, you know. Johnny's just got to stay down and make a smooth little poke through, and he missed it by a ton.
Yes, I can tweak that right here.
Look at this.
Well, there's no way Oscar's passing this.
He's definitely not passing it, but it's so interesting, right? Because it's a pretty difficult shot.
See, we don't believe in the commentator curse.
What if Oscar did give it back like a Jedi mind trick?
This isn't the 10 ball you're looking for.
Yeah. And Johnny gets up like, what's he thinking? I can't make this ball? And then Johnny misses it and ruins him for the rest of the weekend, you know? Like Oscar just pulled the ultimate Jedi mind trick on him. Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Here we go. And Oscar steps up and splits the pocket. But I couldn't. I was like, is this guy joking with
I
me?
don't believe you.
Is he playing me?
5-1, 6-1, 6-0 to anybody.
Oh, I've lost. I've trust me. I've lost to players better than you've been. I've lost to players worse than you've been.
That's funny.
The first sentence made me feel better.
I've lost to players better, worse, and everything in between.
You know, it's crazy sometimes you're in a match and maybe you're playing somebody that you know you're supposed to beat, but they don't know you're supposed to beat them, right? And it's almost like you want to tap them on the shoulder because they're up 4-0 and say, excuse me,
Ronnie
do you know
Allen,
I'm supposed to beat you?
Ronnie Allen had a hilarious line one time. There was a tournament. There was a guy from Southern California. He might still be around. I'm sure he's pretty old now, but his name was Billy Graves. He's a decent player.
Billy Grace?
Billy Graves.
Graves.
Yeah, but he beat Ronnie in a tournament, and he played great. And Ronnie comes over. I'm just going to say this, there's going to be a little bit of a bad word, but he comes over, he says, that guy just bullshitted himself into thinking he can win.
Well, you know,
But there's something to that, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a story about Donnie Mills. Donnie Mills was losing to Mark Haddad at a big tournament, Hollywood, Florida, the casino there. Mike Davis was telling me about this, and I'm going to have Donnie Mills on the podcast, and I want to ask him about it. But apparently he pulled the type of move where he started asking Mark Haddad, like, don't you know who I am? I finished third at the U.S. Open. Like, don't you know who I am? And kind of got Mark all rattled and came back and, made up this huge deficit and ended up beating him. So, yeah, I mean, it happens.
So he's got a piece of this ball to jump.
Yeah?
Yeah, for both matches he played against Simi.
Was that out here?
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Well, one of them was out here, one of them was like in Texas or something.
Well, I figured
Paid my rent for a few months.
I figured Oscar to make that one. He jumps so well, and he hasn't done anything
today,
great with the jump cue so far. But it's just a fluke because he really does jump fantastic.
Yeah.
Last year's Swanee event, I was doing some commentary with Jimmy Mattia during the event, and Oscar pulled out the jump cue on like 10 different occasions and didn't just hit the ball, drilled it. I mean, made it and got position. Even Jimmy Mattia was like, oh my God, this should be illegal. I've never seen somebody this good with a jump cue. So I try to tell you, Jimmy, he's one of the best, if not, he's up there in the world.
I tell you who I think now is the best is Fedor. I mean, in terms of jumping balls right now, I mean, that guy's just unbelievable. He jumps a full ball.
I haven't seen him play enough lately to...
He jumps a full ball, and it looks like somebody's normal draw stroke or something. It's like, did he just jump a ball? Because it looked like a beautiful stroke.
So I'm not sure if Johnny might not... I'm not sure if he might... I mean, if he hits it, obviously he breaks up whatever cluster, and he has it... I mean, he's going for the jump cue. Yeah, that's probably... Because even if you hit it kicking it... Oh, he's going to go for the jump off the rail carom. Or he's going to masse it. Okay, he's going to masse it. Try to go rail first. and play the carom. Alright, well, he's trying to twirl this ball. Let's see it. This will be a great shot if he made it. Well, the 5 looks like it's tied up. It doesn't look like it goes to me. So I would expect to probably see Oscar play some kind of safe here because I don't think the 5 goes past the 6. It might. It's hard to tell. We're kind of far enough away from the table that I can't really see. All we can really see is the monitor here. Well, Oscar got a little fortunate there because he did catch the point and still left him snickered. But he played the 2-ball good speed, so maybe it's maybe you can't really say he got fortunate because he did hit 2-ball good speed.
That's what I need for range driving. Probably wouldn't do me any good, but cool to have. I got a lot of snowboarding instructional videos that I put up.
Shots. Very nice touch.
Nice shot.
Teach snowboarding when I was younger. I have a lot of videos that can help a lot of people. Look at this. Is it going to stay below it?
Sure is. Good shot.
enough.
It's an important safety battle here at 1918. Obviously, 20 is another one of those milestones that you want to hit first. And with Johnny, I believe, getting the 15 first, Oscar's got a chance now to get the 20 first.
Yeah, I hope my supplement store's still open. Man, we're open till 9.
You know, they have, I want to say there's 2 other big events in town today. They got like a 520 and under Fargo event.
I think it's a $6.99 under or something.
A 695, yeah, 699 and under qualifier for the $1,000 entry. Yeah, he is. Ozzie Reynolds was in that. Jason Hunt was in that. A
I
bunch
think
of good
he
players.
just cross-banks this down to the bottom rail and brings the cue ball back up table.
I wanted to play that, but I'm going to be in
Just like
for
that.
that $1,000 entry.
What tournament's next? Oh, Scratch.
$6.50.
Oh,
Well,
This
Johnny
is-
has ball in hand, but I don't think the 5-ball goes anywhere. So
5 ball does not go. I'd be curious to see if he figures out a way to kind of graze this ball. So picture this.
He's playing the combination, and he's going to play safe. It's a 2-way.
I think he puts the cue ball right here, tries to graze the 6 on his way over towards the 3. I like this shot. He just can't hit the 6 too fat. He's just got to
I
graze
don't
it.
know if he's going to give that up because he has a chance to potentially 3-foul him here. So I don't know if he wants to give up that advantage by risking going
with a
off.
guy like Oscar jumps so well. I mean, the 3-foul, it's not that it's impossible, but it just makes it super tough.
Well, he's got a good opportunity to really lay up on top of this 6-ball. And then
Yeah,
if he
but-
puts the cue ball down in the vicinity of the 8-ball,
Well, he'd have to put
the.
See, this is what I'd be considering now is where you're going to put that 2-ball to get the 3rd foul.
Well, the other thing is he might not even be thinking 3-foul. He might just be hooking him and just trying to nudge the 6 so that the 4-ball goes. See, now he's good.
Yeah,
Now
that was a good shot. Smart. Well done.
He would have liked to have been more, right on bottom of the 6-ball, but still, he accomplished what he was trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to leave that shot on the side, similar to the one Johnny missed a little while ago.
I would say just pocketing this ball is a little easier than the one he missed earlier, but he does have to consider position on the 3 ball. He's just going to have to take a cut on the 3 ball.
I wouldn't be surprised if he crossed it and put the cue ball up by the 10. That's going to leave a shot.
Yeah.
And Jimmy, you played on this table recently under pressure. I've played on it just hitting balls around. To me, these side pockets are tough. Very tough. So like this shot here where you're just going to have to shoot the ball and kind of avoid that 7 ball. I mean, to make this ball on the side, you got to be super precise. Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, this table, I think if you were to play on it all the time, it wouldn't be nearly as bad. Like, John Mora plays great on these tables. And he's here playing all the time. Not to mention he plays great, but also, he's playing on these tables. But there's definitely a psychological factor if you don't play on these tables all the time, where I think it's easy to get into the mode of where you're shooting at everything kind of tight because you feel like, oh my goodness, I need to hit this ball perfect, rather than just shooting at the hole with some confidence.
Yeah.
But Oscar, and I think I mentioned this already, and maybe Johnny too, I just don't know his situation as well as I know Oscar's, and I know that Oscar's always played on tight equipment. I mean, Ernesto kind of pioneered the tight pocket revolution in Southern California, and Oscar grew up playing on tight pockets. And his table, I know at home they had 3 7/8 inch pockets, so I don't think pocket size definitely doesn't intimidate Oscar too much.
Yeah.
But I personally feel like it isn't so much of, one player has to play so much better than the other player, whatever, it's going to keep you honest and yada, yada, yada. It just changes the way that everybody plays.
Jimmy, did you see that shot?
I did, and that was a very good shot. Went back up and forth.
It looks like he's going to probably play for the 6-10 combo here, which we still don't know if officially they're counting that or not. Because earlier in the match, Oscar hit a combo on the 10 ball.
Yeah, that's a good
Everybody
question.
thought it counted. They said it didn't count, but then I thought I heard Johnny say it'll count from now on.
Well, I think that just answered the question.
I think that
must
did.
not count. So the 7 ball, I don't think passes the 9.
Yeah,
I think he's going to have to draw down and probably draw kind of into the 9 or in that area. Try to lay down between the 9 and the 7.
And you just don't have a lot of wiggle room with these pockets to where you can cheat it.
Well, if he gets dead perfect on it, it might go. And what he does have going for him is that the 8 ball's sitting in front of the hole there, so he doesn't really have to do anything with the cue ball.
Maybe he's looking to play rail off the edge of the 9.
But I'm looking down the rail of the table, and that is really tight.
Yeah, it's no fun, that's for sure.
He does have to slightly rub it off that rail, I think.
Well, if you do have to hit it very precise, it's important to get close to it.
Yeah, he did not get where he wanted to get, that's for sure. He wanted to get, right on it.
Yeah.
Not to say he can't make it from here, but obviously when it's this tight, you'd love to be right on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's looking at the rail, playing the 7 off the rail, off the edge of the 9 and in the pocket. Kind of a shot you see that comes up in 8 ball a lot. But I don't know. I don't love it, but he doesn't have a whole lot of options from this position. Might be considering the billiard on the 9 here.
Well, I think he's going to try to sneak it past there. I really do. I think he's going to. He does have to rub the rail though. He has to cheat it, but there's just not much room to cheat these pockets. But he obviously feels like it goes. He obviously feels like it goes because he was playing position to get on it. Okay, he went ahead and elected to play safe, and that's a nice shot.
I don't know.
Although he gave a little something up, I think.
Yeah, this is a pretty clear billiard for Johnny on the 8-ball. I'd be shocked if he didn't go after it. I think he's a huge favorite to make this 8-ball here. I'm surprised he's taking so long to think about this one, to be honest.
Johnny rubbing on his elbow made me remember that my freaking tendonitis is hurting. I'm going to put my little strap on here. A little tendonitis strap.
Are you on Instagram, Jimmy?
I am.
What's your
Adame.Jim. Well, now he's left himself. Pretty tough. He may elect to cross bank this. I mean, he could. I'm looking at it on the table. He's going to try to cut it up the rail, I'm sure. He's a little flatter than I thought he was.
Just hit it pure.
Yeah.
Sounds so easy. No. That's pretty big right there.
That is. And this is. Both these guys are struggling a little bit down the stretch. I mean, they both showed little flashes where they've kind of got it together and got on little spurts and got the other player down, but then they've also had lulls like this where they're both kind of struggling a little bit. And I just don't know how much of that to attribute to the table.
Tell you what, this is a real dogfight. 1918. I think a lot of people were really expecting Oscar to kind of run away with this. Maybe win by 5-6 games. He may still do it, but it's just been a really tight match. Wow. That kind of goes to show the difficulty of this table.
Yeah, because he didn't hit it that bad. He didn't split the pocket, but he didn't hit it that bad. It looked like he almost missed it. Well, he did almost miss it on this table.
Matchup over here because a few of the people that were watching the Oscar Johnny match are like swiveling to watch this Tedder match over here on the other table, kind of going back and forth. When Oscar goes to rack, they'll swing their head over and watch the Tedder match, and then they'll swing back and watch it.
Oscar broke the balls real well that time. He really just needs to get good on the 2. If he can get good on the 2, the balls are laying pretty good after that. I mean, I guess you could say the 1 to the 2 and then the 4 to the 5 are kind of the 2 shots that will dictate how this goes.
He's good here. He's in great shape here. Just a little bit of a... Probably follow a little off that rail and get back out towards the center of the table. May be able to draw this ball, but I think he might follow.
I'm over here doing my... Hold on.
He elected to go down table, so he has a shot on the 4 on the side.
Alright, there we go. Now I'm wrapped up in my... I didn't want to put my sleeves on because I know I'm going to have to take my jacket back off in just a second. Anyway. So yeah, now he's
not happy about it. He's
he
a little
got
straight.
Yeah, he got a little straight from where he wanted to be.
I think in this case you just roll down a little bit so you get that nice little angle off the 7 to pocket it and then come off that right-hand side long rail and back out. You know what I mean? Like if he kind of holds the ball and then he's going to have to jack up to draw it. But if he rolls down just a tad like this, now he can pocket 7 and come with top and back over for the 8. Nicely done. Guys, how do you like that commentating? Called it. Okay, so if you like it, hit up the PayPal donations to BennyBreaksTV@iCloud.com. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We'll keep calling him. Again, he got a little flat. It's okay, though. He'll just follow this with some top and...
Well, he's going to end up having to bust out the extension.
Yeah, but if he follows this, he'll get some real estate to work with. And probably a pretty good angle on the 9. Like, end up right here, maybe.
I'll tell you, that's a few different equipment changes.
Yeah,
just
he
in
does
the past,
have a lot.
just in the past decade. No, I'm saying as far as like things that have come along that have kind of made huge changes to the game. One of them would be that extension.
Jimmy, tell the audience how he put the cue ball right exactly where I pointed on the screen. He would put the cue ball. Very nicely done. He's got that nice angle now. Sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that those extensions have really, they're one of the, I would say the extensions, the jump cues, just how good the jump cues have gotten, and then the low deflection shafts.
Yeah.
All that stuff, those things have gotten a lot better.
You know, you could say the, with the wrapped into the low deflection shaft, the brake cues with the low deflection, because you can hit a ball now where you don't hit this square, the cue ball on a break, nail the center of the rack, and it's got so much more forgiveness. A lot of times you'll get a cue ball that'll come spinning off of there, but you didn't deflect off the rack, it's just like...
I might see the extension again.
Tell you what, Oscar's getting a little...
I think you can reach this without... No, he's going...
He's getting on a little groove here at the right time, right? To end the day in a flurry.
Maybe he is going to go for the extension.
Why chance it?
I was right the first time. But you just don't see people, unless it's really far, way at the other end of the table, you just don't see the bridge very often anymore.
It's true. Players before the match signed a whole bunch of object balls, and they're selling the balls. Kind of raise money for the players. And I actually bought one from each player. And so they made an announcement. They thanked all the fans, and they asked them to give a round of applause to the players. And they just did that. So. Well, Johnny comes to the table to take a look at this one here. He's gonna try to find a safe here, maybe thin the left side of the one. Just about the best he could do with that one, really. No real future in banking this one, so I expect Oscar to come off the right side of it and come down table. Oh, actually, he came off the other side, sent the one down table.
Well, didn't left Johnny a full ball to work with.
Yeah, he didn't hide him.
He is on the bottom rail. He may just be forced to.
Jimmy, what he's
just be able to roll up on this. That's what it looks like he's trying to do. Is just roll the one ball past the. Is that the 10 ball?
No, I think he's gonna cut the one into the rail, into the back of the 2, and float the cue ball down behind the 10-3, like that. Yeah.
He came up a little short.
This could be a good kick and stick here. Yeah, that's good too. Nice shot by Oscar. He's going to leave Johnny very few options here. One rail kick, mainly. Johnny will probably try it in the side. Call it in the side. But the position of that 2 ball, if I'm Johnny, I just make sure I hit that 1, because even if you sell out a shot on the 1, no guarantee Oscar can get on the 2 ball here, where he can make it. Oof.
Oh.
Almost made it.
Did he call the side?
Yeah, he did. My mom would say that was pert near. Pert near made it. We're going to see Oscar play a safe here, again using that 10-3 as blockers, and again overrunning it a little.
Hey, we just saw this situation.
Except last time Johnny overran it.
Yeah, except last time.
Let's see if Johnny plays the same safe that Oscar played.
It was like deja vu all over again.
Yes, he did. Exact same safety. It's kind of funny the way this one's playing out. Again, kicking at the 1 here, as long as you make a good hit, the 2's in such a tough position. Look at this, he kicked it right in, and no way.
Made it.
Okay, so the 2 ball does not go in the corner, I don't believe. Really tough on the side, but he could play this combination. Play the 4 ball on the side. Or he could lay up behind the 4, which he did. Good shot. A lot of defensive play in this match. This might leave a makeable 2-ball, although not easy. Wonder with 3-game lead if Oscar's going to be even more conservative here. Make Johnny have to do something spectacular.
I think he'll just continue to play what he feels are the best percentages for him.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll change anything up because of the
looks like
score.
He's going to play safe here. Maybe bank the 2 out and put the cue by down under these balls. How's the speed, Jimmy?
Left a little window. Speed is good. Left a little window.
Speed's perfect.
So, I mean, speed's great, but the I just don't. I mean, so the 3, he can see the left edge of the 2-ball. He can see the left edge of it. The 3-ball
tough.
has him blocked from being able to see more of it. He might not be able to see even the left edge. So he's going for the jump cue. He doesn't have to jump the full 3-ball. He only has to jump a piece of the 3-ball. Johnny called the 7-ball. So he's banking this 2-ball.
Look at this. It's hard to say if the 7 is in the way here. It looks like he could definitely rail first the 2 if he can't see it coming in. But what future does that leave with the 3-ball where it is? Jimmy, how do you like coming off the long rail here, rail first? I think that's what he's looking at, because your cue ball is going to spin over toward that 3-ball. Like this. Now this 3-ball goes.
It does go, I believe.
Now let's check out the other angle here.
He'll have to go around the table there to get back to the 4, but it does go.
Yeah, you know, if he hits this 3 and he kind of goes around 3 rails, he could actually get into a position where the cue ball tracks right around towards that 10 ball and gives him a shot on the pink 5. He's kind of looking at that now, where it's going to track. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. This will be interesting.
He's going to get a little bump.
Perfect.
He's going to get there.
Beautiful shot.
I'm slanging cue balls.
It's like he
Somebody wants to know if you'll ship
hit
them.
this ball with some inside English, come down to this bottom rail, come up a little bit for the 4 or 5 on the side rather. It looks like the 4 ball. At least I would think that's what he's going to do.
I didn't hear what you said, Jimmy. Just 1 rail up for the
Yeah, with some
5
inside,
on the
with
side.
some inside English, just like that.
Yeah.
Shoots 5 on the side. Now he really doesn't have to do much of anything. Roll it forward a couple inches and shoot the 6 ball up in the upper left-hand corner. Unless he has enough angle to roll forward and play the 6 on the side. Okay, which he did.
I've noticed Oscar playing a lot of balls in the side pockets. I think because of some of the trouble he's had with the corner pockets, I think he's, when given an option, he's going to try to play for the side pocket.
Well, you're going to see him shoot another one on the side. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The 9 ball. I got confused again. The 9 ball is where he's going next. But you are still going to probably see him shoot the 10 ball on the left-hand side pocket.
Yeah, why not? Put a good stroke on that.
that.
Yeah, so he's a little frustrated with this. He didn't want to be right on the rail, but you know, he'll just roll down a couple inches and just put that 8 ball, or it looks like an 8 ball, 10 ball in the side pocket.
Looks like the 8 ball right now, the way it's sitting on the table.
I think you change the resolution on the cameras to pick up different colors. I think so.
I'd be interested to hit some balls with this set of balls. I'm wondering how that cue ball plays.
You'll dog it.
But I am wondering how that cue ball plays.
I would think it's probably pretty similar to the measle ball.
Did you say you noticed more skids with a measle ball?
I feel like I noticed more skids with the measle ball.
I notice a lot
My
with the
guess
Cyclops
is that
ball.
you haven't played a lot with Cyclops balls.
Yeah, Cyclops.
Oh, really? I haven't. That's true.
That's my guess.
Nobody has them over there. All right. Well, Oscar broke the balls pretty good. The 2, he's got position built in to get on the 2. He just wants to stay high enough to where he doesn't get straight in on the 2. So he just wants to stay kind of high and come across and shoot the 2 ball in the same corner pocket.
Yeah, thanks.
He is going to get a little straighter than he wants to be. Maybe a lot straighter than he wants to be. He wanted to kind of stay up high. Or higher, rather. Nice shot getting out of there.
My third. G50.
Once again, he didn't get quite the angle that he wanted here. He's a little flat on it. He's actually considering rolling forward and shooting the 4 on the side here. I think because he just knows if he tries to force this 3 ball in to generate the movement on the cue ball he needs, that he has a pretty good possibility of rattling this 3 here. These pockets are just that tight.
Put a stroke on that, but
He did. Too much stroke.
a little bit too much. A lot bit too much.
He's just going to roll up on the back of the 6 here, I think. I'll tell you, even though Oscar's not satisfied with the result that he got in terms of shape on the 5 ball, he's got to be happy with the fact that he was able to power stroke a ball into the corner pocket with precision, because he really struggled with that today. It seems like when he juices it up a little, he's hung quite a few balls in the corner pocket, which is really uncommon for him. Johnny's sitting on the bench here investigating this shot for a good 10 seconds, 15 seconds before he decided to get up. He even put his eyeglasses on for a second to see if he could see the edge of that ball, and then he puts them down and he gets up and starts...
Getting old's not for wimps.
Yeah, I tell you. How old is Johnny? Like 50 couple?
Yeah,
52, yeah. So we can relate, Jimmy.
I know. I gotta put my...
Glad we look young, though.
Gotta get reading glasses to see stuff now. It's like
10 years younger than my dad.
when I got
3
my
years older than us.
when I got my glasses, my eye doctor, who's a friend of mine actually as well, but he asked me, "Do you want progressive?" And I'm like, "I'm not old enough for that crap." And I got the glasses, and next thing I know, I realize I can't see anything close up now with them.
Really?
Kind of funny.
Oh, he
wow.
played that. It was a good try.
He did.
Good try, Johnny.
I don't think his position's going to be much better when he gets back to the table.
Yeah, he's going to be facing a pretty...
All right, well, Oscar's playing a little... Well, I don't think this is one that has a great two-way built into it. He's calling it.
It does if he comes up short on it. He came up long.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't think there was a great two-way there. You either had to go for the shot or go for the safe.
But look, if he comes up short here, it comes back out to the middle and he's stuck behind the 7. But he came long on it, which is the opposite of what he wanted. So Johnny's got a chance here. He's got to make this ball with some extreme inside English, track the cue ball back over toward the 7, and really thank his lucky stars that he got a good look at this ball. This might be the opportunity he needed at this point. He made a shot like this earlier in the match. I think it was up the other end of the table. Almost the same angle, and he hit a really nice shot with inside English. Let's see if he can do it again. Look, he elected to use less inside English and just kind of putt the ball in, and then he ends up on the back of the 9. But you know,
Straight jacked up.
he's really upset about it. But honestly, if he just really bears down on making the 6 here, the 7's in the side, he should be in good shape. You know, trust me, it's no fun to shoot over a ball like this, but at the same time, there's much worse positions you could be in where you'd have to make a ball and get way up the table or something. All he's got to do is make this 6, and he's got a shot on a 7. You know, Jimmy, these shots, this is one exception that I have to watching the object ball last. I always watch the object ball last, but on these shots, I line up, I get my alignment straight, and the very last thing I look at is the cue ball. Because I feel like if I don't hit it dead center, I'm going to curve it. Man, he didn't take much time at all on that one.
No. He might have just been uncomfortable being that jacked up. Like, I mean, his body being in that position, it might have been tough for him to stay in that position, so.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't take much time over that ball at all. Oh, what a match after, what, 7 hours? We're here at 22-18. Oscar with a long shot on the 6 ball. He's got to go after this shot, I think. Because if he makes it, he should be out. Oh, he hit it hard. He's not pleased.
He has to play safe here, right? Just kind of. Or can he see it? No, he's banking it to the side rail into the end rail. Maybe playing the cue ball up by the 10 ball.
It's not bad from there, but Johnny's going to have a chance to respond here. Johnny might just hit off our right-hand side, his left-hand side of the 7. Take the cue ball up table 2 rails is one option. Looks like he's looking to try to get him, maybe play a two-way shot, bank the 7 and slide the cue ball behind the 8. I don't think he's called a pocket yet, but it looks like he is looking at that bank shot. He hit that good.
Split the pocket. Well, he's going to have to come with one more good one.
It's the first one of those long rail bank shots I remember seeing.
I just heard him say something about a scratch. Maybe he feels like it doesn't look like it's a scratch from here, but if he were to play this 8 ball up in the upper left-hand corner pocket,
I don't see it.
He's worried about a scratch in the side pocket. I'm not sure what he...
Yeah, it doesn't look like a scratch to me.
Unless it was somebody else who yelled scratch. I thought I heard Johnny say that.
He is concerned about it, but I think he comes up way short of the side. What do you think?
That's what it looks like to me, but I'm not standing.
And you can also manipulate that. You can hit the ball. You can hit the ball with a right-hand spin and come up even shorter, I think. The right-hand spin would cause you to strike the 8 ball fatter.
Well, he's elevating a little bit,
Yeah,
so he must feel like the scratch is on. He missed it.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing that. I would have rolled that ball real smooth. I don't know. I didn't see the side pocket coming into play there.
Yeah, from the camera angle, it didn't look like it, but obviously he down there on the table, he saw something.
It's true, and he's Johnny Archer.
And he is Johnny Archer.
Huge opportunity here for Oscar. Gets him to within 2 games of winning this first set.
You know, neither of these guys, have they eaten anything or anything?
I haven't seen him eat anything.
Me neither. That's a long stretch. That's a long stretch to go. Well, Oscar looking to inch within 2 games of the finish line. He's right at that angle where he feels like, well, if I put a touch of draw on it, I could lose the cue ball. And if I just roll it, I could scratch. So he's going to have to kind of skid it a little bit.
Yeah, I think if he just slides it with some low, he kind of kills it enough. But it is weird. Yeah. Nice shot. This is for a 23-18 lead, and ever so slowly Oscar has started pulling away. Winning for today. They're playing 2 out of 3 sets. Turned out a little weird, huh?
Yeah, those balls just kind of... I can't tell if that's the 9 ball or the 2 ball that's over there by the 8 and the 4. I mean, the 10 ball or the...
It's the 4, 10, 8. And so he's got a makeable shot on the 2, although long. Then he's pretty much, if he stops it, he's pretty set up on the 3. And then the 4. And then he's got the 5 in the side. So it's... poor Oscar, he's not happy about that one. The only tricky part really to this rack is pocketing the 4 balls such that you bump the 10 to free up that 8. Johnny's gonna duck here. He's got that nice little catcher's mitt.
Here comes the jump cue.
Yeah, he's gonna jump this one.
Oh, there's Dennis.
What a shot. That was beautiful. It really was.
Well, he was trying to hit that. He was trying to hit that 4 ball.
Yeah,
full.
he's got a cut shot here, and he's got a nice little 4-rail position shot here, where he can go cut this ball in, come 4 rails back
Well, he
for.
at bare minimum is going to need the extension,
Yeah,
and he could potentially need the bridge.
I think the extension will work here.
If he can get there with just the extension, then yeah, that shot that you say is on. If he has to use the bridge, I don't know that I like that.
Yeah, it's just so natural. You hit this with some right-hand spin. You're gonna circle this bottom left corner. You're gonna circle the top right corner, and come back through the center of the table for the 5 on the side. Just like this. Tip your commentators, guys. We called it. Great shot by Oscar, and this is really set up nicely to get on the hill here. He's got to just think about where he wants to get on the 7 so that he can get the cue ball over to this other side rail for the 8. I know the 8 and 10 kind of look similar on the table. The 10's the one right near the spot. And so now he can draw off this 7 ball back to where he's standing. Give you a look at the angle here.
I think he'll go ahead and draw to this side rail below the side pocket.
Yeah, I agree.
And if anything, a touch of right-hand English, but
Not a whole lot that can go wrong there. You just want to make sure you draw enough.
yeah. Oscar's going to get to the hill after that jump shot. He made a nice shot on the jump.
Johnny conceded that game,
And,
and Oscar's on the hill.
Well, he crushed those balls.
Yeah, he did, and it worked out for him too. The 9 ball hung in the corner, and then a ball kicked it in. And now he's he's in great shape here. He's got the 1 in the corner, the 2's kind of a hanger. Leads to the 3 in the side, and
Yeah, everything's pretty much, there's a little roadmap here.
yeah, the 4's in a position where if he can get good on it, he can make the 5 and roll up for the 6.
If you just get in good line on this 3 ball, it's really just you hardly have to do anything with the cue ball. Everything
it's hard
leads
not-
kind of naturally,
it's
but you
hard-
do have to initially get in line here.
It's hard not to with the position of the 2 ball, you know. think you need the bridge here, Oscar. I think he'll use the extension here instead. It's got just the right angle here. You can just make this and roll up a couple revolutions.
The fat lady ain't singing, but she's warming up her vocal cords.
Well, this is just set one, Jimmy Mendoza. Okay.
Well, for today, I mean.
Don't write Johnny Archer off yet.
No, I'm just talking about for today.
Yeah, I guess the key here, he wants to get just a little bit of an angle on the 6-ball, but not too sharp an angle, so he can easily work over towards the 7.
Well, he wanted, I would think, a little more angle than that. He's fine. He'll go 2 rails, but I would think he wants a little more. Would have wanted a little more angle than that. But he's still fine. He'd just go forward with a little inside English.
Yeah.
Or he can even come backward. Okay. I thought he was a little straighter than that. But
It's a nice little stun shot there.
no, he hit it perfect. I thought he was a little straighter than that.
Yeah, it's like Oscar smells blood now. He's trying to close this out. Wrong side, but no real problem here.
2 times.
So Jimmy, what does Johnny need to do tomorrow to get back in this thing?
Well, I would think, one, he needs to probably be a little more productive off the break than he was today.
Yeah, I think that was huge. Well, this is for the first set here.
I mean, both players made mistakes, but I have to think that kind of just the break was the difference. Oscar was more productive off the break, and he won today's set. So I think if Johnny were to come back tomorrow and make more balls on the break and take advantage of the opportunities he gets, I think that obviously you can't count the guy out.
Oscar Dominguez takes set 1, 25-18.
So, all right, 18-25, set 1, day 1. We'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.